Two more matches of Week 6 as we continue the spring split. Yesterday, Misfits and H2K added more points to the board as we move closer and closer to the finals in Hamburg. So you can see there, G2 earlier was setting up on stage as they are preparing for their matchup back in the European LCS studios versus Vitality. Good evening, everyone. I'm Evie Supporter, and joining me to bring you tonight's action are James Stress O'Leary and Andrew Various Day. Andy, how are you feeling? You went to Katowice, now back here. A lot of games to cover there as well.
Yes, it was a long and busy weekend, but we had a lot of fun. The European teams learnt a lot. One of them managed to make it to the finals, so that's always great to see.
Yeah.
Always great to see. Doesn't happen very often, but...
Unless you're in the European LCS.
European teams win all the time, so that's great. So let's take a look at how Groups A and B stand. Of course, still unchanged at the top of Group A. G2 Esports and Misfits is getting closer.
Yes, and this is the first time for a while where we've actually seen a shift in Group B now, with H2K taking first place after their dominating victory yesterday, whereas Misfits, they were able to beat Unicorns of Love, so that's why they've now fallen down in second place.
Meanwhile, middle and the bottom of the table has stayed the same, although some of these teams are playing today. Of course, you've got Giants, Rocket at the likes of the bottom of Group A, but the story was all about the teams that came back from IEM and how H2K progressed, because yesterday looked so good for them.
Yeah, it did, and it also looked fantastic for Misfits. They stepped up against the Unicorns of Love, as mentioned, so we were tracking kind of their improvement, and they just look absolutely dominant on the macro, but also early in these games.
The Misfits roster right now looked like one, if not possibility, to be the strongest team in Europe. They had such a clean macro game in their Game 1 performance, and while the Unicorns definitely fought back in Games 2 and 3, I still think that we have seen that Misfits did not use that week unprepared.
Yeah, and in Misfits, the vision game was improved so much, but then we went to a less close series. Still enjoyable if you're an H2K fan, because H2K brought everything back that they learned against the Flash Wolves and the teams at IM, and then inflicted it upon Fnatic, and everything from the early game to just crushing fights as they went through, H2K ending in a very quick 2-0.
That they did, and also those teams who went to IEM Katowice, they put a couple of things in their backpack and brought them with them to Europe, some gameplay elements and competitive play. What are the most insightful ones we saw yesterday,
I think
for lack of a better word?
The next step forward on refining what teams had kind of already got, which was win the lanes, push out, and try and utilize that. But Flash Wolves showed us very well how to utilize that with the right kind of jungle play style and pick. It's all about stealing away camps.
It is very much about these Raptors now. We've seen it way more at the level 1 mark and level 4 mark as well. Trying to get that early experience and deny it from your opponent jungler is what is so integral for the early game success. We heard it in the rollout from Yankos yesterday. I feel bad. The enemy jungler is only level 5, whereas I'm level 7. And this is the ability that you have if you're able to capitalize on these pushing lanes and the ability to invade.
And it might even be a good way to go for the teams that are struggling for points, because it seems pretty simple in the end. Choose winning lanes if you can and get a jungler that can push him.
It's as easy as that. Win lane, win game.
Easy. Well,
everybody said it.
We'll see. There are 4 more matchups remaining in Week 6 of the European LCS Spring split. Today, of course, G2 and Vitality, and then Splyce versus Giants. And tomorrow, Misfits versus OG and the Unicorns of Love taking on Rocket. Some tough matches for the bottom of the table tomorrow. We'll see if they can get some points. But our first match of the evening is G2 versus Vitality. G2, they are undefeated in the European LCS. They are the reigning champions, and they also made it to the finals of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. That all sounds great on paper.
And it sounds great when you also compare them against the rest of the teams in Europe, because G2 are a step above it. It's undoubtable. Across multiple competitions, they've taken 4 wins and 0 losses against the Unicorns, who were looking great themselves in the weeks leading up. But I think when you look at the team, one of the players that has improved drastically in this split is Perkz. He had a bit of a shaky time in splits gone by, and we were asking, is he still the player that can carry? Well, he started carrying. He stepped up, especially at IEM. We saw a lot more out of Perkz.
But while we are seeing growth in Perkz, we're almost seeing a decline in the bottom lane of G2. Throughout the tournament of IEM, they seem to be making uncharacteristic mistakes, whether it be dying in lane 2 versus 2, getting caught out of position come the mid game, and it just brings into question what is happening within the dynamic of G2, because a lot of criticism in the past went towards this mid laner who's now improved, and now the bottom lane is really struggling to step up and be that staple that they've had for so long.
Yeah, and the issue here is also that in Europe, it doesn't really matter. We've seen games in which the bottom lane didn't do well at all, but G2 as a whole can overcome that. And they've come out to say, well, how do we improve our practice when we're constantly at the top in Europe and there's no other teams?
And that's such an interesting discussion, because the Flash Wolves, you can see on your screen just how much they dominated G2. Well, they get to train against a lot of the Korean teams thanks to proximity to the servers. They play on the same servers. You get scrims against SKT when you can take them, and Flash Wolves have talked very openly about how they get that. Well, here in Europe, there aren't many teams, even in scrims, that can really push G2 to the same limit. I mean, maybe an H2K or a Misfits, but then you look at the rest of the teams and you're like, they're not going to capitalize on Sven being a little bit out of position and getting caught.
Yeah, and Vitality probably isn't going to do it, but we do have to look at Vitality and ask ourselves the question, what have they shown us the last couple of weeks? Well, not really an identity, not a whole lot of nothing, so we want to just see something, a sign of life, some action on the map from them.
When you look back at their game versus Misfits, they had a 28-minute nothing. They did nothing. They conceded lanes, they conceded objective, they conceded everything to Misfits, and they just didn't even try. At least from other teams in the European LCS, when they're in a deficit, they at least try to force back, they at least try to force picks. Vitality do nothing. They literally allow everybody the freedom to do whatever they want, and this is a worrying sign when we are this far into the European LCS.
It is, and I think there's a moment where we can kind of take a reset point for Vitality from the IEM week. They've just seen how teams can beat G2. You've just watched how a more aggressive playstyle can influence the map, thanks to the Flash Wolves and the IEM teams. Now, I hope they've taken that on board, come with a strategy that they can now apply with their team. They've had a lot of roster changes, but just come in clean with a strategy and see how well you can do against G2.
And as you rightly said, maybe G2 as a team, you're not looking to beat them, but you are looking as to how well you can do with the coming weeks ahead, because you have some very big games with which you can very easily get points from. But if you're going to have the same play styles that you had versus Misfits, that is not going to be enough to take down teams like Giants and Rocket.
No, it isn't. Well, we will see if Vitality take the series as a chance to test their aggressive capabilities as we head over to the casters for their first game against G2.
Thank you very much, Shox. And hello, Internet. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, of course, joined by my good buddy Mitch Krepp of Vorspals. We're going to bring you our first matchup of the evening. It seems like it was only yesterday.
Yesterday that we casted together. It was actually yesterday.
Go figure. I guess my memory is a little foggy sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes that works. It was a good series. I enjoyed it. However, this one has a lot of question marks. I don't know. Like, is Vitality going to use that 2 weeks of practice that they got? Are they going to center themselves? How has G2 reacted to disappointing IM performance? Because it's kind of weird, because they got much farther than H2K. They got farther than Unicorns of Love, but they got by far the most blame placed onto them.
Well, that's just what happens. People are always expecting big things out of G2. But let's not get too far into it, because we're going to be seeing those teams take to the Rift in a minute. Let's take a look at our rosters. In the red corner, it is G2 Esports, which means we have Expect up in the top lane, Trick in the jungle, Perkz on mid, Sven, the AD carry, support Mithy, and their coach is Youngbuck.
Yeah, and they'll obviously be looking for a clean victory today. A 2-0 is what they have in mind. Hopefully it works for them. They're obviously facing Vitality, and that roster has a relatively new player in them. Let's take a look here. We have Kabashard in the top lane. Joko is still in the jungle. Nukeduck is in the mid lane. Steelback with 3 Es always throws me off, and the AD carry. But then AOD is still here, and he was looking for more footing on the stage. He had one kind of set on stage, 2 games of Nami. Didn't look that comfortable. Nami also not a meta pick, so it shows that he was looking for comfort. We need to see if Vitality have kind of put those nerves to rest, and hopefully AOD can shine a bit more.
Yeah, it's always tough trying to come in, especially in a team that is already in turmoil. They had tried some experimentation on the Vitality side. They used Nuke Duck on support. They had GBM coming in for mid, and then they just kind of kept switching things around.
Yeah.
Seems like they haven't, as they said on the desk, really found an identity.
Yeah, and it's really hard because the recent meta shift is something the pro players are talking about a lot right now, is how Vision is the new objective. I mean, that's kind of the old story of League of Legends, but they've kind of rediscovered it. Whereas in Europe, traditionally, we've been looking at what's the next objective, Baron, Dragon, but it seems like the great teams, the good, fantastic teams, they treat Vision itself as an objective, and for that, you need proactivity from your support and your jungler.
It's the kind of thing we need to see at Vitality.
Yeah, and if you have a new jungler like Vitality and a new support in there, it's so hard to build that foundation with two kind of rookie players.
All right, so as we get into picks and bans, the Shen's taken off the board for Vitality, but the Varus actually banned over on the red side, so G2 removing that very quickly from the pool.
Yep, that's a staple red side ban these days because you just do not want to give over Varus first pick. Simply too strong. I like that there's a bit more change up though, not the very stale kind of Rengar, Camille, LeBlanc bans all the time on purple side.
Yeah, changing things up a bit for sure. The Elise is banned away. There's an early game choice that we started to see coming back a little into vogue.
Yeah, definitely more kind of Korean bans here, you know, get rid of the Elise.
Hey man, everybody sees a little bit more, not just at IEM where you see Kongdu and Rox Tigers, but I think everybody had their eyes on the game yesterday, the Telecom Wars, but this is back here in Europe. Now we'll see what lessons they can take. Ryze is banned off for Vitality. No supports hit so far. I wouldn't be surprised to see Vitality go for an early support choice, not in first rotation. The Jin's still up, of course, but there's options in the next one.
Yeah, they're looking at potentially Graves with Elise off the board as well as just a strong jungle pick here. They're looking at maybe the Rengar that's left over, maybe the Camille. Rengar, it's such a hot topic, really. So many teams valued it extremely high going into even IEM and then looking at different regions, and other regions didn't prioritize it that much, and in IEM it didn't really see that much success rather. So we need to see what Vitality can do with this pick because it is quite tricky to play.
Yeah. Definitely difficult, but if Vitality are taking it, says, all right, we want to make some plays early, or at least try to make them early. The Jin is answered on G2 Esports side. Would not be too surprised to see the Kazakhs here, but the Graves is still up.
Yeah. I mean, it's comfort at this point. Personally, I like Graves more. I think it's sometimes difficult to play with a team because it requires some communication, but he is a super strong jungler. Now, they have options, but they don't want to go into second ban phase and then have Vitality ban both Kha'Zix and Graves out, because then obviously they're in a tricky spot. For Vitality side, usually we see the Sivir pick on the Ryze into the Jhin, but I like it paired with a Karma very often because it guarantees you the push, because if you somehow give the Karma over, then you nullify a lot of the potential there.
So they did give the Camille over, as you mentioned previously. It had been something that, you know, was back to the ban board yesterday rather, but not so much at IEM, and it's picked up. The Ezreal's also locked in on first rotation, so it's a lot of attack damage early on for Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality really focusing on the top side of the map as well, yielding bottom side with like a passive scaling pick like Ezreal that needs to build a tier, but they have, I guess, a strong spiking jungler on level 6 in Rengar, and they have a really massive duelist here in Camille, so maybe Vitality going back to Spring of last year where they were consistently playing around Kabashard.
Yeah, and that's kind of been a little bit of a weird thing to see, because Kabashard, you know, he has been playing a lot more of those tanks initially, and he wasn't exerting nearly the same amount of pressure, obviously, on a tank not going to do the same. But even when he tried to play a couple of carries, we weren't really seeing the same thing come out. He got his hands on Fiora once, he got a Camille once. I want to see if he's able to step back up into, you know, a shadow of that former carry player he used to be.
Yeah, obviously everybody around him got better, and obviously he's playing with a new jungler as well, so it's quite hard to build that synergy, because the Kabashard of old would have Shook alongside him, really pressuring that mostly bottom side of the map due to the lane swaps in the end, but he would have a massive CS advantage.
So Renekton banned for Vitality. G2 had actually not banned on their side.
Oh, they skipped one?
Not sure if it was deliberate or a mistake.
Usually that's a mistake, because there's plenty of stuff you can ban out. Worst case, you just ban out a mid lane champion that you don't want to play against, unless you are really dead set on thinking that Camille goes in the mid lane. Technically still possible.
Yeah, I just got confirmation in my ears too. That was actually a mess up. So they just let the timer run out. They banned Echo. Speaking of time, he's taken off the board too.
Need to look into the flexibility here. Echo is actually a really fun pick into Maokai for side lane pressure. So maybe they were thinking Camille could go mid. They're just scared of the Nuke Dog Echo mid lane.
Could always happen. You never know. Still one more ban for Vitality remaining. They've gotten rid of Renekton and now Poppy, so they target out the top lane.
If you're G2 here, Maokai Actually, Nautilus, after the nerfs, looking honestly really good. He gets the push over, and a slightly more push built in. Obviously, it depends if Expect can deal with a Camille in the top lane on that champion.
I don't need to pick it up just yet. G2 eyeballing their mid. Will Perkz take the Cinder blind now?
I think you should wait for counter pick on mid lane and just locking that tank into the top lane. Because you have to imagine, yes, they could flex the Camille to mid lane, but what are you really going to counter pick top? Nautilus right now is just so strong, slightly risen above popularity of Maokai here, and he also just brings tankiness and CC and engage right now after the G2 Esports lineup, and that's what they need because they drafted a pure combat-oriented jungler.
And now they're looking to play it a little safer in the mid lane, which of course gives the tell-all that this Camille will definitely be going up to the top as expected. We get the Orianna lock-in for Nuke Duck, and now the last question remaining is what does AoE take? He's only played Nami so far on this stage.
They have two very interesting ball delivery systems in place. One's a kitty cat, the other one is one of the more broken champions in history of League of Legends in Camille. They can do it very well. I like that they pair it with Lulu from a comp point of view. The question is whether they can survive the lane. If you look at Lulu into Malzahar, that was a counter pick. Now with Voidling spawning slower, it's even better of a pick because you can get your autos off much more safely before you get wrecked by all those Voidlings.
Yeah, so draft not looking too bad for Vitality. I'm wondering if G2 left some of these things up on purpose, not worrying about Vitality's ability to really execute on this type of composition. Some slow scaling in the Ezreal and the Orianna, but they have early attack damage out of the Camille and Rengar.
Yeah, I think they should be fine. Rengar's pre-6 ganks aren't that strong, so it's unlikely that this Camille snowballs super hard. Expect should be able to play safe in the top lane. So from G2's point of view, they're happy with their comp. They have catch potential on AD carry, support, top lane and mid lane. They can punish with their jungle. They can pair jungler very well with top and with mid lane to generate skirmishes and fights that are beneficial for them. So it's much harder to play Vitality's lineup, and I'm afraid Vitality may fall into the same trap that they did against Misfits, where they will play super slow, scaling, and kind of wait for the ideal fight that will never happen.
And G2 are always a team that are going to make it hard for you to get those openings. But we'll see if they play a little bit differently than they have been in Europe. The IEM game certainly taught us one or two things for sure. But this is a comp that definitely looks very comfortable for this squad.
Yeah, definitely G2 should be comfortable here. And Vitality, again, for them it's to track what progression have they made in this 2 weeks off. They had all the time to practice at home, to watch IEM, to pick up these little gameplay elements, see how the great teams were performing. They also could watch the Telecom Wars to see how the
there
really
was a lot of good
teams...
League of Legends going on.
Yep.
Some games better than others, but you know.
No. I mean, you can't compare anything to SKT versus KT.
No, there's really nothing quite like it, but G2, they're the team that wants to try and get up to that level. That's a mountain to climb. But if they can take some lessons away, there's always a few more steps you can go up. Vitality, they're just trying to show some consistency. Let's see if they can do it. If they can even get an inkling of something going against this G2 Esports squad. It's a tough team to face off. It is Europe's best, the kings of Europe, if you will.
There's one guy. He knows.
It always takes one.
Takes one guy to clap. Sometimes it's hard to know. You're sitting in a crowd and you're like,
yeah,
is it my time to shine? No,
you know,
just not yet.
What the fans don't know is that you actually have to start clapping before we can load onto the Rift.
Really?
It's mandated.
All right.
It's in the rule set, man. Look it up.
Clap before you enter the Rift.
There we go.
Speaking about clapping, G2 hoping to clap Vitality here. Woo!
All right, we're starting off spicy. Speaking of, there's a Mountain Drake that's going to hit the Rift early, so we might see some action down there. G2 are sending all 5 down towards the bottom side. We've seen them do a few of these deep invades before.
Yeah, they sometimes end up on kind of Raptor contests as well at the other side of the map here. Nuke Duck getting moved out.
Oh yeah, he sees that, turns right on around. So there's the ward in, but it's spotted. Just going to be the ward down, and they ping the rest of G2.
And because the Raptor start isn't as great for kind of a Rengar who needs a leash from Ori, like maybe you can have Camille leash. It looked like Vitality were looking to punish G2 there, maybe. Look, the wards are so set around these Raptors in the early game. It's actually quite funny how it changed. It started with jungle spawning, you know, the red and blue buff, and everybody needed to do red and blue buff. It had to be hard leashes. Then it evolved into maybe we can do smiteless, and now these guys like, wait, hang on. I know Krug spawn late and Grom spawns late, but these Raptors, they're here already, and they're also squishy, and they give you so much experience. Just come AoE them, and that's kind of how that changed.
Great time to be a jungler, for sure.
Yeah, and Vitality looking to do the invade that HTK did yesterday against Fnatic.
Yeah, we'll see if they make it happen. And speaking of Vitality and junglers, Joko, we talked about this team being a little passive, but Joko has been the exception to the rule, and they actually go in for the red right now, not spotted by Expect.
Yeah, I really like the sneaky invade because it's without the knowledge of Expect. Unless he can ward try right now and see Cabochard come back to lane, this may be an opportunity for Joko to 3-buff Trick here, throwing off his game.
This would be a good start for Vitality in G2. You know, they don't seem to be expecting it right now. He's on the bottom side, a little bit preoccupied with the Gromp after he finished blue, so Joko gets away with it. He's actually heading up towards the top lane, level 2, around the backside.
And we see the good play here, or cheesy gank actually.
Bola comes out, Expect. He's going to have to flash. He burns it. Thunderlord's proc. There was a lot of damage there.
Ooh, Expect under pressure. This is exactly what Vitality need to do because it's the only lane that can truly kind of play active. Orianna super passive lane, and in the bot lane, Vitality were just putting push pressure. So they pushed up early, and if you look at the ward that's been placed next to Gromp and blue buff on Trick's side, that gave information of where Trick started, how many camps he did, and his projected pathing. Similar thing happened in the H2K versus Flash Wolf series, where eventually Karsa got kind of spotted at Gromp after doing red. AOD trying to sniff out Trick here, but he's alone.
Oh yeah, isolation. Let's see, the Blast Cone's going to get taken. AOD is able to get out without too much damage, and he noms on a biscuit. Now Mythy's going to be brought up with Trick to take the red buff.
So that's good adaptation from G2, and that's why I don't actually like that early gank in the top lane that much, because it gives away that buff advantage that you had.
AOD's waiting, baiting. Not much he can really get done. He can't get the Glitter Lance over the wall, so Trick ends up trading buffs. But you can already see Joko hanging in this bottom side. Meanwhile, in mid, Nuke Duck takes a Scout of the Week from Perks.
Yeah, Perks playing just hyper-aggressive here. Joko, why are you walking back into your own jungle? This is so greedy.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. But AOD, maybe it was somebody baiting the other one. Anyways, it's Voidlings on the menu as Mythy steps up to push him back. This is a bit of a wonky start in this jungle.
Yeah, Joko gets the flash from Trick. Trick overreaching there, but you could see Perks immediately put the aggression on in the mid lane to force Nuke Duck back, to prevent Nuke Duck from collapsing faster. That's always what you need to do when you're invading the enemy jungle. You make sure that you are there quicker than your opponent, and the same thing for bot lane. That's why we saw Mythy peel off and help his jungler. And right now they're looking to shut down Joko.
Oh, he could be in for a rough time of it for sure. Trick just making his presence known, and he's bringing Mythy, so they stepped up quite forward. Meanwhile, up top, you normally talk about wet noodle fights, but it's not two tanks. Cabochard's on the Camille, and Expect still has no flash, so he has to be careful.
Yeah, but Expect is fine. This wave is parked here. The enemy jungler is continuously revealed. By the time Joko heads back top, this flash is going to be back up, and honestly, the vision and pathing advantage that was on the side of Vitality got wasted by that early gank.
Yeah, so they tried to make some early stuff happen, but all they really got was a summoner spell out of it, and Trick was right back in the driver's seat after the fact. Still, it's nice to see Vitality trying to make some early plays.
I'm really liking the deep wards from Vitality. This is an element of proactivity that we did not see in their gameplay. Cabochard just walked into the enemy jungle, placed the ward on Krugs, so now they have full knowledge again of where Trick is.
All right, Nuke Duck. Back to the mid lane now, and they just keep moving around, making sure they have the vision for themselves. Take a look.
It's a good vision toggle here. Shows you just how easy it is right now for Vitality to play. Joko, he could, if he was stronger than Trick, he could contest him on Raptors. Remember, Trick used his flash here, and he may want to do exactly that.
Well, he's heading back up.
Yeah, he's going to loop around from the other side.
Oh,
Wait for him to start it. There's a ward on Raptors placed by Steelback. So Vitality really working as a team here. Vision is a team objective for Vitality, and it's working out.
Here comes Joko. Well, he's definitely looking for a hunt right now. No? He moves back up top. I was
No, they want to get
you.
I think they saw Expect move out, so they're trying to catch him in the river with his flash down.
He still has none, yep. Joko waiting in the tri-brush. This time Cabochard looking for the collapse. He goes in, hook shots. Expect is fighting. Shield was there. Expect realizes, uh-oh, something might be going on. And he actually passed right back down, and Joko wraps around the wrong way.
So this is about a minute that Joko has spent with full vision on his opponents, staying in brushes, waiting for a potential gank, and not really getting anything done. So huge missed opportunity. Right now, Nuke Duck knows something's coming.
Yeah, there's the shield. Command Protect on. Perks is low on mana, though. He can't get involved. And Nuke Duck isolation damage, there it was. He's going to get out. A lot of misfires in this early game.
Yeah, no, misfire is just really good movement here by Nuke Duck. He kind of read the change in Perks' gameplay, that he knew he was getting ganked. Then he looked at his vision. He's like, okay, I imagine he has to come from behind me. So he actually juked forward. Really solid movement there. Good read on the game.
That feels like a chess match then.
Yeah, you can really tell where the enemy jungler is coming from by how enemy laner is playing against you. Oh, Cabochard. That's a big shot.
Oh boy. Yeah, don't think he was expecting the anchor to hurt that much that early on.
Yeah.
Level 6 to level 5.
The tower shot he ate also helps. Hey, Joko's coming. They're trying to set up the dive here. Expect has flash available. Can he outplay?
Back up again. Okay, hook shot right in. The minions are there. He's going to attack. Cabochard tanking. He gets the ultimatum on. A tack sweep. One more auto. He needs it, but he's going to get knocked up, and Joko went down.
He does go for the 1-for-1. I think Expect knows he kind of goofed here. Didn't use his flash at all. Could have flashed to the other side of the tower before Cabochard really launched that ultimate and put them in a really bad spot to follow up. But he still gets a 1-for-1. Ultimate was very late. I think he was trying to get level 6. I don't think he was level 6 as that dive was happening.
Oh man, Joko even flashed to try and get away from it. Ends up not being the case, so traded of kills, first blood to Vitality, but only a couple hundred gold given the difference right now.
Yeah, Expect was so close to level 6. He actually got it off using his AoE ability right there on the E. And obviously that helped him level up. Let's watch this again. So he's level 5 right now. So now he has to decide, do I flash here, maybe here? I think if you flash under your turret right there, and then Cabochard hits you, Joko will be in such an awkward spot here. Ooh. Poorly executed flash by Joko as well, just in turret range. And Expect is like, I saw the montage. So close.
Almost had the big outplay, but he still got 1-for-1 at the end of it.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Perks is actually getting the Raptor steal off. Gets the small ones at the very least. Scat of the week. Back into the mid lane, pinging. Nukeduck knows where he was, knows what kind of errand he was on for a little while now.
Yeah, and I like the vision from G2 in the river, really working together here. It's when an entire team has the same goal in mind, you can just do so much more. All these control wards helping together, and every time there would be a chance for Nukeduck to step out of mid lane, he will get spotted. So one of the roams kind of gets taken care of, and then this ward over the wall, and it becomes another game where Joko has a hard time to have agency in the game.
Yep. Trying to make plays early on, but he's having some trouble even inside of his own jungle. Trick and Mythy once again moving forward to push him out of his own zone.
Yeah, and they kind of get guided into the enemy jungle by these control wards. There's one even moved into enemy tri-bush. They had one in the little brush next to mid lane, but they moved that control ward even more aggressively to really consolidate that path. Look at the division denial against Vitality here by G2 Esports, really solidifying these objectives.
Yeah, this is clean play from them. Definitely the kind of thing we expected to see against Vitality, but Vitality's still putting up this fight. It's just the execution difference, it's so obvious, it seems.
It's also draft here. If you draft Ori into the Syndra, despite it being revealed and you're still getting pushed in, pressured in early, and your bot lane can't keep the push pressure up, then yeah, it's so easy for Trick to really take a claim on the bottom side of the map, right? And you would think that's fine if Joko then could snowball the top side of the map, but his repeated ganks have only netted a 1-for-1 overall and have given so much information for G2 to work with.
So G2 has definitely not had any trouble repelling things back. They get themselves the first Draken of the game, Mountain Drake, of course, and stealing away a red buff, too, makes Joko's life a little harder. Nukeduck will get some tower free time after the fact, but honestly, it doesn't translate to a whole lot.
But the game is slowly swinging in terms of kind of spikes. On level 6, steal back, and after a few bases, once he gets his tier up as well, he'll scale a bit better into the game. AOD can block a lot of these all-ins. And then in the mid lane, you have this Rengar ultimate that becomes available. Just need to jump onto Perks, burn his summoners, visit again later, or just open with an Orianna ulti and Perks drops it. Or if Joko decides to gank top lane, it's so hard for G2 to survive. If Vitality play the next 5 minutes right, they should be able to generate at least 1 kill with that Rengar pick. But they failed to do exactly that, I think, in week 2 or 3. When Joko played this pick, he was not invisible.
Well, this time he's definitely made himself a little bit more known. But if he goes invis, he could cause some havoc for Perks in the mid lane, but Perks playing very far forward. They do have a lot of vision down in this bottom side. The question is, where will they approach from? You can see Cabochard roaming down to mid at the moment.
Yeah, he really wants to find Perks. Is Perks aware of this?
Oh, there he is, the flash forward, and now he's in the ultimatum, but he gets scattered, and Trick's gonna hop right in. Nukeduck claims the kill, but Cabochard is finished off, courtesy of the tower. It's a 1-for-1 trade again.
Yeah, very fast reply here by Expect, instantly channeling the teleport in case the enemy would survive. There's teleport advantage right now on the map for Vitality, so this is a really good configuration. I really like the roam from Cabochard. It was almost a massive outplay, because at the end of the E from Camille, you can carry over the knock-up if you flash on somebody. He was super close to stunning Perks right there.
There we go. That was definitely something impressive to see. Let's take a look at it one more time.
So you see Perks flash, and obviously Cabochard wants to flash after. I think he could have nailed that one if he kept traveling a tad longer on the second part of his hook shot. And obviously Joko ended up wasting his ultimate as well in that exchange. So really right now, the goal for Vitality is to either really fight against this deep vision in the red jungle, or go topside again, snowball Cabochard, and then use his teleport advantage to maybe make a play somewhere else.
See if they can make it happen. Clearing out the vision here. Nuke Duck and Joko. They're able to get it done. The trick was away.
I mean, they can aggressively contest this because if Expect shows in the top lane, then Vitality can force a 4v5 on the bottom side of the map super easily.
Yeah, definitely no problem. So the AOD up here as well. AOD's actually not had too bad of a start too, even though they've been pushed in a bit. I think this Lulu,
it's
definitely a little different than the Nami.
Yeah, he's been playing Lulu here. Is Mythic on a face check? Let's see.
Well, who's checking who? Okay, he had the spell shield, but then Joko goes right on in. Joko is gonna get that big buff from AOD, staying alive, and Nuke Duck tags his way forward. Shockwave pulls it, Bergs and Trick. Joko looking to execute, and the tag sweep is not even the one that does it. It's Joko that gets the kill.
Yeah,
they grab one.
Suddenly, Cabochard arrives without even using his teleport. We saw the hesitation from G2. Mithy kind of needed help face-checking that brush, but as G2 were kind of organizing to help, they were just caught off guard. Totally did not expect this aggressive playstyle from Vitality.
And they keep on going. They look for Trick. He's going to have to flash out. Ooh, the Thunderlord proc from Joko, it looks like. No? Might have been the Orianna. Anyways, it's going to let them grab themselves a little bit more time on the tower. And yeah, Vitality's starting to pull the trigger. Joko at the front line of it all. It's nice to see him definitely trying to make the most out of this Rengar.
Expect peels down, and you can see that G2's shot calling is incredibly kind of in the moment, because they could have talked about Mythy needing help in that brush earlier. They didn't pull the trigger because they were so afraid of the CC immunity from Rengar, but they held on too long, and Nuke Duck with a fantastic roam there.
Oh yeah, and now Vitality can keep pushing forward and try to take the vision away, and at least get themselves some time on this tower. For all the action, we haven't really seen a tower fall just yet at 13 minutes into this game.
And you could also see the kind of shift here. The main player right now is actually Cabochard, kind of roaming down into the mid lane to enable things. Previously, the only player getting stuff done in the early game on Vitality was Joko. He is involved in 30 of their 36 early kills. Like, this guy was basically the crux in the early game for Vitality, but right now, all the members are pulling their weight. We saw deep wards on camps, we saw pings come out, we saw Cabochard pressure his lane and then move out.
Yeah, it's a nice change of pace for Vitality. We'd seen them, honestly, kind of not act with the vigor that their name would imply, but this game is very different. And even though they don't have the hugest of gold leads, they have the pressure advantage. And if they can keep on pushing it, they can get that outer towers knocked all down, get themselves some map vision.
Yeah.
G2 could be in trouble.
But you can see what they've done already. They've cleared out those 4 pink wards, which now allows Joko to kind of roam into the river. Mythy has no sidestone wards whatsoever, which allows Steelback to play hyper-aggressive. And honestly, the G2 bot lane does not know what's going on. They'll see Rengar right now, ping him out, trying to figure out what to do, but instead, they'll just take the base.
Yeah. Matching on CS now, Steelback and Sven. Steelback on that Ezreal is going to be waiting for quite a lot of time before he's going to get scaled up, and Joko keeps showing face down bot, even with the ward there.
Yeah, they can just hard dive bot lane right now, because look at Cabochard, he's peeling away because he has teleport available. There's ball delivery and Joko. I think they should just pull the trigger right here if you're Vitality, but they're hesitating.
Well, they're thinking about it. Speaking of balls, Perks is looking to throw a couple Nuke Duck and Joko's way.
Yeah, I think they don't have the accurate timer on the teleport. There was a small window where they could do it, but they let it fly by. And now Expect has teleport, which allows G2 to kind of combat these movements much easier.
Yeah, but on the plus side for Vitality, there's Trinity Force completed for Cabochard. He's going to hit that spike right about now. Still waiting for Orianna to complete items. In the jungle, it's pretty much been evenly matched. So Vitality, it's not translated into huge gold just yet for them, but they are on the push.
Yeah, Steelback has to be careful. If he kind of plays too far forward compared to his support, all it takes is a flash from Mythy to really just lock him down. Flash into Nether Grasp, into the Deadly Flourish, which then keeps you locked down into the silence from the Malzahar. Yes, Lulu can buff your HP, but you will lose that trade really hard.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a lot of those highlight plays. Trick is going to be making his way into the Vitality jungle, clearing away the control ward. He's got Perks and Mythy at his back.
And this hyper-extended laning phase in the bot lane, both AD carries sitting over 1,500 gold. Especially Steelback right now is almost on 2K. It means that nobody has vision. All these sidestone wards have been placed and expired right now.
Easy peasy dragon take right now. They just take the Blast Cone Express to go grab it, and there's really nothing Vitality can do with their jungler sitting closer to the mid lane.
The observers just showed us, they're telling us the Vitality story, so that there was one element of proactivity, but to really keep the tension in a game, you need to base often. Why? Because you need more wards. You need vision. Vision is the first objective. The Vitality is letting that slip.
They let the tower slip too.
Yeah, they had some pressure. They could have based much earlier. Like, how many moments did we see G2 bot lane catching the wave under their turret, where Steelback could have based an AOD, but they told themselves, nah, one more wave, it's fine. I just want my item spike. I want to get my Muramana and my CDR boots and my longsword. Why don't you base a little earlier, get vision advantage, and then you don't get the dragon snuck on you.
Yeah, it's not the first time it's happened, too. They've lost out on not just that Ocean Drake, but also a Mountain. So Vitality seems a little greedy to stay in the lane, try to keep themselves farming up, and it's kind of bit them in the behind.
Yeah, definitely. And so often we talk about Expect, the weakest link of G2 Esports. Is he going to fall behind against this kind of stellar top laner in Cabochard?
I mean, he got like 5 steel links and there's 1 made of iron. I don't think it's too bad, right?
It's definitely not too bad, and he kind of caught up. His early flash got blown. Yes, Cabochard roamed a few times, but every single aggressive play from Vitality, bar the one around the blast cone, has kind of resulted in a 1-for-1 trade. So it's not as efficient, not as refined, but there is progression, and that's exactly what they're looking for, especially if you look at their schedule in the coming weeks.
Absolutely. Vitality, they're going to have some much more winnable matches. I mean, we talk about this game being pretty even altogether, but G2 is still the top team in Europe and Vitality close to the bottom.
Yes, and we need to stress it's not even just like winnable matches, it's super important matches. Because this team is looking at Giants, Rocket, Origin, and Splyce
all in 3 weeks
as their next 4 matches in the next 3 weeks. That is where, if they pick up 2 wins, they can honestly guarantee themselves to be above relegation. They can maybe challenge for that 3rd spot. It's so important for Vitality to get stuff done.
That was a nice attempt, but unfortunately, G2, they were faster on the trigger finger, forcing Nukeduck to flash away. But look at where Camille is. Cabochard on the backside at TP'd. Let's see if they have a second wind.
They're looking to re-engage here. They find Sven.
Oh, right on top of him. And Joko hops in. There's the ultimatum. They're going to polish him off. Steal back with the kill credit. Secured now as Trick is limping away, but Cabochard stopped up by the Nether Grasp. Joko had the Wild Growth on. It's a quick 1 kill, but they invested heavily to do it.
Yeah, I'm loving it here, and Expect was not part of that play. His teleport is on quite a large cooldown, which means he channeled it, canceled it, and G2 was still stuck. So this is a major communication error on G2 side and a massive punish from Vitality. This sense of proactivity, this sense of action, just wanting to win, the desire to win, it's finally there for Vitality.
Yeah, it took them 18.5 minutes. Okay, they showed a little bit more early. I might not be completely fair there, but Perkz pushing on the mid. They had Expect pushing on the top. Nukeduck has stopped up for a second. Perkz is chasing him down. He's got Mythy at his back. Nukeduck overstepped his bounds. He's got no summoner spells, and Mythy gets the final shot with Voidlings. Meanwhile, up top, they will secure a tower. It's Vitality, even though Trick was there trying to fight him back.
Oh, and the answer from G2 immediately in the mid lane here. This was Expect, obviously, on the back end of that play. He got the movement advantage because he stayed bottom lane. Of course, he wasn't part of that fight, which was a mistake, but then he pushed up bot. He walked into the mid lane, and they found Nukeduck overextended.
Ooh, okay, ooh, that heal was necessary. Still back in Joko. They're going to live to fight another day. Yeah, all of a sudden, this game just kind of comes alive with objectives traded.
Yeah, and Sven still has all his sums and his ultimate available because he got popped instantly. So now he's on the map too, and G2 looking to really snowball off a small roam from Expect here, from mid to top.
Well, G2 have been very vocal prior to IEM, talking about not wanting to punish mistakes in the micro sense, but always going for the objectives. They're definitely doing both right now.
I mean, they will still punish micro mistakes. There's this conception that G2 is not going to take the free kill if it's there because they're not taking micro advantages. But let's see how it came to be. Expect is in the bot lane. He's already canceled his teleport, and Cabochard is still here. So G2 is essentially stuck in the river 4v5, and they should get slaughtered here. It's actually very lucky for them that Trick survives.
Yeah, that made a big bit of difference.
Because they only get 1 kill, and then obviously Expect walked up and he got even more.
All right, brief moment of respite after all that action as we hit 20 minutes on the Rift. Taking a check-in with what we got in our items. The Ezreal on the Iceborne Gauntlet still stacking on the tier. The Muramana on the other side, of course, Sven, has his quintessential lethality items already completed. Yes, Edge of Night got a bit of a nerf, but still pretty good on this Jhin.
Yeah, still the preferred build. You can see though League of Ninja Tobbies. Everybody really kind of they're the new Swifties. A lot of the high elo players right now will joke about them on Twitter. Basically, how do you see who's winning? Well, you press tab and you check who has more Ninja Tobbies because they're so efficient.
Well, looks like by that logic, I would say clearly G2 in the driver's seat.
And guess
3
what?
greater than 1.
Guess what? Pyra,
hey, there
the
we
gold.
go.
It's supporting the theory.
Can I be an analyst now?
Yep. Count control wards and count Ninja Tobbies, and you're probably not far off to see who's winning.
All right, good pro tip for sure. Thanks, Crepo. G2 looking to make sure they keep the vision all clear on their side of the map. There's another Ocean Drake spawning. Not the biggest contest at 21 minutes, but G2 have got them all so far. Vitality have kept most of the wards in the last 5 minutes or so on their side of the map.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference this game has been the participation kind of between Perkz and Nukeduck. Nukeduck had this one great moment where he walked up for the shockwave, but Perkz has been kind of continuously poking out, pressuring, even playing on half HP, and then moving into the river for pressure and then basing. So he's really not going for kind of these faster lane leads where he can be back with his items. He's really trying to translate any advantage that he has in terms of pressure onto the map for a team. And that's a different perks than we're used to seeing.
Definitely playing more that way. Still, on this, Syndra has a lot of kill potential, and if he does get the chance to get the chase down, we saw it earlier, ended up being Mythy grabbing it.
Yeah.
But, you know, an assist is good too.
We just
He's
saw
a team player.
sneaky play from Trick on the map. He hopped over the wall to hit the blast cone, and then obviously got launched back into the Dragon Pick. This prevents enemy jungler from contesting. G2 trying to hold mid right now. Vitality ideally wanted to stall until Cabochard had pressure, but he peeled off, so it seems that Vitality set on a mid lane dive that could be defended by G2.
Yeah, there's still a little bit of health on that tower. And with a lot of members of G2 there, it's going to be hard for them to finish the job. Joko waiting in this brush to see if anyone's going to face check into him, but Mythy's there. There's a shield. Nuke Duck stopped up for just a second. They still have enough push. The minions are going to be melted. Perks just takes out Joko off screen.
Faintly hear the Malzahar ulti being channeled right there. Joko, he had a sphere thrown in front of him, popped in the Oracle to see if anybody was warded. It wasn't, so he felt safe. Now Nuke Duck getting caught.
Oh, the curtain call's open, the wild grows on, and Nuke Duck is out of there. That's 2 quick kills, and the curtain call final shot nails Cabochard in the back of the head. G2, they're up inside this Baron pit right now. Are they going to start this off?
Yeah, Vitality all over the place. They see Steelback in the bottom lane. They just saw him, so expect can tank this. They have really good turn potential. There's no vision whatsoever. Really hard for Vitality to face check, and it looks like G2 are going to take aggressive play from Vitality, catch the punch, turn the momentum around, and slap him in the face. 2 kills and Asher.
Nice big swing here for G2 Esports, and that puts the gold lead at about 5,000. G2 playing it out pretty cleanly.
Yeah, and you can see that this is Vitality kind of taking baby steps in terms of aggression. So there was a control ward being placed that wasn't there just now. So Joko, he started in that brush with Sweeper. He walked up, back down, and the second he goes back down, there's suddenly a control ward, and he gets bopped. So he felt safe for a while, but he just simply wasn't paying attention to who left mid lane. So that's a very big mistake by him.
Yeah, that's just the caliber of understanding and game sense. In all honesty, we see that G2, they just have a lot more of it.
And it's also disrespect.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. You're making the most telegraphed dive in the bot lane, or in the mid lane rather. You just saw the enemy top laner walk down, so they were aware of this, and you face check like that with no backup. That is a rookie mistake.
We talked a lot about the rookies on Vitality, but I mean, there are definitely some old hands here. You look at players with names like Cabochard and Nuke Duck, and it kind of evokes these players that had made some seriously big plays for themselves. Well, even Steelback, his time on Fnatic, and then over the Unicorns of Love, made a name for himself, but we just haven't seen that much out of these players of late.
Yeah, Sven had to flash here from Cabochard. He's getting the redemption right now. The new Malzahar build. Expect looking to catch Cabo.
Oh, he does. There's the ultimatum. He's going to flash his way out of it, but Joko steps on forward. Must have missed the memo, because Vitality were looking for the retreat path now. AOD looking to face tank the line, and they just dive behind the turret. Perks blows up AOD. A shockwave pulls in Expect, but he still kills Joko on the back half.
Yeah, Expect doing his job as a frontline tank, soaking damage and just providing CC. Poor AOD uses Wild Growth from somebody else and gets one shot by Syndra.
It's a rough time for AOD. Welcome to your 3rd game in the European LCS. Play a different champion. Results still look to be the same. G2 marching into the base of Vitality. Get themselves an inhibitor soon enough. It's only Cabo, Nuke Duck, Steelback trying to defend. Expect is a little low here, but he's giving them enough respect. And G2 are going to back away. Still Baron buff in tow, and they'll get out of the danger zone.
And they're walking away there. Some good zoning going on by Perks. Every time he puts a sphere down, there's always that looming threat that he will just shoot it forward and get a stun. And everybody else on Vitality playing pretty slow here. They disengage from Cabochard and then they immediately react. And why is Cabochard farming these range creeps? Like, it's in the details, but Vitality, they need to play with a bit more respect for their opponents, because G2 will pull the trigger. Yes, they lost the finals IEM, but it's not like they can't punish you when you're farming in front of them in full vision. And then obviously this cost them an inhibitor. So this is the type of small mistakes that Vitality need to start avoiding, but they're making progress.
They are making progress. It's always tough, though, when, you know, you think you're improving and then you have to go up against the best team in Europe, and then, okay, you're getting a little bit wrecked that time around. This will definitely come in handy for them in the next couple of weeks, but for now, it's looking like it's going to be a G2 game 1.
Yeah, but their game plan was at least followed and supported by their draft. They had a passive bot side, they had a snowbally top laner, they early ganked for him, went there again, then they tried to leverage that advantage by sending Cabochard to mid lane to force picks. Yes, they need to communicate better when they contest vision. Yes, they're overextending at times, but this is a lower ranked team in the LCS. We can't expect greatness from them. We just need to see growth. And this is the first week where at least I see something from Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality looking to cultivate it, improving on those basics. Maybe need to play with a little respect, as you said, against this G2 team. But, you know, as far as they're moving the snowball forward, it's still 8,000 in the lead to them. 26.5 minutes. They're looking to finish the job the easy, clean way. You go top, well, now it's time to go bottom. Split the opponent. Make sure they can't get involved.
Send in the tank, man. That Nautilus, so beefy. Doesn't even care about Orianna. Frozen Heart has some magic resistance. All he needs to do is hook Nuke Duck and then soak the damage from the other part of the team.
Definitely playing it well. Some question marks even for G2, though, coming back from IEM. We saw Sven and Mithy, even before that, honestly had a little bit of a tougher time than we could have expected.
Yeah,
you could almost say dip in performance, but obviously they're not going to show that much here.
I think you could definitely say that. Definitely a dip. I mean, these guys were undeniably the best in the West at one point. Then there were, I mean, discussions, are they the best or top 2 or top 3? But right now they're definitely faltering. They're getting solo killed in lane sometimes. We see Mithy kind of hesitate on that check, and it's not necessarily a gameplay mistake. This all lies in communication and planning. When you can tell your team what you're doing a minute in advance or 30 seconds in advance, they can cater their lane states around that and then help you with your task.
Yeah, a lot of it, honestly, there's a lot of little tools you can do here and there.
Pinging.
Mentioned about, yeah, pinging is a really important thing. It's the kind of thing that we saw happening from the eventual winners of IEM, the Flash Wolves, pinging every single time.
You should watch their games and just on mute and then try and follow their shot calling just by watching the pings. And G2 are actually doing it pretty well their game. Constantly telling each other right now, this is the brush I'm going for. There might be a ward here, back me up. Okay, V pings if it's kind of dangerous. Even as simple as on the way pings, when you come back from base, and you just ping on the way to a brush and you just tell your team, this is the brush I'm looking for. I'm going to put a control ward here, and I'm looking for deep vision in these 2 brushes. That tells your mid laner, oh, okay, checks the map. I have about 20 seconds until this guy's here. Let's slowly start pushing right now. I'll tag along, get the vision, because it benefits you as well. Because the deeper the vision, the more you see about the enemy jungle pathing, and that allows you to play aggressive and passive at the right time.
Gives you a lot more versatility in the playstyle. G2, they're just getting all the dragons this game. Since they own the map right now, it's an easy peasy pickup on the Infernal. And it could be another one. Oh, and some Mountain coming up, excuse me, if they even needed to end the game.
Yeah, I don't think they do. They have 4 dragons right now. Pretty good spread. And honestly, they're just waiting for the next Baron Nashor. They don't need to force for another inhib. They know on next Nashor they can probably close out the remaining inhibitors. And they're just systematically destroying all the vision. This is pretty deep for Mithy. You can actually get caught here, so he has to be careful.
Looks like he's safe enough to clear it out. AOD wasn't going to face check outside of his own base at the moment.
Yes,
Speaking of Baron.
Sven solo pushing versus a Rengar. This is G2 taking liberties with the state of the map right here. He was all the way up to the remains of tier 2 turret against a comp that has Camille with teleport and a Rengar. You have to be really confident in your sweeping of wards.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Well, you say confidence on one end, and we talked about Vitality not having all the respect. G2, I guess they don't really need to.
And those are exactly the things that get punished by better teams or team with more focus on vision and kind of predicting the punish, because that's what happens at IEM. These guys like suddenly pull the trigger, or they fight you for every control ward, whereas in Europe, when G2 plays lower tier teams or even sometimes high tier teams, they kind of roll over and just let them take all the vision.
Well, Vitality, they definitely had some lapses, but it didn't seem like they were keen to completely just give everything up this game. The early game plays, they tried to make some, just got turned around a couple times.
G2 making a play here. Expect coming in, knocks up Steelback.
Right onto him. Okay, they stop him up for another second. Mithy flash forward, instant nether grasp, and the ball comes down. Steelback moving away. Expect, though, he looks like he's caught. His Vitality are looking to shuffle their way around the side. Joko looking to hunt down somebody. He finds Sven, throws the bullet, true shot, barrage, nails Mithy and Trick, and that is only going to tickle him. For now, Steelback and AOD limping back to base.
Ooh, so much time spent under CC there for Steelback, and he didn't go down, so this is great. He was almost wishing he built a QSS second. But we gave him so much flack for that in the past. Right now, Mithy.
Oh, Shockwave pulls him in. In comes Cabo. Maybe this is the chance they're looking for. Tack sweep dodged out. In comes Joko. Looking for perks. He doesn't go down. Just flashes outside of the range. Barely making his escape with Vitality on the charge.
Pyra, so unfortunate for Vitality right here. They should have killed Perks right there. What a really good combo. And again, hubris from G2 Esports. Mithy is solo clearing wards, fully in vision of the opponents who still have cooldowns. He just gets blocked.
Finally, Vitality are able to crack that outer turret in the mid that gives them a little bit of gold. That's only their second tower of the game, by the way. And yeah, G2, they had all the cards this time around. To think they got caught like that, that's surprising.
Yeah, definitely. Really just not communicating. Look at where Mithy is. Why is he here? He's like, guys, hello? Oh, never mind. They actually have ultis. And then Cabo shot. Perks should die here. If AOD just flashes and does EQ on Perks, Perks is dead. And that means that Cabo Shard and Joko can chase, and then Trick dies as well. and then suddenly Baron may even drop. Like, it can actually snowball that hard.
Yeah, a little bit of hesitation. It seemed Joko was actually more keen to just flash out of there, assuming they'd be able to get down Perks, but a very close call. It only ended up being the one kill there. Vitality still have a chance.
OG2 pinging Nashor. Did they start it? Are they baiting it? Trying to lure Vitality in there.
Maybe a little half-hearted. Trick's already down to half health.
Where's the vision? Vitality seems like they know this.
Scuttle Crab on for Vitality.
Yeah. Okay. That explains.
Yeah, Cabochard's got TP. He's just gonna keep on pushing.
Generally, that's enough vision to see what's going on there. Obviously, they were trying to hide in the pit, but I think somebody accidentally aggroed Nashor. They probably were going for a corner bait right there. But expect Sunfire may have aggroed it.
Man, Cabochard, he's still pushing completely free right
the
now.
map right now is for Vitality. G2 had a failed attempt on Nashor, and to kind of come back from that, that takes you about one minute of map play usually.
It's a big golden flux, though. Vitality are going to be pretty happy with this. So, you know, Cabochard's just going to keep getting bigger and bigger. He already had the Titanica and the Trinity Force, and of course, trying to keep himself not from getting locked up with the QSS, but it's going to help him even further.
Definitely, and now this scaling lineup here of Vitality, if they can eliminate one of the key players on G2 with their combo, with the delivery system right here on Trick, Perks, or even Sven, then suddenly this gold swing or this gold advantage, it doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah. We had to go back to, honestly, some of the critique that we've leveled at G2 and Mythy stepping a little far forward. We talked about most of it being a problem in his laning phase, but that face check, even with the control ward, it wasn't necessary. They didn't see everybody outside, and it was a quick collapse from Vitality.
It's both a problem on Mythy's side and also on his teammates for not covering for him, right? So QSS used on Steelback. Now Joko's getting engaged on. Vitality need to answer.
Oh, he goes in. That's a big shockwave, but they already blew up Joko, and Nuke Duck is going to follow him to the grave. Redemption comes in, and G2, they're looking for some redemption after that last fight, and they will get 2 for none. Cabo is trying to change, and he takes down Sven, but gives his life.
And that's exactly the problem. This fight could have been good if Cabochard was here, but he ends up going 1 for 1 and loses his Guardian Angel. So bad. Nuke Duck for a moment thought he was Faker. He saw the flash shockwave on 4 people. He wanted to highlight reel, but this time there was a Nami ulti to follow up. There was nobody locking them down.
Should have picked Nami. Okay, well,
yeah.
Today we learned.
Challenge the Wolf.
4 members now on the Baron. It's only Steelback and AOD that could attempt it to try and push back G2, but that is some slim odds if I've ever seen them. A couple of Mystic shots flying into the pit, but there's a smite to contend with. Steelback going around the backside. That'd be a hell of a miracle steal. They're getting low on this one, and he sends it. No.
Steelback's also not the player to then shift in and try and kill somebody, right? This guy's going to play a max range of the fight, throw out 2 Qs, and then get caught. This is like typical Steelback right there.
He saw the montage too, unfortunately.
I mean, just try and snipe 2 players. Shift aggressively onto Mythy.
Vitality have had a hard time around that Baron pit, but they've had a hard time in general in the European LCS. Let's take a look at this fight and how it went down.
Yeah, disengage here. Joko getting sold. Nuke Duck going in immediately. And that is a bit of the problem. Like, look at how far Cabochard is there. Like, if actually Nuke Duck has some more patience and he waits slightly longer and they arrive at the same time, imagine if Cabochard has this ulti plus Nuke Duck has his shockwave on top of that. That could have been a wash, even 4v5.
Yeah, something to be said for burst damage.
They're going 1 by 1 right now.
Yeah, that's coordination. They're just not having it. So even though Vitality have been able to turn a couple of fights, a couple of picks on G2, the game is still firmly in the latter's favor. We are 35 minutes into this game. It looks like G2 were going to close it out cleanly, but they've definitely had a couple of mistakes. Now they march in with Baron-empowered minions into the mid lane. They have an open inhib up top.
They're going to get 2 inhibitors right here with the 4-1 split. Answer from Joko, I like it, because Trick showed in the top lane. G2 peeling back. Just waiting for Trick to get access to the inhibitor. Once Trick reveals somebody else, like Steelback right now, that's when G2 will walk back into the mid lane.
Just keep on playing this one out. Systematic. Don't give any chances for Vitality to come back into it once again. Camille being the X factor here for Cabochard. He's been getting a split push on, but he hasn't been able to contribute much in fights because they haven't been able to sync it up. Joko, a huge chunk of his health bar taken down.
And just play passive right here if you're G2, because Trick is taking that inhibitor. We see it in the picture-in-picture. That one's down. Now they can technically do the same thing for 1 bot. Oh, Trick gets denied.
He's caught in. Nowhere to go right now. Tack sweeps on, and he gets shut down by Steelback. Polishes off that last kill, and a shockwave pulls and expect only tickles him for a second, but in goes Cabo. Wild grows on, but he's still taking way too much damage. Perks just annihilates Nuke Duck, but he gets returned on. Steelback playing the hero in the back half, but G2, they're still pushing on here. AOD's caught, expect goes in the anchor. The double kill for Sven. They take down the turret. The curtain call comes up, and it's gonna be curtains for Vitality. 1 more kill, looking for Joko. He is the last man standing in the Vitality base, and not for long.
Yeah, very well fought fought team fight by G2 Esports. Perks finding Nuketek right there, removing him entirely from the fight, punishing that really, honestly, over-eager engage by Kabashard. He was so happy that he caught Trick, gave him the bug splat out of the air, denied the leap, but then it was just too deep from Vitality.
Too deep and too little too late. They get punished. G2 Esports will close this one out just shy of 37 minutes on the clock to take a 1-0 in the series.
And golf claps come out, and I think they're appropriate. The audience was just waiting for Nexus to explode, but no. This is what G2 need. They just need a win right now, hopefully 2-0. A relatively clean game. You could argue there was some mistakes, but you could see how much they were playing together. They were very scared of Joko picking them off, and Kabashard was repeatedly giving opportunities to put split push pressure and then disappear into Fog of War. So against a better team, G2 could have definitely easily lost this.
I think they know that too.
Yeah, I think they know that. That's why they shouldn't be happy with this win.
A lot to think about heading into the next game. But yeah, they gave a lot of powerful picks over too. I mean, that does seem to be a part of it. Joko did what he could to make the most of this Rengar early on. Some micro decision-making problems from him. Some lack of respect from the Vitality side altogether.
Yeah, you can definitely debate whether he should level 2 gang top there or go for kind of a jungle advantage. But early on, I like what Vitality were trying. It seemed like they came in with a goal. They were trying to execute it. G2 obviously played well. They played like one of the better teams in Europe. It's obviously, we're just very mindful of them and their misplays at times because we want to see them get better.
Well, we'll see if they can. Now, we're going to go ahead and send it over to the analyst desk for a closer look at game number 1.
Thank you, guys. And indeed, in terms of surprises, G2 was going to take this game, and they did. But the surprise lies in the fact that we were hoping that Vitality would do something, and they did exactly that in the early game. They didn't sit passively. They actually tried to make moves.
Yeah, it was pleasantly surprising. I actually look at this early game from Vitality and think if you do what they did against like Giants and Rocket, I think that
who goes even versus
game,
G2
right?
at 10 minutes? Not too many teams.
It was something I'd really like to echo what Krepo said, where it was very much that the team looked like they came in with a game plan and they executed upon it. This was what we wanted to see from Vitality, and that was nicely set up when we already saw that early aggression from them up in the top lane.
And when you look at the pick ban phase, top lane's where they got to go, right? And that's exactly where Joko goes. Camille is the lane that you want to try and snowball. You're not going to do it with Orianna, not going to do it with Ezreal, so get the flash already. It's a bit of that early surprising gank, but expect Under Tower does his best. It's that cannon minion would have done it.
If only he would have been able to get level 6, he might have been able to get a 2-for-1, but the sentiment still stands that this is exactly what Vitality needed to do. They needed to get Kabashard ahead on the Camille. They needed to start the snowball in the top half of the map. Then they have the split push presence that G2 has no answer for. If he starts rolling, then Vitality are in a great position to start closing out the game. We see their aggression continue towards the rest of the game. It was great to see from Vitality as they constantly look for opportunities.
Exactly, it was using this Camille or the Rengar either together or just with the rest of the team to find targets like Perks in the jungle. I mean, in the second replay we want to look at, okay, they find Mithy to begin with, but Perks ultimately gets punished for not having his summoners available on the tail end of this clip, and it's aggression again, utilizing this Rengar.
The thing that I really want to highlight is that Vitality were grouping up. You can see that Camille was already moving towards the mid lane well in advance. She didn't have to use the TP because Vitality wanted to move in aggressively for vision. And this was the thing. They realized Dragon's going to be up soon. We have push priority in mid. We have some pressure in top. Let's try and set up deep vision so that we can have an objective. And it's this forward thinking that is great to see from the side of Vitality.
Definitely. All the forward thinking was there, and they know they also needed to crack that first tower in the mid lane to get vision or be able to cross that line. However, that is exactly where they dropped the ball, even though they had the right idea.
Now, bear in mind, what Vitality are trying to do is just force G2 away from the turret. So Joko, he wants to make his presence known, but he steps out of the brush just as Mithy is getting vision down. Which means he loses full control and he ends up getting picked off. And once he is dead, that pressure now disappears. Nuketek is overstaying while the rest of the team has already backed away. And G2 are not, even though they didn't have their desired performance at IEM, they're not a bad enough team that they won't punish these very small mistakes.
And that was the window that let G2 back in. The early game was more of Vitality being proactive. G2 get the Baron from that play. I still question some of the decision-making in the mid-game that G2 had. We saw like Sven pushing out, Mithy getting caught later. And when you're kind of getting aggressed on, not aggressed on, but, you know, having a Rengar jumping up to top lane early game, then you're making mid-game decisions. This isn't a clean and crisp G2 that we would come to expect. They still handily close this game. I don't want to take anything away from them, but still, there are these areas that the better teams are going to start exploiting.
The better teams here, but then it was Vitality, obviously, that only got the advantage but wasn't able to clean it out. Who are those teams, if you look at Europe, that will be able to stop them?
I think Misfits H2K right now looked so good yesterday that I think H2K wouldn't let G2 go past them again a second time.
I think next week in particular is going to be the most exciting because when we have Misfits versus H2K, we're going to have a really good indicator of what a team that's just come back from IEM versus a team that's been prepping hard during IEM. So I think that that'll be a good indicator as to whether or not G2 are leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else. But I really want to echo that sentiment, which is very much that there were these points from G2 where they could have been a little bit crisper, could have been better in their decision making. And I think that they did drop the ball a little bit in the way in which they executed and tried to force plays where they didn't have to. And that did give windows for Vitality to come back in.
It did, and not just a window for Vitality, it also makes that they can have a better feeling going into game 2 and maybe put up more of a fight. But will it be enough? Do you see Vitality taking another game here, or will it be G2 either way?
I think that G2 still have firm control over the series. I think that the skill gap is still a little bit too big, but what we're seeing from Vitality is promising, especially when we look at their forward schedule.
I still think there's a lot to debate over with G2 right now, but we don't want to take too long over that. So I agree that G2 are looking so strong right now. It's going to be a 2-0.
They do. Well, G2 have taken game 1, but Vitality did show some much-needed fight. We'll see what happens in game 2 after the break.
He gets the ultimatum on, a tack sweep, one more auto, he needs it, but he's gonna get knocked up and Joko went down.
Looking to re-engage your defenseman.
Oh, right on top of him, and Joko hops in, there's the ultimatum, they're gonna polish him off, steal back with the kill credit, and they just dive behind the turret, Perks blows up AOD, a shockwave pulls and expect, but he still kills Joko on the back half. The curtain call comes up, and it's gonna be curtains for Vitality. One more kill, looking for Joko, he is the last man standing in the Vitality base, and not for long. It's G2 Esports will close this one out just shy of 37 minutes on the clock to take a 1-0 in the series.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our studios here in Berlin for the second game of Vitality and G2 Esports. So, expectations coming in. G2, we want to see them play a clean game out. We want to see Vitality try something new. I think we got a little bit of one, maybe not so much the other.
I mean, Vitality, they definitely improved. G2, I think it was clean enough. There were good punishes on when Vitality overextended. There was some hesitation here and there. There was also the question, what style is G2 going to play? Because there's massive debate and actually like literally debates right now about
literal debates.
Yeah, Weldon's approach to G2 and how they're playing this like really kind of safe style centered around the mid game, whether it's worth practicing for that. And some critics were like looking like maybe G2 should just play full on early game right now, start smashing that.
Well, it seemed like Vitality were the ones trying to play out that early game. And I mean, to be honest, when you've got a Camille up top side, you have Rengar, you pick these things so early on.
Go for it.
They honestly did try it, obviously couldn't get enough without trading. But I do like the kind of go-get-em we saw in the first 10 minutes of the game for Vitality, and I think they can build off that.
It's similar to the way Misfits kind of approached their games. They came in with a clear drafting ideology, much more early game centered, winning top lane, trying to snowball that with dives, and then let that advantage flow over into the map. I think Vitality was doing something similar. We saw the early level 2 gank to blow the flash from Expect. Then we saw the dive again. If it was executed slightly better, maybe Expect falls behind. Imagine if that dive happens 2 creeps earlier, Expect is level 5, he falls, loses his turret, suddenly Vitality is the one controlling the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole different vision of the game, right? It's an alternative game, if you will, for Vitality.
Different
but maybe
timeline.
they can make that a reality. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, and also it looks like a comfort thing. We talked a little bit about how Kabashard was known as this big heavy carry player that had kind of been stuck back on tanks. He tried a few carries this split, didn't quite work out. I think that was one of his better performances we've seen in a while. Yeah,
I like that he was just trying, even after failing, because there was a couple dashes in where he misplayed, maybe didn't have the right flash, but he just kept looking for the engage, and I think that's what you have to do in your Vitality. You just have to refine this gameplay. The best way to learn any craft or any sense of gameplay is to try and fail and learn. That's what Vitality need to do, especially on stage, because a lot of these lower ranked teams in the European LCS, they have issues translating scrims to stage, so just got to keep making the moves, keep going for it, and maybe you'll catch your opponents off guard.
Yeah, and they can definitely use this series as a building point for the next couple of weeks. As you mentioned, they have all the teams in the lower half of the bracket all coming up next. Giants, Rocket, Origin, and then Splyce, who aren't that far up there. So if Vitality can build off this can mean the difference between a relegation zone and just getting safe.
Yeah, you say it right there. It's a building week right there. They do not expect to go for a victory here. They maybe want to go 3 games here, but the organization has their eyes set on the next few weeks, and that's where the progression builds in, and that's why coming in with a clear game plan and just trying to get the communication down on the stage. Focus on yourself, not the opponent. It doesn't matter that you're playing G2. Yes, you may lose the late game due to better Baron control, but if you can smash the early game against some of these weaker teams, then you can snowball.
Definitely, win lane, win game is a viable strategy, especially when the teams don't have all the rest of their strategies all ironed out. We'll see if Vitality can bring it to bear in game number 2. It will, of course, be on the red side, as G2 had selected blue this time, so we might see a swippy-swappy of our picks and bans, as, speaking of, we loaded up.
Yeah, we're definitely heading in there right now. You guys can't even see it yet, but spoiler, Elise is banned out by G2 Esports. They really don't want that champion on the Rift. They want to give it to Joko. Maybe they did some scouting. Maybe he just played a ton of it. Or maybe at IEM, G2 learned that it's just a super strong pick.
Well, they also banned the Rengar away, so there we go. Focusing on the jungle side of it. Maybe trying to throw Joko off. Let's see what Vitality answer with. They've already banned the Varus, a no-brainer on that side.
Yeah, like that early ban. To see where their evaluation of Camille ends up. You would expect it as a 3rd ban on red side right here for Vitality. I need to see if G2, do they want to play against it again? Maybe just ban it out here, maybe ban a Rise. So many options.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff still up and available. See if that Camille comes through, but for right now, it has been 2 junglers. Will it be 3 for G2 Esports? A lot of high pressure, a lot of high early damage.
I mean, they could hit the jungle pool here, a bit much there. The Jace, Nuketook played it. Kabashard can play it too, but we've seen very little Jace in the top lane. Usually always ends up in the mid lane these days.
So last ban for Vitality. If it follows the normal strategy, we would see the Camille removed, but perhaps Vitality wants something like the Rise taken off the board. We'll see. 10 seconds still remaining. Arian talking to the rest of his players and to see what they were thinking about after
I'm
that
also
last
waiting,
game.
Pyro. I'm not going to guess at this point.
It's a timer. It's Jin. Oh, okay.
Jin
they banned 80
out.
carries.
All right. Is Expect going to play this Camille on the top lane? Are they willing to flex it?
Well, when you ban 2 of those 80 carries, the answer is Ashe. So they leave the Camille open.
That Ashe. Lock it in. This is so new. I love it when teams play against just anybody from a different region, and they suddenly start understanding like the power of certain picks, and they're just like, okay, maybe like they play it much better than we do. Now I understand why they lock it in all the time. Because so often when you watch different regions and you don't really play in it yourself, you look at the drafts and you're like, wow, we would have won that game super hard if they drafted like this. And then you play against some really annoying Ashe players, and you learn that maybe it's worth drafting.
Well, G2 definitely put a lot of priority on it. In fact, they gave up the Camille, and the Graves was locked in for Joko. So with 2 jungle banned away, he grabs that one. Man, Trick is
I like this.
pretty thirsty today.
I like this a lot.
And there's a Renekton.
I really like the Renekton early pick because you need some sort of counter pressure in that top lane, because when you give Camille over and the strongest kind of dueling jungler that has such a sustained clearing Graves, you want somebody that can hold his own in the top lane.
And they get the Malzahar one more time. So the Ashe Malz, that is a pushy, pokey bottom lane. They have a snowballing Renekton up top against the Camille. That is going to be an action-heavy top side.
I wonder how heavy Vitality is going to punish the junglers in the second ban phase, because that may put a lot of pressure on Trick here. Already 2 banned out from phase 1 from G2, and then 2 more maybe potentially by Vitality into a Graves.
Oh, and there is the Olaf, so that should be a Camille mid then.
Camille mid already, blind. This is... Ooh, I'm not even sure. Yes, you like Olaf. Do you have to lock it in here though? Has G2 done their research to expect, like, would they ban it? Is the question you have to ask yourself. Is G2 Esports really going to ban an Olaf in second ban phase because they're scared of you putting Camille mid and running a full AD comp? Like, where's the AP gonna come from? Vitality, you gonna play Ziggs bot or?
Ah, man's lethality, it's all right. I don't know anymore. I mean, they definitely got something up their sleeves, but that seems
It's AP Olaf, Pyra. It's AP Olaf. They're actually banning Ziggs. This is G2 telling them, dude, do you know that you just drafted a full AD comp into like a Renekton who can just stack armors in the late game and still one-shot your AD carry?
Okay, well, we'll see how this shakes out. Kha'Zix Lee Sin banned away against
2
G2.
more junglers. Poor Tricky. I feel so bad for him. Young Buck's shafting him real hard right here. Like, G2 is winning this draft, but now there's so much pressure on Trick. He may have to play like a Hecarim at this point.
Or Rek'Sai or something, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, tanky Rek'Sai. You can go full tank jungler here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a carry top laner. Why not? It's okay. A few more seconds for G2 to ban their last. It is the Caitlyn they remove.
Yeah, just a good lane matchup into Ashe. Vitality maybe end up playing Sivir here or another Ezreal. Ezreal max range, but then into Malzahar, Ashe, that's going to be rough.
Go AP Ezreal bot. Then they got AP.
Yeah. Pyra, go.
I saw your face there.
Get on stage, Pyra. Take his headset off. Put you in the coach position.
Well, they're playing Ezreal at the very least, so I got that part right.
Hey, you're halfway right there.
Yeah, there we go. I'm on fire today. Okay, so G2, they're still looking to build out. They need a jungler. Trick has not had a whole lot of things left to him here, but the Rise has made it all the way through this pick and ban phase, and it's gonna be Perks playing at this time around.
It's gonna be Perks.
Oh, I forgot about Nidalee. Broxa played it the other week.
The Nidalee jungle. Throwback here for Trick. He used to be so good in this champion. This guy was a pathing monster. When teams neglect deep vision, Trick would invade your jungle.
He still can. See what happens. The last time Joko tried to get the invade off, instead of pulling off the 3 buff, he ended up doing something different. There's an Orianna.
Oh, it's Camille support.
So, okay. We forgot about the third flex.
The classic. Who was it? Was it Gate that played it? I think it was. This is actually a good solution to the draft. Even if Camille support wouldn't be good at all, it would still be worth it to just buy a side soul on her and just get some sense of magic damage in this draft. Look at the face of Vitality. Like, yeah, we got you. This Ziggs ban is a complete waste. They didn't see this coming. Okay.
Right. Mind games from Vitality. And in all honesty, gotta give some props to AOD here. They're throwing him on Camille in his 4th game on the LCS stage here.
They're telling him, AOD, you got 2 games with Nami, you got your comfort, you got some Lulu gameplay. It's time for you to play Camille. Like, this can backfire super hard. If they do not have the synergy to play Camille support with Ezreal in the bot lane, and they just play it into a double-ranged poke lane, you can get so far behind that you can never all in.
Oh boy, so clearly they've been studying some footage from over in NA. There were some tricks up the sleeve of Arian right now, and G2 are gonna have to contend with that, but as you said, it's just another hard-to-play composition. Honestly, that looks like it's even weirder and harder to play than the last time around.
Yeah, this is definitely tricky. A lot of cage fighting going on here. Camille just put him in the cage and then send in the Olaf. Reckless swings, blow him up with AoE, that's what you want to do.
Well, Vitality certainly have a game plan. If you think they can execute on it and knock down G2 Esports for game number 2, don't forget to tweet hashtag VIT when over at LOL Esports. G2, they're looking to snowball their early game. They've got some power in their pockets, but they, of course, have late game insurance in the form of Rise. If you think G2 are going to cleanly close this one out, you know what to do. Hashtag G2 win. But enough about that. Let's load onto the Rift and see how this cage match unfolds.
Yeah, late game, both these teams have a lot to offer, though. Orianna scales incredibly well later on as well. We need to look at what happens pre-6 in that top lane. I want to see where the jungler starts. If they start in the bottom side of the map to path top to really influence that skirmish-heavy top lane, or if they look to make a little cheese play happen with Camille in the bot lane, perhaps. A lot of options here for Djoko, but we saw even last game with full vision, he failed to capitalize on many of them.
Taking a page out of G2's book, moving their members down towards the bottom side, all but Nuke Duck. So, feinting to see if they can make moves forward. Mithy in the tri-brush, we'll see him. The axe comes in. There's the volley for the disengage. Oh, AOD wants to go in.
Mithy is really happy he's playing Malzahar here, and also really lucky that axe didn't hit him, because when that axe takes his passive, AOD can follow up with double hookshot, and Mithy has to flash. So scouting tri-brush right there versus this comp is actually really risky.
Oh boy.
I think they figured it out right after, and if you ask him, he probably said, yeah, okay, maybe you shouldn't have scouted that.
We'll see. He didn't have to pay for his mistake that time around. Starting, all things look pretty standard, of course. But seeing that Nidalee again, only seen Broxah really play it here.
It's actually really good that Djoko can start here, because not only can he start bot side and path to top side, he can also force Trick to do the opposite, which means Djoko can end up on top side to gank the Renekton and put pressure on that Olaf matchup, while Trick may not be near, unless Trick actually goes for early Gromp into top side invade.
Okay, so Djoko on the enemy red buff here. Mithy is going to spot him out, stop it from happening.
Oh, that's a great stop. Look at Djoko, he's too scared. He just doesn't have the guts to go for that play here. That means Sven's alone in the bottom lane, though. But he seems fine.
Late start. Okay, AOD goes in onto Sven.
Yeah, Steelback not that close to falling up. I think if Steelback, if they have better communication, Steelback actually walks up as AOD is going in. AOD exhausts Sven. Sven has to blow summoners, and they lose the lane. So that's those are the windows where you watch a game, you're like, oh, that was nice. But imagine what if, right? If they're on the same page, Sven gets punished super hard right there. Because Mithy only has one Void Lane.
You know, they have to work on those types of things, especially going up against some of the weaker teams in EULCS. I mean, this is the training ground. This is the difficult time to train against this top team here in Europe, but let's see if they can pick up a little bit of synergy as the game goes on. Let's check in mid lane.
Yeah,
obviously, should be a little safer. Perks takes some chunk damage, but he returns it on Nuke Duck.
Really pushing hard. Like, every single matchup he plays, he's willing to take trades in the face just to get the push going, because he understands how important pressure is for these junglers, especially pre-level 3. And now the Hawkshot comes out all the way from the bottom lane, and they spot Djoko. This is so big. G2 have complete jungle information.
Here comes AOD onto Mithy. This time gets the tack sweep, instant exhaust down, and Steelback is trying to punish, but look at all the damage they're pushing out on him.
Yeah, jumping into Voidlings isn't the greatest of ideas. That's why Exhaust is such a great summoner on Malzahar.
All right, checking in with jungle too, because we had seen Djoko set a little far behind. Doesn't seem to have mattered too much, but Trick is now inside of his jungle. There's a Gromp spawning up and available. AOD gets a sweep, gets a bit of heal back, but Trick is looking to go for a dive here. Let's see if he does. Waiting and baiting in this brush. In comes the spear. Oh, it lands onto AOD, heals himself. They know now.
They know, it's risky, but...
One more time, another one lands.
Spears. These guys don't have a mouse.
Steelback, yeah, apparently not. One, that's an auto attack that follows through. That's gonna be pressure on the tower for free.
Yeah. Good to see. Just is the classic Nidalee gameplay. Just group up, jungle a bit, group up with a pushing lane into a melee support, and a non-AoE AD carry. You just group up. Look, half the tower is gone.
Blink of an eye right there. Great presence from Trick. And they keep Steelback and AOD locked up here, forcing them back. And a lot of vision invested for G2 in this bottom side.
Walks around, jumps over the wall again. He's like, I don't need no blast cone.
That time he had a mouse.
Yep, Steelback found his mouse.
Okay, they may be able to get this one. That'd be an early first tower.
Look, where's Djoko right now? Like, he was trying to play a bit around topside, but this is the vitality of Yor. And this is because AOD went in earlier as well. He used all his health as a resource for a bad engage, got punished, and G2 just simply goes bot. And I really like the way this was set up, especially with the Hawkshot. Mithy stops the red buff. Djoko walks out, and then has to do a very obvious path that gets Hawkshot super easily from Zen.
And he can't even steal away all the Raptors in time. Unfortunate right now. Djoko's having a hard time this game. Both top laners looking to hit, well, it's actually Expect looking to hit 6 a lot earlier. We hadn't checked in top, but Kabashard's a whole level down.
Yeah, I mean, he's catching that wave right now, but what's interesting is that Vitality seemed to have the plan of starting bot side, pathing to top to influence that matchup again. really drafting also this Olaf, I guess, counter pick into Renekton or matchup that they want, but they haven't even arrived there. And last game, we saw so much jungle proximity for Cabochard with Joko. Usually teams do not gank Expect. But then if you look at game 1, Expect had 1.4% jungle proximity, which means Trick was maybe there for like a second. And then if you look at Cabochard, he was just there. He had his jungle there all the time, and Expect still survived.
Yeah,
he got the CS. Yeah.
I mean, even was able to trade a little bit, so Expect didn't have too much trouble all the same, and Trick knows that he doesn't need to visit this top side against Vitality, even with Cabochard trying to snowball.
And this time Expect played safe. He let the wave come to his turret. He farmed there. They knew where Joko was on the top side, and Trick actually got a cross-map advantage on the bottom lane in that turret.
For G2, they're going to be able to keep pushing it out nice and safe. Joko just has been on the back foot, honestly, since minute 1, and he seems so much less certain of himself than what we saw the last time. He's actually going to run smack dab into Trick. Yeah. He doesn't have his full health bar, but he's got more than enough to deal.
This is the one moment where Vitality could still punish. You saw Steelback, or Nuktak rather, move into the river as well. They want to dive top lane.
Here we go.
Before Renekton gets level 6, and that's why Trick is exactly here, and he's just hovering. He's covering right now. He only needs to arrive 1% of the time if it's the right moment. He is the 1%.
That's all you need, and he lands a spear. That was a big hitbox.
Trick!
Forward. Oh, he was looking for honey fruit, but Trick was looking for a hunt. Spear's going to be dodged this time around. He's reloaded. Joko, he's got his gun at the ready, but Trick is going to have to back off still. Joko.
Got to keep the focus in esports. Can't always look for the honey.
Ooh, I'm going to let that one breathe for half a second as AOD goes in. This tower's going to fall, though. Look at how low he's taken already.
I mean, they're getting poked out. They're in full control. They know the enemy jungler's in the top side.
Massive CS differential, too. And it was just a little investment from Trick that honestly paid off all around. I mean, things are looking great for G2 once again. And you take a look, he is very comfortable on this Nidalee, even though it hasn't been in vogue for a while. Oh, Shockwave. He hops, he skips, he jumps. There's already 2 summoners burned. Nuke Duck is going nowhere. Easy peasy hit, and it's first blood for Trick.
Yeah, now Perks in unison with Trick after Sven and Minty in unison with Trick. Trick is having a stellar performance in this game on Nidalee. 2 junglers got banned out in phase 1. Then G2 selected their champions in the first tier to really win that draft early on. They let Trick's pool get squeezed even more. He whips out the Nidalee. He gets his bot lane turret low. He finds this gank to Nuke Duck. You have to ask the question, why is Nuke Duck here when his jungler is in base, his top laner, or his support rather, also in base? Who's going to help him if he ever gets caught?
Yeah, Nuke Duck, he was trying to play the big
bully.
Yeah, seriously, but like when you don't have enough mana for anything but a Shockwave, what can you do? He had no help, no vision around the side, and wow, with an Infernal Drake on the map too, G2, they are looking to sit pretty right now. It's a 2,000 gold advantage, and we're not even 10 minutes in.
Yeah, Expect survived this top lane as well. Minor CS deficit. He only had 1 chance of getting dove right there. We saw Nuke Duck move up, but there was cover from Trick. And this seems like a very clean-cut game from G2. They should be happy with this. It's not necessarily early aggression, but it's early objective focus and really leveraging range and push advantage early on.
Yeah, you saw them not going too deep on this bottom side. Joko now is actually waiting and baiting with AOD in this brush, but no reason for G2 to push too far forward. Trick's not with them, of course, but they've already knocked down that outer tower. They've claimed first brick. Infernal's still on the map for the taking. Perks is going to be moving in here, and you can see the Vitality. They're trying to react, but they don't have as much to do. They only have a little bit of info to work with.
Yeah, but even if they see it, that's the problem right now. They can't react, Fyra. Even if they know this is going on, they have a really hard time face checking. Their support isn't level 6 yet, so Operation Cage Fight can't happen.
Yeah, that's the worst feel.
Double deep vision, exit stage left on the blast cone. Full control for G2 Esports.
Yeah, now Trick can get his dragon on right now. Doesn't even need any help from his duo lane, who just continue to keep pressure on this bottom side. And you can see that CS differential in the AD carries. Sven has had almost no trouble handling Steelback and AOD.
Yeah, Steelback's trying to fight back. He's not even going for tier rush either. He's playing pushed in with a Sheen, looking for a window where they can maybe on level 6 all in. But it's so hard. Look at how low Trick is.
Ah, he's got this heal, he's got the autos, he goes
fine.
in again, yeah.
The point is just that actually, essentially G2 right now is playing the rest of the map 4v5. Trick has the time to do a 20-second dragon here.
Yeah, no trouble for these guys, and that'll definitely pay off later on the game goes. The Ocean will be spawning up next, still useful early on. And Vitality, it's not the first time they've given up a lot of dragons.
Well, they definitely got quite a few dragon downs. And this is a team that gets like 2-0'd very often. Vitality have 15 or 16 games right now. They've dropped 42 dragons. That's tied for most in LCS. The next one's Fnatic. but they've played like 21 games. So in 5 or 6 games less, Vitality have given up the most Dragons in the LCS. They really don't care about the Dragons.
I mean, you could see it in the last game, too. They gave up so much pressure, and it ended up being 4 Dragons the G2 way.
It's because these guys lane for so long. Like, when they get pushed in, when they have push advantage, they want to keep doing it over and over, and eventually they find themselves pushed in. They don't base. They keep going for these, like, 2,000 gold purchases because they really want to hit that one item spike that's going to make the difference in the game. And then it doesn't right now. Defensive wave clear here by Nukeduck has to use his offensive tool to just get by.
Yeah, it does seem like Vitality's lost a step. It looked like they were making the big plays, or at least trying to make the big plays as a team. Maybe not always executing correctly in game 1, but this time they've kind of fallen back into the lose the game slowly pattern, and that's not good to see.
Yeah, and last year as well, when Trick was playing the Trackers in Italy, it's just so satisfying to watch. I fell in love with Trick when I watched his gameplay with Italy, and when he would aggressively invade, use the advantageous clear speed, honestly the disgusting clear speed that Nidalee used to have. And he leveraged that. Here we see AOD, good mechanics.
Okay, goes in, looking for the cage fight with Perks, gets attack sweep on, but he can't get out in time, tried to portal.
Really well played. Perks, no respect flash here at all, no ghost flash blown, because AOD came in swinging with hookshot. He extended the range with the flash here. That's good to see for Vitality, to see that their rookie has the gusto to make that move on stage.
See if they can get something off of it here. They're firing down in the mid turret, but the rest of G2 are looking to respond in kind. There has only been 1 turret this game taken so far. The Ash Arrow lands onto Steelback. In comes AOD. Forces the respect flash from Trick that time. He learned the lesson.
I'm liking AOD on this Camille support. Oh, Junko!
They caught him. In goes Trick and takes him down with a big leap in. 2 kills for the Kitty Cat this game.
Yeah, gotta flash before the spear hits you, Pyra. If you can't dodge it, might as well flash the respect flash, because otherwise that's the exact thing that will happen. Mithy falls up this time, and Trick just leaps in to finish off.
There's the volley from Sven. Mithy and Trick autoing away. It was Vitality looking to take the turret. Instead, they're going to lose another one. This time in the mid lane, G2 extending their gold lead.
Dominoes are falling, and Cabochard, he was flexed the Olaf. The whole kind of pièce de résistance from Vitality, the whole bait and switch. It was the Olaf in the top lane. I haven't seen his jungler, as he's been farming.
Haven't seen quite so much. He's going to look to contest on Trick here. The Raptors are going to be bailed out. Oh, but there is a lot of G2 members right there. Instant exhausted. Cabo does a 180 to get out of there.
He wants to go in again.
Okay, one more time. Okay. Got the Ragnarok on. That's a lot of damage. Can he get enough? And AOD's there. Mithy is going to get sacrificed. G2 didn't expect so many members to be on top of him.
Axe me once, shame on you. Axe me twice, shame on me. Right there, Mithy, overextending.
And you're on fire today, Crepo. G2, they're looking to fire down this turret number 2. Steelback caught up. A little worried that Perks is going to be able to push him in. That's a lot of damage. Still sitting just on his tier and his catalyst. We started to see them ramp up a little earlier now. Not a lot of core items completed.
Well, G2 moving into 1-3-1 formation as well. Just continuously adding the pressure on all 3 lanes at once, really making this map so tiny for Vitality. No semblance of deep vision. You just saw the vision toggle right there. It's so hard for them to get any information.
Yeah, they're definitely investing in the control wards to try and get things back, but the way G2 are playing, they may not get a chance here. Just stuck on wave clear duty, Joko and AOD. Vitality, they're just finding out the hard way that G2, they don't let up the pressure once they've got it. Let's take a look at this catch again, though. It looked good for Vitality that time.
And you can disengage here. And, well, maybe here. You can try sidestepping as well, trying to silence this guy when he has axe spam. Yeah, this is just hubris. We have to criticize G2 for it, because it's not the first time. And it's definitely something that comes to bite them. If your mantra is a super clean mid-game and that's what you practice for, these things cannot happen.
Yeah, not only the first time, it's not the first time in this series we've seen, honestly, Mithy especially kind of stepping a little farther forward than he needs to on a very squishy champion like the Malzahar.
It's also playing Moby Boots, so you go from this... You go from a high, you have Moby Boots, you have a passive that cancels any damage, you know, 90%, but like pretty much everything. You don't get CC'd, you feel on top of the world. Then you lose your passive, and you go back to Boots 1, and suddenly you're poor.
It's definitely a very polarizing thing. It's risky sometimes to play with those types of boots.
Yep.
Definitely not the new hotness of the Ninja Tabby are.
Nope. That's why you're losing, Pyra.
I don't have... Oh, we figured it out. Okay.
There's no Tabbies.
Unlucky.
Even this would have been the game if it wasn't for the Orianna last pick. We would have seen Tabby rush on all 5 of them.
Oh, that would have been beautiful. A couple of black cleavers on the top sides, though. One thing we didn't really hit too much was the potential of the Renekton to really like blow things open and snowball, but Expect honestly just played it out safe enough and didn't worry too much about honestly getting one up over this Olaf.
Yeah, it's actually a super interesting topic because Renekton, as an early pick, has a lot of dominance in lane. So he's super strong. So you can use that for two things, right? Either you use that and snowball the top side super hard, you leverage the pick to get a bigger advantage there, or you say this pick is so good in the early game that I can just leave it alone. And I can use all my time somewhere else. And then if you look at Nidalee, combine that with Sven and Mithy, double range, double poke versus a melee support, because that was the bait and switch from Vitality. Vitality got countered super hard there. That turret siege was magnificent for Trick.
Yep, but Perks, he's had some trouble before. Let's see if he can get out the Realm Warp. No, it is canceled away, and AOD takes a sweep to finish him off.
Yeah, nobody steps out of the prison right there. If AOD pops that ulti, it's acceptable if Perks gets caught, if G2 is set up in the 1v1 to get advantages elsewhere, but they were actually collapsing on the Dragon here, so this is a lapse in communication.
Still didn't use his flash. Perks was trying to Realm Warp it out, but that got all canceled up. Another kill for AOD, too. That's the funny thing. 2 out of the 3 Vitality have gotten is actually on their support.
Look at me, I'm the carry now, he says, but still the Dragon goes down for G2.
Yeah, that's going to help out, too. It's still pretty early on to the game. We're only 16 minutes in, so G2 have the Infernal they picked up early and an Ocean Drake for a little extra generation. There'll be a Mountain coming next, but let's take a look at that catch. Perks was stepped up. Thought he had the vision.
Yeah, he could have maybe flashed out, but then AOD would still ulti. At this point, he's just dead. It's actually really bold for Mithy to try and help him there. They just go back off, get the Dragon. But you see, if you kind of squeeze the vision so hard and you do it well, and you perfect the style, even when you make a mistake, the distance the enemy team has to travel to even get to the objective is so big that you'll almost be respawned already. That's why 1-3-1 split push, when done well and executed, is such a suffocating strategy.
Vitality for themselves, they're trying to focus their efforts up in one lane. 4 members up towards the top side. Nuketox Orianna holding the mid. This will be a tower for Vitality.
And that's what you got to do. You got to hit them before they set up the 1-3-1. Before they're actually at your door knocking on your turrets, you just put 4 or 5 members in a single lane. You catch that one guy that's there, and the cross map for G2, which would be mid or top. Hang on.
They're going to go mid, it looks like, and it's Nuketox that's taken down by Trick. Sven Zash arrow not even required. Meanwhile, Perk's still pushing on the bottom. G2, they're looking to get a lot more for that trade.
Yeah, and that's the reaction of the play we just saw. So Nuketox right now overextending. He had Cleanse, but Cleanse doesn't work against suppressions from Mithy. Really beautiful flash engage.
And they should be able to fire this tower off or at least get close enough. The smoke screen covers the last of it. The minions will be still marching here, but Joko and Steelback have arrived to try and keep it.
And this is nasty right now, because if they can take bot tower, they can rotate mid into top as well. So G2 playing the map 45. Nuketox still hasn't respawned.
Big setup for them. Joko blows his collateral damage just to try to push the minion wave back. Perks and Trick are still able to clean things up.
Yeah.
They can back away for now. A lot of vision still in this river. More in this jungle here, and they're pinging.
They're going for Olaf and then Constellation Prize, Herald, Cabochard dueling solo, but Mithy's right here.
Yep, and the Ragnarok has just run out. He's going to get silenced. The Voidling's chasing on him right now, so Cabo's not able to get enough done.
Yeah, these Voidlings are much slower right now the farther away they get from Malzahar. One of the changes to kind of really combat the oppressive Voidling behavior.
Yeah, no speed for those guys. They get slowed down quite a bit as they move away. Perks is moved back up. He's going to Realm Warp and try the fade away. There he goes. And he's right behind. Excuse me.
He's just accelerating the minions, you know, placing them further in the lane.
Seen that a couple of times. Okay, Steelback taking a little low, but he's got friends this time. Joko and Nuketox at his back. Perks this time knows, holy moly, I got to get out of here.
Yeah, he survives, which because there was 3 members of G2 elsewhere on the map basing, so there was no cross-map potential. So that means Perks probably has a low chance of actually nailing that aggressive play.
Yeah, still though, no AOD, no kill. So Vitality, they lose another tower. It's still 3-3 on that kills, but it's 4,000 gold differential. And even though Cabo's doing quite a lot of damage this game, we haven't seen too many fights where he's been hugely critical.
Yeah, expect to be in the punching bag. He just absorbs the pressure. He gets hit by Cabo, but he never dies. His turret stayed alive long enough, and it allowed Trick to put massive pressure on the other side of the map. Look at what Joko has done this game. That's due to Trick's really oppressive jungle style, and also Perks really fighting for the push early on.
Perks trying to push forward, and it has punished him a couple of times, but for the most part, G2 don't seem too phased by this. Baron's going to become a reality in the next 40 seconds, and you can already see the G2 vision this top side of the map.
Yeah, map configuration switches on its head. We see Renekton go to the bottom lane with the teleport. No Ghost on Olaf, so much easier for Expect to approach that lane. Steelback still showing in the bottom lane. So much freedom right now for G2. They're expecting to pick up that turret on top lane for free.
Vitality still trying to fight. You can see them sending a lot of members down towards this bottom to try to get a catch. Gank the teleport seems to be the name of the game.
Yeah, good lesson to see if Expect has learned.
Looks like it.
Yeah. Oh, this is good movement here from G2, respecting the bot lane. So it's a decent trade for Vitality as well, because they trade a full HP turret for the quarter that was left on the top lane. Perk's actually accelerating here with the minions.
Just giving them the express
I'm not joking,
taxi.
it's actually good.
That's legit. And he's going to be bringing Trick as well up.
Can they hold mid though? That's the question. They don't have really good AoE wave clear, so expect may need to dive into that wave.
See if Vitality can get themselves another outer here. The volley, it only clips a couple of minions, so they get one. It's just a lot of towers traded. All of a sudden, the map just starts getting way more open. G2 now have 5 to the 3 of Vitality.
Could be a good move here from Vitality, honestly. They get 2 good turrets, and they get the collapse here. Perks, can he make it out?
Okay, took the blast cone, but he's still behind a tower. Uh-oh, there's 2 shots he's taking. Has to flash. AOD flashing forward. Exhaust is on. Into the cage you go. Perks knows he ain't going nowhere. Joko tags in. Steal back, cleans the kill.
But they use a teleport for that, for a single kill. Obviously, they're fighting against the gold advantage here on the side of G2. Now is the time we get to see how clean G2's mid game is. Because they didn't lose too much. They had an equal turret trade. They have a massive long lane on both side lanes, which means it's very easy for you to get deep pressure. And they have teleport advantage.
Okay, Perks. We'll see this one more time. And yeah, you can see what the rest of G2 are doing while they're realizing he's not going anywhere, but they can still get themselves in a good position. 1 kill given over. Vitality steal back, picking that one up.
Yeah. Oh, they actually don't send Renekton to the bottom lane. You're doing the HK thing where you're just brute force with your top laner. It's quite interesting.
Criticized from yesterday, too, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. It's probably because they feel they need frontline to invade for vision, but it's really peculiar that you would not use your teleport advantage here.
They definitely have a big timing window. Mountain Dragon is going to spawn in the next 15 seconds. Vitality actually have control of that river with vision, but it actually is quite light down there in general.
Then maybe it makes sense if they really have Dragon as the objective, so that they're fine with trading TP advantage for another Dragon instead of using it to punish a Baron. That is a suitable explanation, and it's acceptable. It's a slower pace of the game, but if you're fine playing it slow, it's only 22 minutes in the game. Their 4-man Baron start is pretty rough, so in that sense, sending your Renekton to topside with teleport is acceptable.
Joko, he's moved into the jungle of G2, but he realizes maybe it's not the best idea. Expect finds him out. Trick once again doing the same old trick on top of the Dragon. This time it's a mountain. He'll be able to take this one out cleanly in solo. Perks is back on the bottom side. It's business as usual.
Business as usual. They should swap right now, though. They should just push in base and send Renekton to the bottom lane, because the next objective undoubtedly has to be Baron Nashor for G2 Esports. There's too much wave clear on the side of Vitality, and they're so susceptible to flanks and engages, especially from this Camille, that they can't go for siege.
Expect to sit in this brush. They don't see him, actually. So they've actually moved away from it. They had 3
he's
sitting there.
going,
Oh, Dominus is on. Steal back, finds it. Okay, has to flash, has to arcane shift. He's followed by Expect. He goes in deep now, but the rest of Vitality are able to respond. And then Alligator might get turned into a pair of boots, but no. Trick sends a spear flying into the face of Steelback, and now the fight is on. AOD left for dead. A double kill, 5-0. Trick has every kill this game for G2.
Every single kill on Trick. Great job there by Expect. The patience going in at the right engage.
Everyone!
The boldness to chase that up. Every single kill. Trick really wants that MVP.
Yeah, and there's the Baron time right now. Okay, so they've got 3 members down. Everyone's healthy on G2. They've got a Mountain Drake to help get this damage. Trick is rocking and rolling on this Nidalee.
Yeah.
Mythy's gonna block. Okay, Vitality, what can you do? Shockwave pulling in Perks. Trick coming around the side, doesn't turn for Cabo Shard, who takes down but Perks in the mid lane. It's gonna be Nuke Duck next. Expect gets the kill this time around. Cabo's gonna fall to Sven, and they're right back on the Baron.
Yeah, G2 as a team did a great job of not bunching up. The only play there was either flash Shockwave or put the ball on Cabo Shard and have him be the ball delivery system. Neither happened, which means it's a 1-for-2. Oh, steal!
Oh, he gets Expect on the back, but they still get Baron on 3. Best you could hope for in that situation.
It's actually good to always take the damage, because as well to deals less and less damage the more targets it goes through. So if you stand in the back and you want to preempt any Ezreal shenanigans, getting hit is actually a good thing. Also, no panic smite from Trick, so it's acceptable.
Worthwhile sacrifices, but man, is Trick really popping off this game. He has been involved in every single one of those kills. Big triple kill play up top, and it all started with Steelback being baited out. Expect really committing for it.
Yeah, Expect the patience there, the team play. Let's see how early is G2 reacting as a team right here. Expect is going in now. G2's moving over. They probably told him, yeah, you can go. We're hunting right now. That's why he flashes, because he's also flashing away from AOD. He's just buying time. So this is very well played by Expect. Facilitating the follow-up. Mithy and Perks come in right there, and then later on the Baron. Very well executed.
Yep. Locked in place, but of course, steal back. That sounded like one of those old Nidalee spears, the ones that just did a million tons of damage. Joko with the collateral, tried to push him back. It just wasn't enough, and you can see the damage that they have right now. And of course, you know the rest of the story. We're 25 minutes into this game, but it's an 8,000 gold advantage. There's 3 big dragons on the side of G2. There's a Baron buff, and AOD's going in. There's Dominus popped. True Shot Barrage tanked. Redemption is up here.
From the bottom of your screen.
There's the Ash Arrow. Cabo in the backside looking for Expect right now. No, he turns for Sven. Let's see if he gets the damage. Ball is not going to be placed in the right spot as Mithy takes down Cabo Shard. AOD can't get out of his own cage. Trick with a godlike kill. They sacrifice the Crocodile, but they get themselves 3, and they are looking for more. Steel back locked up. A double kill for the Nidalee. Looking for the ace. The Void Links. It's Perks. He gets it.
Big ace right there for G2, and now they can push on, take that tier 2 in the mid lane, open up the inhibitor. I do enjoy seeing teams just fight back, go for the teleport play, try and catch them off guard, because if Sven drops a little quicker, maybe you stall it out. I like it from Vitality. It's much better than what they did a few weeks ago, where they would sit in base, wait for the inevitable to happen. Everybody preserved their KDA, but nobody was actually playing to win.
Hey man, you can't play Fantasy LCS when you're on the actual LCS stage. G2 Esports, though, are giving Vitality a real harsh lesson here. But I like that they're playing with gusto.
Yeah, definitely. But the early setup was just so good from G2. We have to go back to it. The fact that a guy who's hit with 4 jungle bans into what is accepted to be an S-tier jungler right now has such a large impact on the map is just super impressive. And a good mechanical engage here from AOD. Again, he barely doesn't get Sven. They turn, and then look at the Olaf coming in. Like, if they can sync the engage right here and get Sven up, blow it up immediately, Nukeduck's a little closer. That shockwave was almost a 3-man shockwave.
Yeah, just outside the range. I thought I missed it for just a second, but nobody took any damage, and that was cleanup duty from G2 off the back of it. It just seems to be the same story. Vitality, they have these great plans now. They're just not able to execute. And against G2, I mean, that's a tall order.
Yeah, they need to put the dots on the eye, but what's worrisome rather for G2 is that there are teams out there that will nail that engage, even from this far behind. They need to constantly play with more respect for their opponents, be cognizant of teleport flanks, deep wards lingering in their jungle, and always playing around teleport.
Oh, Vitality. This game is not over for them just yet, but things are still looking very, very grim. Nice attempt to make the play, but they're the ones who got cleaned up.
Oh, look at the Magi's. Trick is popping off, man.
Oh, man. How many stacks on that Soul Stealer?
14.
Ooh, baby. Yeah, and he even built a Redemption, too.
Oh,
Good guy, Trick.
Double Redemption, man. That Trick is... Like, Nidalee right now, it's a utility champion, right?
Yeah.
Athene's buffing heals as well.
I mean, he still hurts. Can't get nailed by those
I mean, he
spears.
has so many items. This guy has 8 kills, but he's not building purely for damage.
Yeah. Control. Oh, Mithy flashing in. There onto Nukeduck, and a big Ash Arrow, but he cleanses right out of that one. AOD tried to go in, but taking too much damage. Blowing him away. It's AOD in the cage. Locking up Trick for just a second, but they turn right around. It's only Mithy dead, and now the Shockwave pulls in too. Expect might have stepped too far forward. A double kill for Cabo. A triple kill for Cabo. And he pushes back Expect and the rest of G2.
Yeah, Papa Youngbuck not too happy right there. Very well organized fight here from Vitality. Beauty in the kiting. Re-engage from AOD just to proc a 3-man Colossus Shield to buy more time. The Shockwave denying the Realm Warp. Really punishing how overzealous G2 was. Because Mithy went in while his team was walking backwards.
A little bit of a misfire there on the G2 side. Vitality, they clean up 3 kills. Cabochard gets to do what he loves to do, but all the same, they still lose a turret, they still lose a dragon.
Yeah, they still lose everything because an Olaf spiking with 3 kills in the late game isn't going to make the difference. But look at just, let's follow Mithy and the rest of his team here. He flashes in. Nobody's really aware of this. Arrow follows. Nukeduck with the cleanse on the arrow after the suppression. And then AOD, look at it. He just pushes people back with the ulti and he has the Colossus Shield. And then Nukeduck, because he survived, because he wasn't popped, he is the one that turns around that fight. So it's very important that when suppression commits on a cleanse target, he dies in the suppression. Because you get baited in so easily of follow-up CC and you think Nukeduck's dead, but then you forget about the cleanse. And that's what happened there to G2.
Yep. Got a little hyphy, tried to push it in. Still got the tower, but lost a few members in return for it all. Vitality showing that they still have some fight in them. They keep their inhibitor alive down in the bottom side, but they are still hurting. No inhibit mid. No outer towers to speak of in this game. G2, they're looking for a place and time to close the gap, or close the trap, I should say.
And they can get a Realm Orb into the base. They can walk in. They can 1-3-1, 4-1. It's all possible right now. Just need to keep an eye on AOD.
Yep. Trick. He's built utility for a bit, but he still has a lot of damage.
Especially in the early game. A lot of these spears connecting. So important. It's the difference between a really bad Italy and a great Italy is the accuracy of those spears. It's really hard, rather, to land that skill shot consistently.
Trick is definitely showing why he is one of the best junglers in EU with that pinpoint accuracy. And now up in the top side, Expect is getting his split push on. It's really a 1-3-1 with AOD trying to go in, gets the tack sweep, but the cage was there. The shockwave does not connect, and meanwhile up in the top, they are still pushing with Expect. Trick picking off AOD. The rest of Vitality now scattered to the winds as this inhibitor is not going to last very long. 30 minutes on the clock, and time is running out for Vitality.
Yeah, final nail in the coffin right there. Proactivity, but just not enough synergy. Now Perks going in.
Finding Nuke Duck. Perks has the shield. Nuke Duck still able to get out alive. He's limping away though. No mana, almost no health bar. Collateral damage isn't even touching these G2 members. G2 are looking to end this one.
Yeah, QSS gets popped, but to no avail right there. First Nexus turret really under siege, and the minions conga lining in there. Even without a Baron Asher, this may be the closing moment.
They got redemption. They got some heals. G2 not pushing themselves too far forward until they have the minion wave available. 3 seconds still on AOD. He'll be back up, but everyone from G2 is healthy. This could be bloody.
Yeah, having him spawning. Final one goes down. The only way G2 even lose this game is if they die right here, 5-man, because Baron's up. So they need to exhibit patience.
Recognizing it.
Respect. Because there's also deep wards lingering in the jungle, allowing for one of those Cavish teleports, and that's maybe what Vital is looking for.
There we go. 4-man blast gun. Oh no, Perks doesn't make it over in time. He's gonna have to walk the slow way, but he realm warps instead. And now
everybody hits up the club, but the taxi is full.
It's a rough Baron.
Poor Perks.
Yep. He still got back with the team, but Baron's gonna regen. Vitality moved in mass to try and stop that from happening.
Now they just need to wait.
Isolated.
They just need to wait for the minions to push in, or just what they top. Ring around the rosy. Just go top lane, threaten to end the game, force Vitality to base, and then when they base, you return back to Baron. That's the power of vision denial.
This is a tough moment for Vitality. Big waves pushing on 2 lanes. No inhibitors. They're going to be losing Nexus Tower soon enough, but now is the time. G2, they may have started a little early. No,
they're just wasting their time. They're starting to stall. And now Expect is actually going for the teleport backdoor finish. Let's see if it works.
Oh, there's the Croc. He's in the base right now. Gets a turret, looking for another one. Vitality realize, oh no, we've been had. There's the last one. Expect is trying to finish it off in style. While the rest of G2 takes the Baron. They're hedging their bets. He's backing away. Vitality got nothing.
Yeah. Sassy moves. I really like the map play here. Joko got picked off as well. I'm loving the move, man. Bait him to Nasher, walk top lane. They walk back, go in.
Wait a minute, Vitality.
Wait, what?
They got the Baron. How'd that happen?
I'm not loving these macro moves there, Joko.
Change it to. Let's see if they can close it anyways. They're right on top of the fountain with the super minion. It's only the Nexus remaining, but Vitality, they got the Baron. The shockwave pulls in Trick. AOD puts him in the cage, but meanwhile, Expect is able to take down Nuke Duck. No, it was Mithy that got the kill. They got redemption. They get even more. The rest of Vitality, they might have Baron, but they ain't got nada left. 33 minutes. G2 finish the series.
Yeah. That totally slipped my mind right there. It took 2 production members to whisper in my ears. It's actually Vitality who got the Baron.
That was a weird ending.
In the end, trading your life in that scenario, it might not even be worth it because G2 just walked up and finished.
Classic bait and switch. G2 give up the Baron. They take the base.
I still like the play though. Especially the little move when they went above Baron into the top lane to force Vitality to the side. And then they yielded and then they sent the teleport into the base. Vitality were scrambling.
Definitely. Unfortunately for them, they didn't have their sweet kicks on to try and run it out as fast as possible. Vitality take another 2-0 loss, but they definitely showed that they can make some proactive plays. It's the kind of thing we were looking for them to do. And in the next couple weeks, it'll be very invaluable.
There is progression. Expect almost tripped over a cable as he's going for the high fives right now. Trick ended the game on 25 Magi stacks. 10-0-9. I'm officially putting my vote for MVP. He gets it.
I think he's got mine as well. Trick definitely coming up huge. Not just that game, that series. Something to be said when a man gets banned out pretty much, and he still manages to come up big on a champion that most don't consider to be very meta. What a hell of a player.
Yeah, I really just like to see old gameplay elements like that Italy Siege just return to League. Just jungle grouping with bot lane to take the turret and then just go for map play. It's something we haven't really seen that often recently. And it's something you can do, especially when you have that range advantage on the support matchup. And that is something G2 did very, very well this game.
Yeah. On Vitality's side, though, it was really nice to see them do the bait and switch in the pick and ban phase. And AOD, I mean, he showed he had the killer instinct in that game. And I think there's definitely some hope for this team yet. We'll see, though. But for more on G2's 2-0 victory over Vitality, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk.
Pyra, in the end, a clean 2-0 finish from G2 and an even cleaner game 2, fixing some of the weaknesses, air quotes, that we saw from them in game 1, or the slower kind of mistakes in the mid game, and here just completely turning it around or ending it. Even with that end game move,
yeah,
it was a good one in the end.
Yeah, I mean, let's start praising G2, right? When you're taking a first tower at 6 minutes in the game, something's going really right for you, and when it's the fact that you can exploit Vitality painting themselves into a bit of a corner and then not really being able to deal with Trix Nidalee, who, you know, he hasn't played it since Worlds against the Rox Tigers, but this looked fantastic. I mean, G2 just looks so strong.
The problem you have is that when Trick is so fed, when he has 5, 6 kills, you get a little confident. You think, hey, we can go for that dive, we can go for that play. And often we did see G2 just being a little bit too over-aggressive. Vitality did bite back. They did find those windows to punish the side of G2, which meant that their mid to late game was a little bit not as clean as perhaps they would have liked, but regardless, a lot of the play, I think that you have to praise G2 for displaying their dominance in this series over Vitality and demonstrating that, you know, we still know how to play League of Legends, and we're damn good at it.
Yeah, very good. I think the pick that actually makes it difficult for G2 to push that advantage is the Orianna. We've seen it a lot over the last 2 days. Rise in priority over at IEM as well. It's just such a good defensive pick when you're kind of defending an inhibitor siege. If G2 extend too far, suddenly Nuke Duck shockwaves them, shuts down a lot of the pressure, and it just extends the game a little bit further. So that's one of those picks that I want to watch how the European teams play around.
Right. Who do you guys think the player of the series is? Meow.
I want to say someone that's good at magic.
It's totally Trick. Yeah, all right, nice one. Trick, of course, doing fantastic in that, and Nidalee making it his own and making everything happen. I do want to say a couple of things about Vitality. We said it before the series. They had to play G2 now, and they do not have to be ashamed or hold their heads down after this performance because they showed some good things. And with that in their heads, they can go into the next weeks where they are facing Giants, Roccat, and OG, and I'm seeing possibilities here.
Yeah, show me some of the plays from game 1 with the Rengar that we had, with the Camille that Vitality had, and I think they have enough in the tank to at least ensure a safe spot. If Splyce aren't careful in the coming weeks, maybe there's a possibility Vitality could just sneak into the playoffs, but it's going to have to take a lot of work out of Vitality.
Yeah.
It's nice to see improvement from Vitality is the key takeaway from this series. I think the expectation was that Vitality weren't going to best G2.
Yeah.
They're still a dominant team here in Europe. But the fact that they were able to find windows from G2, punish the small mistakes that G2 did make, I think is a bright thing that we should aim to look at these for Vitality moving forward.
And also the point that they had some time to practice now with AOD on support, and it all seems to be gelling a bit better. Even so, I'm flashing in on Camille to make the moves, but that could be a good sign because if everything then comes together, maybe you win that late game team fight.
Yeah, I think there's still a few things with the later game scaling they're playing around, but teams like Roccat, Giants, they'll have a window that you can exploit that's a lot larger than G2, so I like it. It's good progression.
I would like Vitality to not be so crazy with their drafts, though. I think that while it was certainly creative, and I think it caught a lot of people off guard, it's definitely something that maybe they need to rein. I'd much prefer their draft from game 1 compared to what we saw in game 2.
I want all the crazy things. Whatever. Quick Shot is standing by. But remember from G2, Expect and Mythy. Let's hear what they have to say.
That's right. Thank you very much, Shucks. I am joined by Mythy and Expect. First of all, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on the win. Expect, it's your first time here on the couch. Thank you for talking to us. In game 1, you got tower dove when you were Nautilus. And on the player cams, we saw you, oh no, and shocked. What happened?
Because I kill minion and I'm 6. And I press ult, I press R and ult, but I play many numbers, so my ult is no smart cast. So ult, and what happened? And yeah, so this is my mistake. So I'm really bad, and I can kill both, but yeah, so...
Well, you still won the game, so congratulations for that one. No smart cast obviously killing you. That's some tips for everybody out there. Mythy, a little bit messy to close out the game in game 1. Maybe because you got caught, maybe not because you got caught. What happened? It kind of looked a bit slow.
I I think that throughout the whole game one, we didn't really have good fights. I think every fight that we had was like not well coordinated, and like we chose the wrong fights. And yeah, I think we just like played really bad, but we were playing better macro than them, so we won in the end. And I think that, yeah, I got caught a few times too, but yeah, it was Dehan's fault because he don't face check, so I die.
That's not fair, putting expected that one. Still, of course, undefeated here in the European LCS. And you guys actually made it to a final at an international tournament. Mithy, talk to me a little bit about IEM. You know, how was the experience overall? And of course, a very long day, but losing to Flash Wolves in the end.
We lost to the better team, for sure. Didn't really expect to get to the finals, judging by our play. I think we just like out-fought and like how do you say, like we wanted to win more than they did, so we won some games, especially against Rox. I think they were the better team, but we just won, in my opinion. But yeah, overall, I think we showed some strengths, which are our fighting and like just like, yeah, how fearful we are in a lot of like fighting and skirmishing scenarios. But I think we really found ourselves outclassed in terms of strategy and like making vision an objective and other things. So
I mean,
yeah.
never giving up. That Rox series is one of the reasons it looked like you guys bounced back. Expect, you've played here in Europe for a little while. You went to IEM last weekend. How was that experience for you?
We lost against Flash Wolves. Yeah. So we learned a lot micro game, and now I understand many micro game and many learns. So really good experience.
What was the competition like at IEM for you in the top lane in comparison to here in Europe? Was it more difficult or was it easier?
For IEM, easier than LCS because many players tank play. So important is micro games. My lane phase is really easier than LCS. Yeah.
Well, there we go. You had it from Expect and, of course, G2. Top lane, more difficult in EULCS. Guys, congratulations on the win. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to throw to an ad break, and when we come back, it's Splyce versus Giants. Expect, thank you for the interview. That was really good.
He hops, he skips, he jumps. There's already two summoners burned. Nuke Duck is going nowhere. Easy peasy hit, and it's first blood for Trick. Hurts, he's had some trouble before. Let's see if he can get out the realm warp. No, it is canceled away, and AOD takes a sweep.
Okay, what's up, guys?
Every single kill, Ultra. Great job there by Expect. The patience going in at the right game.
Everyone!
The boldness to chase that up.
And they are looking for more. Steel back locked up. A double kill for the Nidalee. Looking for the ace. Before he links, it's Perks. He gets it.
For me, yeah.
They might have Baron, but they ain't got Nana left. 33 minutes. G2 finish the series.
Welcome back, everybody, to the European LCS. The spring finals in Hamburg are on the horizon, and tickets are on sale now. Head to eu.lesports.com for more on how you can join us there. We have the beautiful backdrop here, and I heard that the tickets are selling like hotcakes, which is zoete broodjes in Flemish.
Is it?
It is. So now you know
I
that
didn't
as
know
well.
that.
No?
I actually did know that.
Oh, right. You just wanted to give me credit. Well, very informative overall, but we are going to talk about some League of Legends and get into...
Do you like zoete broodjes, Shocks?
Well, like croissants with a lot of sugar?
Yeah.
Sure.
Great, I just wanted that piece of info.
Okay. For now, though, we are going to talk about League of Legends. Now I'm hungry. Second matchup of the evening, Splyce versus Giants, two teams that are closer than they appear. I want to start by talking about Splyce. They were a Worlds contestant, but now they're a quintessential middle-of-the-pack team, and it seems like they've reached their ceiling. Is it a matter of simply, you know, breaking through that ceiling, or
they're going to need a pretty big drill to get back up to that?
I think they need a ladder to get back to the ceiling first,
Okay.
and then they need, exactly, that's when your drill point comes in right there. Because right now, they're not playing as well as they used to in summer, right, Stress?
No, they really aren't. I mean, summer they had that play style with the 1-3-1 setup that worked very well for them. That's what took them to the finals, and I mean, they just haven't looked comfortable in any stretch of the imagination. Like, there are just a lot of areas for them that they're not quite up with some of the meta where we're seeing priority on some of the jungle picks, some of the top laners, and they're kind of struggling to find any form right now.
Yeah, and especially Trashy played in summer, a lot of these utility junglers, and he was a major voice in the team. That's lacking right now. If we look at Giants, one of the kind of shining lights right there is their jungler, so that could be a potential cool matchup to track throughout the series and see how both these teams have used the 2 weeks of break.
Because that's the key thing for Giants, is you look at their series against H2K, there's just the impression that Memento made against Jankos was great, and that's why this is our featured matchup between Trashy, between Memento, because that series was so quick, Memento getting right into Jankos' face very early on. You can see that Trashy has not been having the best of times statistically, and you can see it in his playstyle as well. The meta is not in a place that Trashy wants to be.
not specifically, and just two teams that also really need a victory. So where are the openings here? First, maybe, is there a clear-cut favorite for you guys or not?
I think it can go either way. I think Splyce definitely is still the favorite because Splyce is on the way down from a middle tier team and Giants at points was on the way up from a bottom tier team, right? So that is kind of the distinction there. But we don't know how well these teams have adapted to the IEM kind of knowledge that was spread there, the difference in gameplays, the deep words on camps, the more focus on vision. I would say I have more trust in the Splyce organization to kind of speed up that process because Giants have historically been very slow to adapt.
Yeah, we will see what happens. Two teams with a lot to prove here tonight on the Rift. Let's send it over to the casters as Giants and Splyce get ready for picks and bans in Game 1.
Thank you very much, Sharks. I'm joining Andrew Vedius Day as we step into the caster desk to follow this battle in the middle to bottom end of the table. It's a tough one for Splyce. They need to solidify, and Giants, they're looking to climb up.
Yes, they are. Their previous performance in Week 5 for both teams was good for some, not great for others, but hopefully coming after the week break, they've rectified some of their issues, as we saw from Vitality earlier on in the day.
Yeah, we'll see how these two teams perform. Before we get to the games, let's take a look at the starting rosters. Starting in the red corner of the Rift, it is Splyce. With Wonder in the top lane, Trashy in the jungle, Senkux in the mid, Copy and Mickey the duo with their coach Yamato Cannon returning on stage behind them. They will get side selection in Game 2 because Giants won the toss and they're blue side in Game 1.
Meanwhile, facing Splyce in the blue corner for Game 1, it is Giants. Their top laner Flaxish, in the jungle is Memento, their mid laner Knight, AD carry Hiku, their support Hustlin, and coach Lozark.
Now, Giants as a squad had one of their best performances as a team last summer split. And unfortunately, with some roster swaps and losing some players and the shuffle into 2017, fell further than Splyce has fallen. You know, both of these teams struggling at the moment, but Giants, they need to win here and they need to win going forward if they want to even try make it back to that postseason, back to quarterfinals.
I think that if you're Giants right now, your priority should be to improve as much as possible and to secure that 4th place within Group A, and then look ahead towards trying to climb up and challenge Fnatic. And the only way they can do that is, as you rightly said, if they get a game here, moving into next week, things are looking pretty.
And I mean, it's tough for Giants, right? Because if you look back, Vedis, you talked about the Week 5 performance, but the last 3 teams Giants played was G2, H2K, and UOL. Those are very difficult teams, so hence 3 series losses. We're jumping into picks and bans. Splyce, definitely not on that same level. from what we have seen in the previous weeks, but have they fixed their play in the break? Shen, LeBlanc, Rumble. There's no surprises here. It doesn't feel like the bans have changed a huge amount, despite the fact we're on 7.4.
Well, we've seen a big shift towards, ever since 7.3 and 7.4, is the Shen being a big value target right now. A lot of teams really value the champion, and he's often banned on blue side because the priority is to try and get yourself Varus. Champions like him have real no counter pick, which is why he's now shifting over to a red side ban. And we're seeing a lot more Camille being left open. Now in regions like the LMS, Camille isn't actually a very valuable pick, but here in the West, she is still high priority, so much so that you'd even be willing to put her on support.
Oh yeah, how did that work out for Vitality in the end? Unfortunately, not as well as they would have expected. There is the Varus ban. Camille is still available on the table. Kha'Zix is still up there. What else would you consider when you think about both of these teams?
Well, the fact that Giants have banned away Varus implies that they're looking towards an early jungle pick. So you could go for something like a Graves. Memento did have a fantastic Graves performance in their game versus H2K in week 5, where he was able to out-jungle the First Blood King very early on in the game. Whereas if you're Splyce, fascinating they actually banned away the other strong AD carry, because you would imagine that you'd leave this open so you could get it on the second half of the rotation.
All right, so obviously that means the Ashe and the Sivir go up in priority here. Hikyu has played Ashe in the past, also has a game of Misfortune in his back pocket. The jungle pool's still available as well for Trashy. This is the guy that I'm going to watch all series long, because he simply hasn't had the same level of impact that he had in the 2016 season. And there we go with obviously the two ADC bans. Ashe is locked in. The Camille was open though.
Well, this comes back to what we were talking about early on, right? Where Camille is being left through more the draft now, because I guess teams are finding answers to her. They feel that she's very reliant on having a good start, transition into the mid game. And what we saw from IEM is that if you can play aggressively enough during the early game, that is a great opportunity to shut her down. You can pick champions like Renekton to shove her underneath the turret. Champions like Poppy scale nicely into the mid lane game against her. But Splyce, they have answered and they said, well, look, if the early game is where you need to get Camille ahead, let's pick an early game jungler to back her up.
Yeah, but look at who's piloting that champion, who's piloting that jungler. Trashy's early game has been very questionable. I'm going to use my words very loosely here. But now there's expectation, right? Early game jungler, top laner, that could be a mid laner, that could be a support. Because remember, Camille is that flex that we've seen Caps ran it in the mid lane. We've seen it support a couple of times, the Renekton, as you've mentioned. Where do Giants go with their next pick? Likely the Graves. That's kind of the meta champion, isn't it?
Well, there's a bit of debate right now as to whether or not they want to go a little bit more early game with the Lee Sin, or whether or not they go for the high priority of Graves, where he has better scaling towards the mid and late. He can trade pretty effectively early, and one of the great things about Graves is if the Elise is not careful, he's actually great at clearing out her Spiderlings in a 1 versus 1. But regardless, right now, Giants are set up for success because they have, depending on the support, they're setting up nicely for a powerful push lane in bottom. I'm thinking they're heading towards the Karma pick, something that Hustlin has valued a lot in the past. We're also looking at a high pushing top laner with the Renekton. So now if you want to round things out, you want a big pushing mid, but Fastlane Splyce have said, well, I counter your push with more push.
Ziggs ADC is what we're expecting here, obviously, for Copy in the bottom lane. But what is this open in terms of phase 2 bans? Malzahar's taken off the table here by Splyce. You have to feel that Karma is, high priority. We saw the power of Ashe Karma at IEM as well. Syndra's still available in the mid lane if anyone wanted to go that route.
Given that both right now roles have been matched, there's no real need to pinch roles. You're just trying to ban away stuff that you really don't want to play against. The Malzahar's being taken off the board because of the fantastic pick power that it would have when synergizing with the Ashe. It also is a great tool against champions like Camille, because when she ults in, it's very easy for the Malzahar to lock her down. It also adds a lot of pushing power up against the Ziggs, which is kind of what you want to avoid. So the fact that they banned away the Tahm Kench is a little bit surprising, though, because in my mind, Giants' priority is to go for the Karma. They want that big pushing power in the bottom lane. You already have Engage with the Ashe. Now you need his follow-up tools, and what's more better than having that big team AoE speed up from Karma, right?
Definitely. What is more better than that?
What more better?
Well, Giants have got 4 seconds left to ban out the final champion. It's going to be Jace, removing some of that poke power from Splyce. Wonder's going to go for the blind Gnar, adding it to a plethora of champions that he's played in the top lane, and that also means Camille's likely mid lane now.
Splyce have said, well, Vitality, you thought you could flex pick, I will raise you. Gnar, most likely top lane. I think we can safely say that is a top lane Gnar. Now, the Camille could go support or could go mid.
What do you think of a Camille Ziggs bot lane? Hextech Ultimatum into Mega Inferno Bomb. There we go. Like,
I mean, yeah. Yeah. The risk you run is, like, the thing is, Ziggs doesn't actually have the best pushing power at early levels. He already spikes once he's completed the Lost Chapter. And within that window, you can actually get very heavily punished if you're laning with a melee support. So I'm a little
confused.
Concerned. But Splyce still have their final pick. There's still windows for them to move around. And I think that Camille can do just fine into the Rise as well. So I think that Splyce would be safe to put it in the mid lane, should they want to.
But they don't. It's a Syndra. There we go. So it is going to be the Ziggs Camille bottom lane, Syndra mid. You know what I'm noticing here? Two teams that did not go to IEM, Splyce and Vitality. Maybe they've been scrimming each other. Maybe they've been practicing the Camille support. This is complete hearsay and me making up nonsense on the spot. But how on earth do you make sense of the Splyce composition?
Well, they want to try and get pushing lanes, right? Well, the thing is, early on, the Renekton will still have push over the Gnar. But once he gets a couple levels under his belt, once he works towards the Black Cleaver, Gnar is going to do fantastically against the Renekton because he can kite him so effectively. You have a Syndra in mid who naturally has a lot of pushing power and pick priority set up nicely with the Elise. Like, Splyce have built themselves a very early game team. Somewhat, I don't want to say snowball-y per se, but there's a lot of room in their composition to try and get an advantage ahead. And I think this is great because we saw from IEM so much more proactivity from international teams trying to get this early game advantage. And now teams in Europe are saying, well, we want to try and get an early game advantage. We want to play more towards that style rather than the scaling mid to late game.
More of an early game advantage is something Splyce have not been able to do at all this split. Last split, they were famous for having a weak early game. Let's see if this is the week where it turns around. There's a team composition that could enable it. But trashy, trashy, trashy. On a champion that in 2016, he had less than 50% win rate on Elise. It's his first time in 2017. Now it is time to put up or shut up. Obviously, man, on your screen, Wonder next to Trashy. They're loading up here. It is Splyce taking on Giants. It is another week of cross-group play. Giants, of course, number 4 versus Splyce, number 3.
And looking at Giants, their composition is, standard, I suppose, relative to this Splyce composition, right? Like, you have a Rise, which Knight has played a lot of in the past. Hikyu, bringing out the Ashe. He played a lot of this early on into the split and has shifted away from it since the lethality changes came out. But you've also got Huston on this big, beefy front line in the form of Nautilus with the Renekton up top lane. So they have this, they have a meat shield for the high DPS carries behind them with the Graves, who can be that sort of mid between the middle and the back line. The front and the back line, sorry.
The mid-front line.
The mid-front line, right?
Okay.
But it's good scaling, it has good pick power, it has good team fighting, it's very well-rounded.
The thing that I like about the Giants composition, every single champion wants to be on the front line, obviously with the exception of Ashe, but like Graves, Renekton, Rise, Nautilus, everything about their kits is go, go, go. Create a death ball that continues to run. There is a Giants pause. It is a mouse-related problem with Flaxish. As our technicians are investigating it, let's go to this unconventional team composition. Yeah. Blind Gnar. It wasn't blind because it was into the Renekton, actually. Yeah. So opting into that. We've got the obviously early game jungle. But Ziggs and Camille, we don't see a lot of Ziggs ADC. At least in Europe.
We've seen it a couple times. It's not the most picked AD carry, but you can pick it into high AD compositions. For example, we saw earlier on in the day G2 actually ban it away because they were afraid the Vitality would go towards it to compensate for their high amount of AD. But the big thing about Ziggs in particular is he's all about pushing and setting up for taking down these structures. And when you look at the composition, like Syndra's kind of low range, it's very easy to catch her out of position given her low mobility when trying to set up sieges. You've also got Na, who's also pretty low range. Elise, like the great thing about Ziggs is he actually makes up for the difficulty that Splyce will have when it comes to walking up to these towers and taking these structures down.
Yeah, going to be able to execute those towers. All right, there, Wonder. I think he's having a moment.
This is how they communicate in the mother tongue. Yeah. He said, I am thirsty, friend. Let us have a drink sometime.
Oh, I like your interpretation of that one, Vidius. But yes, I'm interested to see how this range advantage plays out. We've seen one previous Ziggs here in EU. I think it was actually Fnatic that played it. Did pick up a win. And Cobby's going to be hoping for the same. Flexish with a face check here. Crocodile walks into the bush and Yordle runs away.
But I really want to backtrack to your point that you made very heavily in Champions League, because Trashy on this Elise, right? To the viewers at home, you probably heard a lot more about analysts talk about these early jungle paths where they now start on the Raptors. The reason is you can get level 2 very early on by taking that jungle cap, meaning you can then transition over to the red, and then you do your full jungle clear. It's very common on champions like Graves. And what you look to do is your mid laners will shove as much as they possibly can because they want to get a ward on that Raptor, because you want to try and contest it when it looks to respawn. Because if you can deny it from your opponent, it is so much experience taken away from the enemy jungle. It gives you a lot more freedom and control, and it's basically a big advantage that teams want to try and pick up. So the fact that neither of these teams went to IEM but are adopting this style is great to see, but it's a big question mark as to whether or not Trashy and how well he can perform with this early style of jungler.
Yeah, exactly, because it's contesting on that next spawn, the level advantage, the pick power. And we'll track Trashy, who's moving over to his blue buff, and Grumps stepped on top of a Giant's ward, so he will get spotted out. I think there was a ping. At least I did see that one, and that's the ward. Thank you, observers, for highlighting it. And Trashy can clear out that Grump. Looking at the lanes, Wonder is about even with Flaxish in the top lane. He's traded back and forth, and we caught a glimpse of Mickey using that hook shot and pounce onto Hassan and Hiku, playing very aggressive despite early levels, not even waiting for that lost chapter of scaling. Just
now, you would think that when you have a Nautilus Ashe, they actually have quite a lot of pushing power, but because of how aggressively Mickey's playing and how difficult it is for the Ashe to trade back early on, this is enabling Splyce to get a good push down in the bottom lane. Senkux is doing the same. Now, I think this is a bit of a... I wouldn't necessarily say a mistake, because Senkux wants to get back as quickly as possible, get his first item, and now they're better set up to go and try and contest those Raptors. But I feel like he should have dropped the ward that is being dropped right now from Trashy.
Oh, look at that. Mickey again. Satchel charge as well. Very good trades, using that passive shield for Camille to just come out ahead in what feels like every trade. Tower dive possibility here at level 4, at 4 minutes. What needs to happen here for Trashy to make this work?
Well, he's on the Elise, he's a great tower diving champion. The only thing that concerns me for Splyce is, do they have enough damage against the Nautilus? TP is up. Looks like they're going to try and set up the dive.
Okay, let's take a look. Here comes the hook shot. Connects onto Hassan and Hiku. Instant teleport from Flaxish. The exhaust is down onto Trashy. Retreat is the call. Splyce run away. Wonder and Flaxish cancel their teleports. Looking at the mini-map, I can see Memento making his way to the top lane, but Wonder, a lot of HP and a flash available.
It looks like Memento should be able to get the flank on Wonder. He's just lost Mega Gnar.
All right, there's the bounce over the minions. A flash away defensively under the tower. Summon a spell just for showing his face. Advantage to Giants in the top lane, but looking at summoner spells, advantage to Splyce in the bottom lane.
And that's the big thing. The likelihood of Splyce being able to get kills in the bottom lane is very, very low, as we now see Trashy in the mid.
All right, Unleashed Power finds the stun. The cocoon goes wide. And Trashy ends up taking more damage than he bargained for.
Ooh, Knight being zoned away from this minion wave is going to really hurt him in terms of experience and farm. But this is actually a big deal, right? Because, so, just to backtrack, what happened in the bottom lane, the likelihood of Trashy being able to get the kills down in bottom was very low, simply because of all the summoner spells that were available, and it's against the Nautilus, who is very good at dissuading tower dives. but they were able to burn a lot of summoner spells, so you're setting up better on for another tower dive later on into the game. Look, the Lost Chapter has now been completed for Kobbe. This means that they're going to have so much more pushing power in the bottom lane against Giants and better setup for that dive as we progress.
Mickey, unfortunately, not going to be able to defend that ward. And right, Splyce pressure on them, right? Make the tower dive happen, take advantage of no summoner spells. And we'll see if they can improve on that early game as Hustler and Mickey about to go toe-to-toe. Let's talk a little bit about both of these teams' early games, VDS, because, you know, Splyce, despite 4 series wins, 3 series losses, Giants 1 and 5, neither of them have very good statistics. You're looking at first blood percentage for the teams. Giants, 50% of their games. Splyce, 25%. Then you look at first Dragon, first Towers, and for me, the biggest one, gold difference at 15 minutes. Splyce are behind 700. Giants are behind on average 1,500 gold, which is a significant amount in the early game.
It's not a great sign for both teams when they have very similarly early game compositions or very driven around the early game. And neither of them really have typically done well in the early game, but now we get to see whether or not they can successfully do it. And I'm pleased with what we're seeing from Trashy so far. He's sacrificing some of his farm for pressure, but I feel like that he should be utilizing this to try and steal away some of the camps. He's had a good dive down bottom. He's now sitting in the top half of Giants' jungle, clearing away some of this, and now he's gonna look for a dive on top. You have to be very careful against a Renekton.
Yeah, Dominus is available as his flash. Looking at Giants again, early game, Deep Vision pushed all the way into Splyce's jungle. Memento's clearing out that wolf camp. 1, 2, 3 wards.
Good vision. Good vision.
Yeah, very good start to this early game. It's definitely like the vision themed week at the moment because it feels like every game we're showing it off, but keep looking at your mini-map every time because it really does exemplify how much information these teams are working with.
It's really important for you guys at home to just understand how important vision is at this point in the game, because the thing that impressed me the most when watching the KT versus SK series is how often both those teams would start big fights just purely over wards. Like, they would move into the enemy jungle and you would have a full-on 5v5 team fight just because they were contesting a control ward. Because that is what allows you to set up for Dragon. That is what allows you to set up for Baron. And these early game wards that have been pushed into the enemy jungle allow you to not only steal away camps, but let you steal neutral objectives, and they better set up for things like dive so you can take away these early towers.
So it's interesting, right? We've got a team, 2 teams that have had slow to, you know, weak early games coming up against one another. We're even at 8 minutes. Kind of expected, I think. You know, neither team really showing proficiency at taking advantages early. As this game starts moving towards the mid game, 10, 15, 20 minutes, who sort of comes online better? You know, obviously Elise is always going to be great at tower diving while there's still towers up, and obviously the power of a TP Gnar probably a little better than the power of a TP Renekton, assuming you've got that Gnar bar. But where do you favor them, Vedius?
I feel like it's really tough because Splyce, you kind of want to say they have a good team fight comp, kind of, but Syndra's not really the best team fighter. She has a lot of single target damage, and she's great for setting up picks, which Elise is also good at.
All right, Unleash Power, insta-cleanse from Knight. He's able to escape, and now Senkux takes a burst of damage. They get the cleanse at least, but not the most awe-inspiring of ganks. We need to see a little bit more go-hamness.
The thing about Elise, though, is that her early game power doesn't necessarily have to just come from ganks. It can be her ability to do things like this, right? You're supposed to utilize the fact that you have a pushing lane in Syndra and a pushing lane in Gnar, so you can easily invade into the enemy jungle and take away these camps from the enemy team. That was a misplay.
That's an oopsie. The Blue Sentinel gets bored and does not want any of the Splyce shenanigans, and that's just going to delay them 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Blue buff still secure.
And he doesn't get it!
Oh my word. Did Trashy pick it up?
Yeah, Spiderling's got it.
Oh, scumbag Trashy. Not cool, bro.
That is a massive feels bad, man. But the big thing about this is the fact that Memento was able to go back, and now he's already completed his jungle item. Trashy now doesn't have a window to do that, because Giants are already back on the map. They're looking to start setting up vision, having this eyes on Dragon. So it might not seem like a lot, but it could very well be a big thing. It's Wonder.
Doing so good. Every time we look top, Wonder is just using that hyper 3-shot passive to his advantage. All right, Mickey looking for the knocker. Wow, Memento gets bursted down. First blood picked up by Kobbe. Now they turn their attention to Hustlin. That's a tactical sweep. Flash available for Senkux. Is he going to use it? Doesn't look like it. The bouncing bomb comes out. Connect finds Knight. That forces the flash away. Mickey, though, able to escape. And Splyce, they just find Memento in the river.
That was a surprising amount of damage from Kobe. You know, 80 carry Ziggs, like, how badly can he hurt? Like, he's only got components of his Morellonomicon completed, but when you take the full combo, you really do take the full combo. And Memento ended up losing his life. Now Mickey is looking for another dive on mid.
I think there's an ultimatum on Knight's life. That's going to be the target. Flash forward. Hextech ultimatum gets put down, and Knight, he's going to try realm warp away, but he was still locked in the baby cage. You're not allowed out. You have to finish the fight. Now Mickey's running away. Wonder flashes over the wall, turns his attention onto Memento. There's a lot of damage. Memento finally goes down, not before getting a triple kill. A gnaw into the wall. Flaxish and Hustlin, they're trying to crush him down. A crunch forward, throws with the boulder toss. One more auto. Now Flaxish wants to finish it off, taking a couple more autos. The heal, the stun, and Flaxish finishes the fight.
Big, bloody fight very early on into the game. Both Giants and Splyce looking to be as aggressive as they can. But it was Splyce that were the initiators. They realized, hey, there's an opportunity for us to dive in the mid lane. There might be a window for us to try and force our opponents away from this tower and get this first objective on the board, and they commit very hard on tonight. The problem is it takes them a very long time to kill him because Hustler comes in from the flank. They thought that they could just nuke him out well before the rest of his teammates come, but by the time Memento joins the fray, this is where things start to fall apart for Splyce. They end up losing 3 members to this Graves, and one day he's just left to try and clean up the fight. The big thing, though, is notice that both Ashe and Ziggs are left down in the bottom lane, and an Ashe versus a Ziggs, you'd think, that shouldn't be that, that shouldn't be that bad for the Ashe, but he actually gets a lot of damage taken. He ends up getting forced back, and this allows the Ziggs to get priority on the tower.
Yeah, so tower first blood as well. Look at that damage. This is obviously because Memento picked up a triple kill. We'll continue that discussion in a moment. Knight, he sidesteps at least the stun. Cleanse is available. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. Memento hanging around on the side, but more support coming up here for Giants. Splyce, 1,500 gold in the lead. Even on kills, they've got that tower first blood, as we mentioned, and 2 Morellonomicons picked up, so already hit that first item spot.
And now we're starting to see how valuable this combo of Ziggs and Camille actually is. The arrow comes flying through.
All right, but nothing else connects, so Crystal Arrow, and unfortunately Hustlin unable to get the dredge line.
So you'd think in lane, okay, how does this combo even make sense? And it didn't really. However, once you get a couple of levels under your belt, once you actually have the pushing power on Ziggs, he can actually sit in the lane by himself and just clear. He can just constantly push the wave underneath the turret, and that allows Mickey to roam. And that's why we've seen him so many times move up towards the mid lane, put all this pressure down onto Knight, and it's allowed Splyce to get these very early objectives.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Splyce are going to lose one. First dragon of the game, going to go to Giants. Giants have had superior vision here the entire time, but the problem is, it's a single dragon for what is now 3 towers. Splyce got middle, Splyce got top. The gold lead is spiked to 3,000 lead. And Splyce, they're looking to dive. I mean, Flaxish, he's been bullied by Wonder all game long. No flash available yet, as you want to try to get over the wall. That's a decent stun from Scat to the Weak. The tower's going to fall. That's 3 towers for 1 dragon. That is not worth it.
Splyce, they'd set up for this play well in advance. They realized that they had to be pushed through the jungle to the top side once they had taken down that mid tower. So as they were leaving, they were getting all this deep vision down in Giants' top half of the jungle. They saw an opportunity to try and take that tier 1 in the top, but then they realized, hey, if Giants are going to commit to that dragon, this leaves a very wide window for us to continue pushing. Giants cannot respond fast enough, and Splyce are able to get a really good advantage. This is the early game play that we wanted to be seeing from Giants. It's not about snowballing in terms of kills. It's not about trashy ganking left, right, and center. It is playing around the vision and is around enabling and utilizing that vision to punish the mispositioning of Giants and net an objective.
I think that's a great point, because it could be about Trashy going ham on Elise, right?
I mean, it could be. Yeah.
But in this context, in this game, conceding that bottom quadrant of the map around the dragon, and then just playing more proactively everywhere else. So props to Splyce. 15 minutes in, they've got over 4,000 gold in the lead. Their average up till this point was -675, and Senkax, he's going to give his life here. Just instantly burst down by Memento and Knight.
He just wanted a ward, man. He just wanted a ward. I feel like in that situation, if you want to be nitpicky, Trashy could have used his spider first to check the brush, make sure it was safe for him to do so. Senkux also could have thrown out the ball to stun. It's never safe to face check, Trevor. Never a safe thing to do.
No, only on tanks if you're a top laner, and Alistair if you're a support.
Yep.
That's what I learned yesterday.
Or if you're a god.
All that, but not today, Senkux. He face checks and dies.
Yep. But it's okay, because Splyce won't lose that much pressure on the map for it.
Memento's Graves, 4 and 2 at the moment. 65 creep score. Doing very good in the early game, and this is a champion that scales pretty well in the mid to late game. He had a great game on Graves last week, as you mentioned. And Memento's been one of the shining lights on Giants. Now we need to see the rest of the guys start to step up here. Flaxish has been bullied all game, and if he's already behind Gnar, I'm very worried for the next 5 to 10 minutes.
It's fascinating how we see these adaptations in the draft where people picked Renekton as an answer to some of the tanks because you have this pushing power, and then some people will go, well, let's early pick the Renekton because he's actually just a natural lane bully, and there are very few answers that can deal with him, and now you have this adaptation of, oh, well, we just need to pick someone that he can't bully, and in this case it's Gnar because he has a range advantage, he's exceptionally good at kiting, and Renekton's biggest weakness is how difficult it is for him to get onto a target and then stick onto that target. So Gnar is just the perfect pick into the Renekton.
Especially if he's gonna get this Rift Herald buff, which I expect he will.
We saw Trashy steal away a blue buff earlier. You can't tell with this guy.
Oh, yeah, you can't. But not this time. Senkux not going to make the mistake with that force of will.
Oh, good. My jungler's top. I can get my blue now.
Picking it up, and Splyce are just in a very good spot. The 10 to 15 minute period was very strong for them. Knocking over a bunch of towers, finding a bunch of kills. Senkux has cleanse and flash available. He's going to need instant fingers if that Asher comes out, and unfortunately, no threat just yet.
They look like they're going for a flank right now. They have the good vision to set it up.
All right, Hextech ultimatum. Hustlin's the man that's stuck inside the cage. There's a teleport coming down from Flaxish inside the pit. Tactical sweep onto Memento. Giants are somewhat split up, but all of a sudden, so are Splyce. The Mega Inferno Bomb's already used. Giants backing away. Knights use the cleanse, and that's a great Gnar into the wall. Giants have lost 1 and 2, and it's Senkux with the double. Giants are routed, and Splyce win the fight.
Splyce is successfully able to split up the lineup of Giants, and that is all they need to find the key targets. Hiku, he'd already burnt all of his summoner spells earlier on in the exchange. There was little that he could do to get out of that situation. Splyce, they'll net themselves another tier 2 tower and move towards setting up good vision control. So you can see Wonder, he was moving long before this play even started because they wanted to try and get this flank off. It wasn't quite in a perfect setup because they didn't get the ideal flank, but then Hiku realizes he can't contribute to the fight. This wall is separating Knight and Memento, the main damage dealers, from Flaxish and Hiku, and that means that Hiku, he's left out to dry. There's nothing that he can do against so many gap closes and so much pick power that Splyce has to lock down the AD carry.
Such a great advantage here for Splyce. It just feels like they're a level above Giants. You know, it feels like they've made better decisions on the map. In the fights, we're seeing better mechanical plays, and they're coming out ahead in almost every instance.
And while that may be apparent in this game, the biggest criticism I have with Splyce in the past is their ability to play around Baron. Because when you look back at their series versus Fnatic, they had advantages, but that only came from the fact that they were playing 50-50 Barons all the time. Splyce were a team that basically said, look, right, we're in the mid game, we have an advantage, let's try and play around Baron. They don't properly set up vision, and instead, they leave open the window for the enemy team to steal away this objective. And that's why they are the team in the league that has the highest number of Barons stolen away from them. 4 Barons have been taken away from this team because it is only an objective that they know how to play around.
Yeah, but the problem is, Splyce have had more Barons stolen, but Giants haven't touched a Baron in 6 games.
6 games?
Vedius, 6 games puts you all the way back to week 2.
Wow.
Week 2. Giants haven't had a Baron in 4 weeks, 4 days, and 22 hours since playing on stage. That's how many games they've lost.
That is a long time.
How much behind they've been their respective opponents. This 7,000 odd gold lead is the largest gold lead Splyce have had at 20 minutes against any team.
So what you're trying to tell me, Craigshot, is that it's hard to have a Baron stolen from you if you've never seen a Baron before.
Exactly, exactly. But it's one of those dynamics, right? When Splyce start the Baron, will they improve and not give Giants a chance to steal? That's the question. Splyce have had 4 of those stolen. 4 times they've started an objective. This time they're not going to rush it because they don't need to. They've got a great siege power with that Ziggs, and they're just knocking over the towers.
And the greatest thing that Splyce could do in this series is win without the Baron being a priority for them. If they could just play side lanes effectively, if they can use this great siege composition that they have to just slowly break into the base of Giants, that is the ideal way to win, rather than relying on the Baron as a win condition to close out the game.
Yeah, I quite like that. Great growth here from Splyce in opening match against Giants, opening game against Giants.
So far, there's still a lot of time.
Oh yeah, but I mean, look, it's just good to see fairly clean play, you know? For a team that has had a tough opening to the split. Expectations for Splyce were top 2. I mean, we talked about the Deficio Crepo tier list at the beginning of the split, and there was a few question marks around Splyce, but the expectation was it's the same 5 guys, it's the same, you know, support structure. They grew so much over summer, and unfortunately it feels like they regressed and they have to do the same. This game though, Wonder is having a field day. He really has just smashed Flaxish.
Hey guys, if you didn't know, Gnar's pretty good into Renekton. If you are struggling in your solo queue games, Gnar is always a safe pick. And you don't even have to properly know how to use Mega Gnar. You can literally just sit in a side lane like Wonder is doing. You go for the Frozen Mallet and the Black Cleaver, and the Frozen Mallet is core because it just adds to your ability to kite the Alligator or Crocodile or either one of them.
What is he? I actually don't know.
He is a reptile that carries a giant weapon of destruction.
Someone let us know on Twitter. Is Renekton a crocodile or an alligator? I'm sure it's in his lore somewhere.
Or is he the president?
What the base was. We'll have to find out. All right, so you can feel Baron starting to be the objective here. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. Ash Arrow is going to tag out. Memento gets a kill onto Mickey. Depth Charge flying across. That's a massive Gnar. Wonder knows how to ulti, but he's flashed over the wall. He's left the rest of his team. Could this be problematic? Flaxish is forced to run away. He's able to slice past the cocoon, and Knight uses the Realm Warp to safety. Mickey, the only victim of the fight. Wonder should be able to run down Hustlin very easily. It's a 1 for 2 in favor of Splyce.
Promising fight for Giants. The fact that Splyce grouped up into a narrow choke point set up beautifully for the Rise and the Graves to get off an unbelievable amount of damage, but it's also a window for Wonder to come in and turn the fight on his head. Fantastic ultimate coming out from Wonder to keep his team alive, because that could have gone extremely well for the Giants if they had been given a little bit more room to utilize their damage.
You can't have room when Wonder gets an ulti like that.
Exactly. But look, you can see Splyce, they're just filing into this choke point, and look at Knight, look at Memento. They just have the freedom to get all this damage down, but it's when Knight finally joins the fray and is able to lock up all the members of Giants that they can start fighting back.
We haven't seen a lot of Gnar in recent times, but watching Splyce start that fight with the expectation that Wonder's going to have Mega Gnar available to instantly land the TP and connect, that is very good communication, and that's something that Splyce need to keep using and utilizing if they want to push this game further as cleanly.
The criticism I do have for Splyce is that while that may have been the expectation, the execution was not as on point, because it did take Wonder a little bit longer than they would have liked for him to join the fight, and if he was there from the start or nearer to the start, perhaps it would have been a much cleaner fight for the side of Splyce. Regardless, they end up coming out with the kill advantage.
Yeah.
They now have good vision control around the Baron, and they may have just caught Hustler.
All right, they have caught him indeed. Teleport not available. Mega Inferno Bomb forces Hiku out of the fight. Hop forward from Wonder. There's no Mega Gnar available, but hell, he doesn't even need it. Flaxish and Hustler easily killed by Splyce. 5 on 3. They're peeling back. Vision is pretty good for Splyce, and they're setting their sights on the Baron.
And there's that combo that you talked about in Champions League, quick shot. The Camille Ultimate. Yeah, the Hextech Ultimatum. Extremely effective at forcing out champions like Ashe, who are very squishy, and now Splyce. This should be a pretty clean Baron take. Very unlikely that they'll have this one stolen away from them. That's just another Baron denied from Giants.
Really, really good play here for Splyce. 25 minutes in, plus 10k. Wonder almost continued the chase, but there was a blue trinket. behind Giants. So I feel like he spotted the guys, and this is going to be a replay. Mickey, I mean, he's been the primary initiator here for Splyce the whole game long.
He really has. Mickey has been a fantastic initiator for the team, and it just easily sets up the rest of his team to get that great damage from the Ziggs ultimate as well as the Syndra. So this is the first time I think that we've seen a Camille been effectively used at all points in the game. I think that when I went and saw Gate play him, it was like 50-50 in terms of like maybe a weak early game, but now Mickey may be caught out.
Well, manages to sidestep that dredge line, continues to back away. He keeps putting a lot of damage. Mickey decides to re-engage, gets the passive shield. Depth charge comes up, but the bouncing bombs and the boomerang and all the damage melting Giants' HP bars. Wonder's about to gnaw out. The baby cage locks Flaxish in place. He's stunned against the wall. The GA has popped, and production has told me that he is a crocodile, not an alligator. The age-old debate is settled. Splyce have destroyed the inhibitor at 26 minutes, and they're looking for the Nexus, Vedius.
I have nothing but praise for Mickey in his ability to set up these fights. Time and time again, he has been the reason why Splyce come out ahead in these fights, and they're going to be the reason as to why they take game 1 in this series.
Clean, controlled, powerful win for Splyce over Giants, 1-0.
26 minutes and 45 seconds. This was the early game team that we wanted to see from Splyce. Could they utilize this Elise? Could they utilize this interesting composition to try and get an early advantage and close things out?
Do you know, I wonder... I mean, Wonder or Gnaw was a big reason they won that game. Very big impact. But I wonder if, even if the champions were different, could Splyce have done the same? It felt like playing around the vision. It felt like punishing Giants for maybe not being there to defend towers is something that snowballed that early to mid game.
Well, I think that we have to look back at the draft, because the utilization of Camille in the way in which he can be flexed to all these different roles was fantastic, because it gave them a winning lane in top, it gave them pushing power in mid, and it gave them pushing power top, which means that Splyce had the ability to allow Elise to be as aggressive as she wanted. And while we didn't see a huge amount of aggression in terms of early snowballing, we saw great utilization of the vision and their ability to push things up. And then every time Giants tried to make a move, Splyce had so much vision over the map that they could then punish somewhere else. And they made these cross-map plays consistently, which is where their golding came from. It was not from scrappy fights, it was from pure good tower control.
In Summer Split last year, there was this really clear notion that Trashy was the primary initiator. This game, it was all about Mickey as the primary initiator. Congratulations to Splyce. They've taken game 1 over Giants. Let's head over to the analyst desk to take a closer look at exactly how that happened.
Thank you very much, gents. And indeed, Mickey was like a man possessed, always flashing in and setting up his team. And that, of course, comes from the interesting draft that Splyce brought. They had some time off, they had some time to practice and come up with some things. And I loved it that they brought out this exceptional team composition. What did you guys think?
I like it. I think being able to flex the Camille is an obvious strength in the draft. Mitch, you were joking during the game that, hey, the kid's so great.
Yeah, I mean, Camille has been nerfed enough right now. The top laner's like, you know what, this champion, it's not broken. Let's leave it open. Oh, Renekton sounds good. And then support's like, oh, what's that? A champion with a lot of kind of built-in CC, almost like beyond suppression to lock somebody for skill shot. I'll take it. I'll play it. Gate played it once in America, and now I think we'll see more of it come back.
I love the combo also. You as like a bottom lane purist, you know, an AD carry and a traditional support. What do you think of the Ziggs Camille combo in that sense?
It's a little strange for me, Shocks. You know, everybody knows me as a traditional just Jana player. But no, I like it that you can go in and just get targeted all in for the Ziggs. I just hate Ziggs AD carry in general. I think it's useless. But it worked for Splyce.
I think it's useless unless you get yourself in positions where you can actually utilize that satchel charge against towers, right? And honestly, that's what Splyce did with this. They were able to get in front of towers, and not only that, get kills with it early on. You can see they didn't even have the Hextech ultimatum to start this one off, but it didn't.
So useless, by the way.
Yeah,
wow.
Dying with Flash and ulti up in 2017 as Graves. Yeah, Ziggs is a fantastic pick overall, but this was definitely one of the kind of key points in the game. It looked a little rough for Splyce. Over-eager engaged, but then they got so many kills funneled into Wunder. He became the split push powerhouse, got even more leverage over the Renekton, and that kind of sealed the deal, I think.
I think it was nice from Giants' perspective to still see that Memento was still having a decent game. Like, he was picking up kills in the fights, and so far as that aspect, he was doing his job, but the rest of Giants just seemed behind on a lot of the plays.
Yeah, but right now, on the end of the replay, bot lane was a Ziggs with double buffs, so guess what's he going to do? He's just going to push, 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 push even harder, not even lose any mana. Then he took the turret, and then in the next like 5 minutes, Splyce went mid, top 2 turrets. They demolished everything, and then yes, you can use Ziggs. And I think Camille is a great enabler for this champion to really get the kind of skill shots, force them to hit, you know, force the Ziggs minefield to be in a great location, and then get honestly, the AoE Inferno from that bomb.
Definitely, and well, there's teams that can have an exceptional composition and then can have a bit of a lead and have a good fight, this and that, but what really stood out to me this game was that Splyce wasn't passive at all. They did take every chance they saw for a good engage. Mickey was a big part of that, but all 5 people were on the same page.
And I think a lot of that stems from Wunder's Gnar. We saw it in the summer split once or twice when Gnar was a meta champion in every single game, and you know, he was just pushing the entire time, and then ends up in the fight.
Yeah, but this is Mickey, you know, creating just a window of opportunity. And then, as you said, Stress, from that window, it is right to the wall behind Dragonfit right there. That's what Wunder is doing, because it's a slow charge up fight where Mickey's just buying time, Trashy's buying time, and then Wunder can charge up, and then Senkux and Wunder together can unleash. And this is reminiscent of Splyce early summer 2016, where they got behind or had slow early games, but then in a couple key fights, they would kind of smash open the game. I think this was somewhat similar, that the game was played very slow in the first 10 minutes, but then 2 really good fights snowballed the right members forward, and then Splyce could use their knowledge of the game to close out.
Definitely, and that they did, and they are on a good footing to, well, take the entire series if they do that again. What is a must-take off the table for from Giants to Splyce for next game?
I think the Gnar, just because he's so comfortable into the Renekton, so many teams have been happy to just blind pick Renekton and just go, not too many ways around that. I think it's too good for this draft.
Also, he's also good into the tanks that we usually see, like Gnar, like played into Maokai or into a Nautilus, should be able to do fine. And I think Flaxfish hasn't shown enough individual skill. If we can get Flaxfish just on a tank and have Wunder on something that can't punish him too hard for it, I think it's a better outcome for Giants.
All right, we will see what happens. We're going to go on cooldown, but when we return, game DOS between Giants and Splyce. See you soon.
DOS.
Walk away, but he was still locked in the baby cage. You're not allowed out. You have to finish the fight. Now Mickey's running away. Wunder flashes over the wall, turns his attention onto Memento. There's a lot of damage. Memento finally goes down, not before getting a triple kill.
I'm pretty sure they're baseless, for sure.
Average up to this point was -675, and Senkux, who's going to give his life here, was instantly burst down by Memento and Knights.
I'm dead.
And so that's a great gnaw into the wall. Giants have lost 1 and 2, and it's Senkux with the double.
You got good skill, I guess. I'm going here.
Controlled, powerful win for Splyce over Giants, 1-0.
and welcome back to European LCS, where game 2 between Splyce and Giants is about to kick off. Splyce have side selection. They picked the blue side, young Vedius Day. What do you make of that?
They want blue side.
Okay.
Hello. They want blue. But they won the first pick. I wasn't expecting that. Like, I knew the camera was behind me, but I was just like, well, okay.
Oh, goodness me.
You got to get the good side, right? Like.
Where's that? Oh, thank you very much. I'll take that one. So, Splyce, clean, controlled game, 26.5 minutes. What did Giants change in pick and bans? Surely they can't let Camille through.
They need stronger lanes, is the reality. I think that Splyce straight up outdrafted Giants. Stop being
so
smoking
weird.
yourself.
Camille support, Ziggs, ADC, and consider that out-drafting or outplayed? I mean, I guess it's both, right?
It's just clever drafting, right? Like the fact that they had so much flexibility in the draft and then they could change things on the fly allowed them to get themselves winning lanes in pretty much every single matchup. So that's exactly what you want if you can, especially if you have an early aggressive jungler like the Elise. So this is kind of what I see one from Giants. Maybe Memento does go for that Lee Sin. Maybe he does go to try and match something early so that he can punish these over-aggressive lanes.
Yeah, I definitely think I was undervaluing the mind games of that Camille first pick. Just looking at where they ended up versus how difficult it must be for Giants to react to that. You see the Gnar locked in and all of a sudden you expect Camille mid and then they lock in Syndra. So anyways, Splyce now on the blue side. A little bit more targeted ban priority maybe. And they've taken off Jhin and Jace. Senkuk's looking real chill right now, and LeBlanc from Giants.
Remember that Jhin did get some very small nerfs on this patch to his ultimate, so that the slow is a little less impactful. But the fact that Splyce, this is the second time that they banned it away from Hiku. They want to take him off that champion. They want to try and put him onto something perhaps he's not as comfortable on. And that's not to say that he had a bad Ashe game, but he definitely wasn't given room to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, those Ashe arrows never really became impactful. We only saw them really thrown during team fights. We didn't see any pick potential thrown off elsewhere. If you are just joining us, we are playing a patch 7.4. As you can see at the top of your screen, this is also the hot fix version of Edge of Night. Senkuk's had a comfortable game on Syndra. Game was won around him. Wonder on Gnar had a fantastic performance.
Gravity is angry at Senkuk's right now. But regardless, even with Gravity against him, he was able to have a successful performance on the Syndra. His high pressure in mid made him, enabled him to roam around with Trashy, so they were able to get some good deep vision. And I'm super happy that we're seeing so much less Corki quick shot.
Yes.
The big nerfs on this patch really did force him out of the meta. We're seeing much more Orianna, and that's how we were able to get that fantastic Faker ultimate play. So I'm happy that she's now coming back a little bit more.
Crossover in LCK, KT versus SKT was that play. This play, insta-lock on the Varus. Nearly no time to react. It is skyrocketed in value in terms of AD carry. Still just super powerful. Blind Rumble pick here for Flaxish. Now, if it were a year ago or maybe more, Gnar with Hex Drinker into Rumble, that was something we've seen a few times. I'm only saying it because of how good Wonder's Gnar was and leaving the option available. Where do Giants go for the next pick?
Well, every single jungler is available on the board right now except for Rengar, so they could look to grab that early on. Instead, they've chosen to get their AD carry, so they're waiting for Trashy to throw the first card down. Whether or not he goes for something like the Elise once more, he could go for Kha'Zix as well. Instead, he's going to stick to what works.
Yeah, glad to see. Trashy's Kha'Zix is not particularly impressive. He's played that champion 8 times, 5 wins, 3 losses, but his average damage compared to the world is very, very low. His Elise, he didn't really do a lot of damage in the last game, but that dive in the bottom lane to get the summoners, his pressure around the map and being able to push down the towers helped out. And Wonder, it's not the Gnar, but it is the Renekton, so going for another aggressive matchup.
So now I would like to see Memento bring out the Lee Sin. Let's see if you can match this sort of early game power. Okay, see now, like, Graves is not a bad jungler. Memento had a good performance on the Graves in game 1. He definitely scales very well, but I feel like he doesn't enable you to do very much in terms of setting up for the early game. Yes, you can trade effectively, but you have to have these strong laners. You have to have pushing lanes, and Renekton into Rumble, like Rumble naturally does push, but once Renekton gets a couple of levels under his belt, once he comes back into lane with some magic resistance, then it becomes so much harder for the Rumble to play as aggressively as he would like. So I think that Giants, I want to see champions like the Karma again, right? I want to see this ability to shove in as aggressively as possible. Maybe go for an Azir for Knight as well, so that you just have that priority in the lanes to enable Memento to succeed in the early game.
Well, we'll see if Knight agrees, as well as the rest of Giants. It is a misfortune ban for Giants. That one a little bit surprising to me. There's no support locked in for Giants, so maybe removing a potential counter to what they want to run.
They could be looking towards a Zyra or a Malzahar. Huston has played a lot of Zyra, even after the changes that she did have to her plants. And it will give you a strong pushing lane, right? It is something that Giants could bring out if they wanted to try and match perhaps the Malzahar and Varus that could come out from Splyce.
Well, you mentioned the Zyra. 7 games played for Huston. It is his most played by a significant margin. And it looks like it's going to be the lock-in here. The last ban from Splyce was Cassiopeia, as well as the Rise. All right, where does Kobe go? Sorry, Senkux go with his mid laner, knowing it's going to be blind. Sort of safe picks are available. Syndra, I guess, if it's still up.
Senkux could go for an Orianna or a Syndra, as you rightly said. Wow, that is surprising. Blind picking an Echo and taking away the Karma. Oof. I think that, I mean, early on, Echo does have some pretty powerful push, but it depends on who the matchup is. You can pick Orianna into it, but Assassins naturally do fairly well into Ori because of her low mobility. You're kind of, this is also a really good deterrent for Giants to pick the, yes!
Parkour, baby! Talon locked in.
I know how excited you are because you've been getting some great champions this week, Quickshot. But this is great because Giants did not want to pick Syndra into the Echo. They're a little bit afraid to pick the Orianna into it, so they just said, you know what? Screw it. Let's have an Assassin off in the mid lane. Talon is going to be coming out. And oh boy, is this an exciting one. With the lethality changes, we already saw him come out in the LCK. BBQ Oliver's brought it out, and they actually had some fantastic success with it, but it is very much about roaming. We can talk a little bit more about it once we get into game, but the fact that Giants have brought this out, the backs are against the wall. Let's see what they can do with it.
Backs are against the wall. Giants are 1 win, 5 losses on the split. Currently, they are 0-6 when it comes to game 2s. Giants have not won a single game 2. All split long. Will Talon, being piloted by Knight, be the man that wins them their first game 2? There's your team compositions on screen. It is an Assassin off in the mid lane. I mean, this is just DPS for days. Screw tankiness.
It's super snowbally in mid lane though, because if Echo falls behind, then Talon's going to run away with the game. If Talon falls behind, then Echo's going to run away with the game. I think, jungle impact is going to be really monumental in this matchup. Trashy. Expectations were high of game 1. They're going to be even higher coming into game 2.
Ladies and gentlemen in Berlin and everyone watching around the world, put your hands together for the Blade's Shadow. Talon debuting in Giants' hands as they're down 0-1 against Splyce. Group B, team number 3, Splyce. They're looking to pick up a clean 2-0 with a slightly more traditional pick and ban. Use the term very loosely when I say slightly. There's of course Knight on this Talon, wearing the Samsung skin, no less.
So, given that Talon is locked in, I guess you want to talk about the Ashe Zyra lane down bottom.
No.
No?
Not at all. Tell me about Talon. You're a pretend mid laner in solo queue. I've seen your play, it's not great, but I will defer to you because I don't know mid lane. What is Talon going to do?
Talon is all about roaming. He had a lot of changes. For those that don't know, the biggest change to Talon was the change to his E. It used to be a blink that would teleport him to an enemy target, and it even silenced them in the past. However, now it enables him to jump over different walls. So you can see all these different walls around the map, these things that you typically can't interact with. I'm sure our observers will show you some of them, but they're not difficult to spot. Talon can now maneuver over these, which gives him so much map mobility, and in team fights, it actually enables him to reposition extremely effectively, but he takes a lot of skill to fully utilize.
Yeah, and of course a lot of communication with the team. If Knight is going to be using that parkour from his assassin's path over the wall, it means Giants cannot go in too early, they cannot go in too late. Got to be on the same page. What about mid lane trading now? Echo being piloted by Senkux, that's a teleport flash into a flash ignite. What are we going to expect from this matchup?
Well, the big thing to note is that Senkux actually took one of the small raptors, which means he will get level 2 after this first clear. So Knight is already trying to get the push on, which means that he will be able to get his level 2 once he's able to take a couple of the creeps away. But getting level 2 first is a big part of being able to win out in this assassin matchup.
Okay, so keep an eye on who goes aggressive at level 2. There we go. That was a jump from Knight. Flaxish is overheating, burning down Wonder. Somewhat expected in the Rumble v Renekton matchup, and as we jump back to the mid lane, Knight just keeps raking over and over and over, pushing Senkux on the tower.
Now, another big change that happened to Talon was actually the change to his Q. So if he's a certain distance from his opponent, that is now his dash ability. That is now his gap closer to lock onto a target. And if you last hit with it, it actually gives you a bit of health and mana back. So you get a bit of sustain. It's great for last hitting during the laning phase, and it really does help with your pushing power and trading. But it makes it even more effective against melee opponents like Assassins, like Echo, because if he hits you within melee range, he gets a big crit off and is able to do a lot of damage. So this mid lane matchup is super exciting, but right now, all it's resulting in is Knight being able to get a lot of pressure down, and that's enabling Memento and Flaxish to move in aggressively and try and steal away some of these kills.
Trying but failing, unfortunately, because Trashy was able to smite down that Sentinel, pick up the blue buff. And Memento and Flaxish unable to secure anything. Somewhat as expected, the Varus Karma lane, shoving in, and Hiku taking a lot of damage at level 2. Look at that Mantra Q. That Soul Flare hurts. And Mickey and Kobe, for the time being, in a great position while Trashy's now invading into Giants jungle.
Now this is difficult for Giants, because note that Senkux, while he was pushed under his tower for a long time, he's now actually got the push overnight, which means that this is just a jungle off right now. Ooh, and Memento. Yeah, he just misses the smite. He's now going to be behind in levels as he loses 3 buffs and now Flaxish.
Wonder looked like he was losing the fight earlier, but turns it around at level 4. Very good damage. Flaxish flashes away. Wonder really doesn't care. As soon as he gets a couple levels under his belt, as you so eloquently put it, Vedius, Renekton turns that one around.
He needs to be careful, though. He could go for a dive. Actually, you know, the health pots... we probably should have talked about this. Flaxish starting with cloth armor, a very old age build that you would often do into Renekton. He may very well go for either a very early Zhonya's, or something that we've been seeing a lot of is the very early Ninja Tabai. Really is effective against these melee bruisers that love to get into your face. But that was such a close trade. The fact Wonder was just utilizing his very early level advantage to just rely on the bigger base stats that he had to win out on the trade.
Yeah, working in favor then of Wonder. 31 CS to 23 as Flaxish lost some of those CS advantages in every single lane for Splyce. This is a good start at 5 minutes, and dare I say it, it's a worrying trend for Giants. You know, this team got outclassed in game 1, and after a really good showing in the early game last week against H2K, Giants, they just look a little bit sluggish today.
It's just kind of, the big thing about Giants in particular is that...
hold that thought. We're going to have another very aggressive trade here.
He might kill Wonder.
Flaxish is overheating Wonder, 200 HP. Flame Splitters burning him down. Where's the Electro Harpoon? The first one is flashed away from, and blow for blow, round 1, 2, and 3, they just keep trading. Down in the bottom lane, now Kobe, he gets rooted, and Giants are able to escape. It's a 20 CS advantage thanks to this Varus Karma combination.
One of the reasons as to why Varus is banned a lot, he is very good at pushing and he's very aggressive, pairs very nicely up with the Karma too, but want to backtrack to that trade up top because Wonder this time was the over-aggressor. He thought that he could stay in lane a little bit longer than he should have. And one of the big things you have to respect about Rumble is when he's in that overheat mode because his basic attacks do a surprising amount of damage, especially when you have such little magic resistance in the early game. So Wonder ends up burning his flash, and now both junglers are actually top side of the map. But notice that Trashy, he has that level advantage. This came from getting that 3-buff start at the beginning of the game and stealing away the camps from Memento. And this is the difference. This is what we've been wanting to see from Giants. Having pushing lanes and trying to take advantage of it as we see a bit of trading in mid.
Yeah, a lot of damage from that Z-Drive Resonance. The Senkax gets a speed boost and makes it out. Down low, but Chrono Break's available. There's a tower dive opportunity. Memento's nowhere near. Wonder throws down the Dominus. He goes in. Equalizer, not great to clear the wave, but Flaxish simply cannot stand toe-to-toe. Well played dive by Trashy and Wonder.
Very clean from the Splyce duo. Trashy picking up those mobility boots to be able to get to top lane faster. Memento and Knight now trying to respond up in the top lane.
Oh, look for the parkour, look for the parkour. Knight's gonna come over the wall. He's gonna dash and dive. Where's the Shadow Assault? Throws that one down, turns onto Trashy, takes him out. And Senkax started the teleport but cancels it. Knight on the board.
Talon, baby, that's a lot of damage. Trashy was not expecting that. Only having boots under your belt meant that you did not have anywhere near enough armor to deal with all that damage. But let's have a look at how the dive actually set up because this was already set in motion very early on. Trashy knew he wanted to go for this dive. Flaxish had no TP, and just the chain TC was beautiful. You have the original stun, followed up by the initial cocoon, and they have enough base damages between the two of them to be able to get that successful kill. But the rotation from Knight, very swift. His ability to make all those jumps and jumps just gives him so much map mobility.
It does, as long as the terrain is not on cooldown. That's what that red buff is, or debuff rather. As you can see, when Talon uses his E on one of those walls, at rank 1, it's a 160-second cooldown. It's a huge cooldown before he can jump over that wall again. And the man on your screen we're looking at right now, Memento, his Graves, picked up a good triple kill in game 1, but unfortunately wasn't able to convert any of that momentum.
But the reason why we bring this up is because we want to highlight that what you can see underneath is the average EULCS, the EULCS average for junglers. And just in game 1, Memento was well above the average in many of his different instances. So he's been a big performer on Giants, but right now he can't help the bottom
That's
line.
a great cocoon from Trashy. Hiku flashes over though. Mickey forced to run defensively. Very good outplay. Here comes the Twilight. The jump over the wall. Looking for the engage. Shadow Assault is going to get used. Knight's looking for a kill onto Mickey. Not going to find it yet. That's a well-timed exhaust. Defensive flashes and the roots find nobody. Patience from Giants, but Splyce survive.
Great exhaust from Mickey to mitigate the burst damage from Knight. But you can see now all these map movements that Splyce are trying to set up. Knight is just very quick to respond. He's using this ability to just dip and dive over terrain. There's great pressure in the mid lane that he's not even getting punished for it. He's actually able to completely deny this dive from Splyce and keep the bottom lane of Giants alive.
All right, so Knight, 1-0. He's down a little bit of CS, but actually ahead in gold, thanks to the kill. Got an early set of Merc treads, obviously, against the CC from everyone. Everyone on Splyce. But no huge advantages in a single lane. It's just small advantages from top, middle, and bottom for Splyce. That is accruing in this 1,500 gold lead. They're slowly chipping away at every single lane.
And let's not forget that it was Knight who had the fantastic summer split. It was his debut performance. He was the strongest, or one of the strongest individuals on the lineup, earning himself Rookie of the Split. And this split, he hasn't been able to perform. He hasn't had that same level of performance. And the fact that he's able to bring out this talent and is so far having a great game on it is just demonstrating that he still has that talent in it.
The problem for Giants is the rest of the team is not stepping up. Minus 25 CS in the top lane for Wonder. I said there wasn't a major advantage. I'm completely wrong. Hikyu's down 40 CS, there or thereabouts. But then that is the lane matchup, isn't it? That is somewhat what you expect with that Varus Karma combination. And Knight taking a time wind and a phase dive to the face.
Well,
he's forced out of lane a little bit as well.
This is why we were wondering why the Karma wasn't put in more value over the Zyra. I feel like when you pair it up with the Ashe, you'd have a lot more wave clip, especially against the Varus. But right now,
Can
Giants
Knight
starting off the Dragon.
insta-gib Trashy? Can Knight insta-gib Trashy? There's the Shadow Assault, and the answer is yes. He completely solo kills Trashy. Now Knight gonna Shadow Assault. Sorry, Assassin's Path over the wall. I've still got to remember the spell names. Kobby's rooted down. Memento finishes off the Dragon and the Stranglethorns. They throw Kobby into the air. Memento looking for another kill, but not gonna find it. Giants with the Dragon and 2 kills.
Giants might be losing in terms of pressure. They might be behind in gold, but they are able to win out on these fights. Knight's positioning and his ability to reposition is what is enabling them to constantly come out ahead, simply because he is killing a high-value target, and naturally, with the numbers advantage the Giants have, they're able to turn things around. Look, Splyce, they have no vision. They just want to try and contest the Dragon, and they know it's being started, and then Knight just comes out of nowhere, very quickly able to pop off, and you think that, oh no, he's going to lose his life. Nope. So much mobility enables him to just get out of harm's way.
And of course, teleports from both Flaxish and Wonder in the top lane. Unfortunately, Wonder was overheating when he finished. No equalizer even available to him. And another objective taken down. This time it is the Dragon. So Splyce get first Tower Blood earlier in the game. Giants get first Dragon. And it is a scaling Dragon. And they've got champions that are going to scale exceptionally well. Rumble is going to do well. Graves is going to do well. Obviously, the pick power with Ashe Talon. And all of the squishies on Splyce. That's a scary combination.
The thing is, when you actually look at this composition from Giants, they actually have a great team fighting comp, and you would think, is Talon a really good team fighter? And just using that last fight as an example, yes, when he's given the opportunity to fight in these terrain-heavy environments, because it gives you a surprising number of dashes and repositioning tools that I keep harping on about because of how cool it is.
Goodbye, Flaxish. You are surrounded by 3 members of Splyce, and will get slowly run down.
See,
a
that's
little
what you
bit
wish you could have parkour,
there
right?
We go.
Like, if you're in that situation, wouldn't it be great if you could just hop off of your little robot and just jump over a wall?
Yeah, but look at the vision. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have been on the robot in that part of the map in the first place.
That's very true. Trashy doing a good job of prioritizing, looking to take that early tower on the bottom lane. Giants yet to get themselves a structure off the map. It just comes back to Splyce really having the pressure advantage, even though Knight is doing what he can. He's just moving around the map more, cleaning up some of the plays that Splyce have tried to make, and they haven't actually been able to set up any themselves.
All right, flash for Kobby. Not even going to get needed. Casually sidesteps. Actually, on the player cam, Hiku even scratched his chin. Like, that did not go as intended.
Nope.
And this is a great example. Thank you, observers, again, of vision. It really has been great vision toggles this week. I mean, there's not much to say. There is,
Nope. I mean, if you're Flaxish, you just have to be aware, oh, do I have vision around the bottom side of the map? No. Where is my vision? Top side of the jungle. That would, you could make the argument that Giants are then looking to play towards the top lane, maybe get that tower. Flaxish should have been a little bit more aware. He wasn't, and he ends up getting punished.
Well, listen, now one of our big stories coming into game 1 is how both of these teams struggle at 15 minutes. And that was over the averages from weeks 1 through 5. Splyce demolished that by having 4 and a bit thousand gold lead at 15 minutes. They're near that right now. Unfortunately for Giants, who have been down minus 1.5k on average, that average is going to go even lower thanks to these 2 games. They just really are not having a great time from the laning phase. But now they need to make this mid-game pick power with a little ward there. And some of that team fight coordination that you talked about earlier, Vedius. That's how Giants have to claw their way back in.
I mean, the biggest thing that I've noticed from watching Giants' games is the fact that they are actually very resilient. Even if you have this big deficit, which they do have a lot, funnily enough, they're still willing to fight. They're still willing to try and find windows back into the game. They will not be afraid to force a play simply because they are behind. And I think this is a great trait to have, because when you are so far behind, like, you can't be afraid. You can't just let the enemy team take everything off the board. And I think that with a composition the Giants have, they have the Ashe Arrow, they have the Rumble Ultimate, there are tools in their kit where they can try and look for picks.
Yeah, look at the tools in the mid lane. Memento hanging out behind that bush in the mid lane tower. Ashe Arrow is available for Hiku, but he's taking so much damage. If you look at the items, Edge of Night, Protobelt, Black Cleaver, Tiamat already completed for Splyce. The only person with a completed item is Knight in the mid lane. Flash away from Kobby, he respects the engage. And now Giants needing to stall even more, but they're just giving up too much. Wonder and Trashy have forced Flaxish away. His flash was blown. Flaxish is using his ultimate just to farm, just to try and stay relevant, and it's just crumbling around the edges.
And while we can praise Memento for being impactful in Giants games, you have to criticize his early game because he really isn't doing very much to support his laners. He could be sitting here with Flaxish, just alleviating some of this pressure that Splyce has relentlessly thrown his way.
Well, flash forward from Wonder, Cocoon connects as well, and Flaxish goes down. Really confident play. Wonder has had a great series, and he's been backed up by Trashy multiple times this game now.
And look, Knight's top lane. There's no way that they can even try and protect this inner tower for Giants. Memento now finally moving to the bottom half of the map. Just a little bit slow, and it just brings into question the communication that's happening within the Giants squad right now. I just feel like that mentally they've already given up on this game.
It looks to be the case as Giants, they're starting to fall apart. The tower gets dropped thanks to Senkax and one last phase dive. And Giants, they've not even put any pressure on towers. This is, of course, Flaxish. The flash, Ruthless Predator stun from Wonder.
Effective combo.
Flawless.
Reptile plus spider equals death, apparently. So if you walked into a bar and you saw a crocodile and a spider, what I would recommend is that you don't go near them.
I'd leave the bar.
Leave the bar?
On a personal level.
Whoa, hang on now. Whoa. Don't hurt the bar just because there are a crocodile and a spider there, dude, right? They might have great drinks.
They might. They might.
Don't let fear control your life, Quick Shot.
Well, Flaxish should let fear control his life.
He definitely
because
should.
Not letting it happen means he has no more life. 0-4. Flaxish has been outclassed by Wonder this series, both in game 1. Ash Arrow connects onto Mickey. Where's the combo? Exhaust comes out. Mickey will go down. Knight was able to get in there with a rake for a little bit of an assist, but out in the back end, now Trashy and Wonder are coming. Defensive flash over the wall from Hiku. Knight buys some time with the Shadow Assault, and with the help of Noxian Diplomacy, he's going to get some damage down. They've traded a kill back and forth. It's junglers for jungler. Knight is able to escape with his life, but 1 for 2, not the greatest. Very good route from Haslin. That at least will stop Wonder from getting involved any further, and even using the tower. A little bit of a classy jump out to safety. The tower falls, and Giants are running out of objectives to defend.
Giants, they wanted to just try and get some kind of objective. The mid lane was their priority. They tried to go for the dive. Yes, they get the collapse down onto Mickey, but look at how much they invest into just getting the kill. And they have like such low damage. This is supposed to be a Karma. Takes all the damage from Memento, who gets exhausted up. Hustlin doesn't have the real support. They need Knight to come in as well. And you've invested all your gap closes, all your resources. This allows Splyce to get the collapse. Now, fortunately for Giants, they still had all of their flashes available. They were able to dip a dive and dodge out of the way. But the fact that Splyce did end up getting 2 kills because they killed Rumble down bottom and a tower in the bottom lane as well means that Splyce is the overall benefactor.
Giants committed to that play in a 4-man maximum. 15-second death timer for Flaxish. He simply couldn't have joined. It was optimistic at best. You know, at the beginning of the series, Shox used a fantastic word. The quintessential middle-of-the-table team. That's Splyce. They beat teams below them. They lose to teams above them. And we're seeing that demonstrated so clearly here. This may be one of Splyce's most impressive series all year. But you have to weigh that up against the fact that it is Giants, a team that is struggling, a team that has had moments of brilliance, but unfortunately not consistent enough to dig themselves out of 4th place in their group.
But when you get to see the strengths of Giants is when they do group up like this. We were talking a little bit about it earlier, the fact that they were resilient, even in their losses. Their ability to fight is actually pretty good. When they actually group up as a 5-man unit, the way in which they play fights is actually very enjoyable to watch, and they are a team that you have to give a lot of respect for, because on an individual level they are strong players. Often the reason why they lose a lot of these fights is simply because of how far behind they are by the time they get to them. But it's still a point in the game that you have to watch out for, because especially when you have a talent who's level 13, is pretty strong now, working towards that 2nd major item, there are windows for Giants to try and claw back into it.
If we can take a look at the gold difference between lanes, it's even in the mid lane. Knight and Senkux are even on gold. And the top lane, 3,800 gold difference. In the jungle, 1,600 in favor of Splyce. Nearly 1,000 by ADC. It's just, every other lane is so far behind. Knight needs to make up for a 6,000 gold deficit.
Yeah.
Which is a lot to make up for. Especially when you look at the base, and is that an inhibitor turret that is falling over? Why am I tripping over my words? I need to...
Trashy and Wonder, they're just grouping up as a two-man unit, and they are constantly applying pressure, but now they're coming in for a collapse.
Okay, how do Giants escape? Hustlin will be taken down. He's unable to do so. Wonder's looking for an engage on the back end. He's already used his Dominus. Looking for a target to stun. It's going to slice forward, gets the Ruthless Predator. Backup is coming from Senkuk. Shadow Assault plus collateral damage plus an Electro Harpoon. And Giants get themselves a pair of boots for now. But Hustlin died for that one. And now they're on the inner turrets.
Ends up 1-for-1, but once again, Splyce are the benefactors. They're able to get the priority on mid lane because Giants were forced through their own jungle. They had a minion wave ready to force down that mid tier 2 tower. And they're just going to extend their gold lead even further. And sure, while it is great for Giants to be able to claw something back, now Flaxish is worth gold again. The advantage of feeding is that if you keep dying, you don't give bonus gold. But now that he's got on that kill, Wonder can just start farming him
Next
again.
level strategy. Don't get to kill if you're feeding to be worth less than a minion.
Give your teammates them. Get the gold from assists. Get them from towers.
Well, the Electro Harpoon may have been the difference between getting the kill or not. I wasn't watching closely enough, but either way, Giants at least, as you mentioned, they're still trying and still trying to dig deep. Let's turn our attention to Splyce for a little bit because they've heavily invested in the bottom lane. Trashy and Wonder have been making Flaxish's life just horrendous. Pushing him under his inhibitor tower over and over and over. But Splyce have not necessarily pushed deeper vision or not tried to play on the top lane or, you know, elsewhere on the map. They've been pretty committed to this, like, hold mid, push bottom.
Yep, I think that Splyce, that's all they need to do though, because they've seen that there's been no reaction from Giants. So why change a strategy when Giants aren't going to adapt to what you're throwing down? As the arrow comes out onto Trashy.
All right, that's maybe one of the worst targets. Flash available and the repel. I'm looking on the back end. Teleport coming down for Flaxish. He's jumping behind the red buff.
No.
That's a slice forward. Wonder's now going to be the target. Stranglethorns will allow Giants to disengage. That's a pretty good equalizer. Shadow Assault onto Wonder, as well as some Flame Spitter. That's a kill onto Wonder. Flaxish dies, though, in reply. 1-for-1. Knight has already used his ulti, and he's using that Assassin's Path again and again to reposition. Giants, though, 1-for-1 at this stage, this far down. It's okay, but they can't lose anything else.
And you can see that when Giants group as a 5-man unit, they do find picks. They actually find small things that can claw them back into the game. But because they're at such a big goal deficit, it is always Splyce to have the pushing power. It is always Splyce that is able to make their way towards these objectives. And on this occasion, Giants won't lose anything else. But I feel like this is going to be the repeated pattern that we see, unless Giants can win themselves some kind of miraculous fight.
Yeah, that's what Giants will be looking for. Splyce, on the other hand, this time around, they've pushed a little bit of vision up. Got a control ward in that red buff area. Actually, Hustlin just walks across it now, and he has a replay Vedius.
But look at the coordination. The fact that they are able to come in from two angles. Wonder gets rooted up. A lot of the damage is just focused down onto him. But then one small stun onto Flaxish, and then Senkux is effectively able to solo kill him, just because of the amount of gold that he has completed already. So it's a little bit difficult right now. 1-for-1 is, ooh, Knight, he's going to go for it.
All right, let's see if he can kill Kobe. Shadow Assault dashes over the wall. A lot of damage, but he gets the flash and the heal just for an RQ combo.
And that is a very low cooldown, 60 seconds or 72 seconds total cooldown for that ultimate for Knight. So that's definitely going to be ready before the summoner spells are back up for Kobe.
Yeah, Ash Arrow flies wide. That's another flash blown. Trashy actually got stunned on the back end, and Mickey uses his summoner spell. Giants still cannot find the tower, though. They've been trying over and over, and Wonder, somehow now he's caught to the back end. 4 members of Giants are trying to run him down. Correction 5. Very good use of the blast cone. Wonder thinks about a re-engage. The piercing arrow destroys Giants' HP bars. Mickey, no flash to get over the wall. Gets the slow onto Memento with the Soul Flare, and Kobe snipes him from downtown. The slice, the dice, the flash. And Wonder calls the weak Meek hustling. Senkux is looking for a follow-up on the back end, but Giants, they lose 2.
And Giants, they thought they could turn it around onto Wonder. He was coming in from the flank. That was their window. Hey, if we just kill Wonder, we can disengage, we can keep stalling out. But Wonder buys enough time for the rest of his team to provide that support. Now Knight, he's coming in.
He is indeed. Shadow Assault just to buy some time. Remember, it's been 6 games, 4 weeks, 17 hours since Giants have got a Baron. They'll need to steal if they want to get their hands on one now, but they're running away. Flaxish is killed on the back end. HeQ and Knight gonna get tagged up by the Time Winder. Baron will be secured here by Splyce. Ash Arrow is dashed and flashed away from. Senkux isn't done yet. He phase dives forward. Parallel Convergence will give him a shield with the help of Karma as well. Wonder's got no flash to continue the chase, and Giants, they get no Baron, they get no kills, they get nothing.
Splyce do the best they can and they come out victorious. Very difficult for Giants to even consider contesting that Baron, especially when you don't have your jungler available. Senkux doing so much work on the backline, level 16 on that Echo, able to win out what was effectively a 1 versus 3. Look, he just walks up, he kills Flaxish. There's nothing he can do, and then he alone zones out both Knight and HeQ. And we don't get to see the rest of that replay, but Senkux does a great thing where he flashes over the wall, predicting the Ash Arrow, and then he just comes in from behind HeQ and is able to force him back. So nice back and forth from Senkux. Good series so far from him.
Yeah, pretty good indeed. Game 1, of course, showing up on that Syndra, following a couple of stuns and setting plays up, because it was the Syndra stun into an Elise Cocoon. This game round, it's the Renekton stun into Elise Cocoon, and Trashy has sort of prioritized his time between the different lanes. But again, it goes back to that story we said at the beginning of this game, Bedias. The picks and bans don't necessarily matter. It just feels like Wonder is stronger than Flaxish. Cobby and Mickey are outclassing HeQ and Hustlin, and then as a team, you get to the mid game and Splyce just have a stronger understanding of what to do.
I think that Trashy played the early game exceptionally well, knew exactly the right lane to punish. HeQ is yet to have a very effective arrow to net his team a win, and they're just kind of running out of time. Their base is falling apart.
So looking forward, of course, Giants have got a relatively easy strength of schedule. Over the next few weeks, they're going to be playing teams like Vitality, Origin, Roccat. That's where Giants can look to pick up some wins. But if Giants want to claw themselves out of this 4th place in the group, the safe spot, they have to win series like these ones against Splyce. They can't afford to lose more. It's week 6.
But I feel that if you're Giants, your goal right now should just be to stay in the LCS, right? Like, clearly this team has struggled to perform compared to their summer split performance. And I think they need to go back to the drawing boards, but to do that, they need to just secure their spot. And I think their goal should be, you know, not, I don't need to run faster than the bear, I just need to run faster than you, right? And with Schalke luring in the background, I think right now the priority for Giants would just be to run faster than Roccat.
Yeah, stay ahead of Roccat, of course, who's in 5th place in Group A, where Giants find themselves. Inhibitor falls down. As the rest of Splyce, they're pushing the mid lane, they're pushing the top lane. Giants looking to engage onto Wonder. Wonder's got some backup on the back end. Slices in, dices out. Chain of Corruption won't spread because it doesn't find anyone. Instantly killed as Knight is stunned in place, locked down. Wonder still alive, using that dominance to full effect. Look at that sustain on Cull the Meek. HeQ goes down, so does Memento. Hustlin as well. Giants are just being deconstructed. Triple kill for Trashy. The inhibitors fall. So does the Nexus turret. Splyce make a statement against Giants. They take down the final Nexus turrets. And as it stands right now, Splyce destroy Giants 2-0.
I was kind of expecting a little more from Giants. I felt like that while Splyce definitely, I don't want to take anything away from them, they had an exceptional series. I just wanted Giants to fight back a little bit more. I mean, while they did stay even in terms of kills for a lot of the game, they were never in control. It never felt like they had a solid enough goal lead. It never felt like that they were able to properly contest objectives. And I think that Splyce looking promising right now, especially with their win over Fnatic. This is great for them in terms of their group. But for Giants, I didn't see much. I didn't feel like there's been much of a change from their past performances to now.
I want to jump onto the Splyce discussion as they're shaking hands with Giants. You know, the expectations on Splyce for the first 5 weeks were not met. Are you going to change your expectations on a strong win against Giants? No, that's not the fair thing to do. But this is an optimistic series. This is a confidence, a momentum building series for Splyce. And I want to watch them continue over the next 4 weeks.
If you're a Splyce fan, this is what you want to see from the team, right? Like, dominant victory over a team that is below you in the standings.
Yes.
And the fact that they've already beaten Fnatic, they won't play Fnatic again now. It's now back to in-house group after week 7.
Yep.
And so their focus should just be on to be as dominant as they can before they have to go up against the big dogs like H2K, like EULCS again.
Various Giants got beaten that game. And Giants didn't take a single tower. That is the 4th time this split that Giants have not taken a single tower. It has only happened 9 times this split. 4 of them have been obliterations against Giants. They are now running out of time to fix things, and I think, as you said, their sights have to be on the likes of Schalke, who are looking absolutely terrifying, because if Giants continue this trend and fall behind Roccat, they're in the promotion tournament.
Yep, and no one wants to be there. It is advantageous that now only 2 teams are sent to the promotion tournament rather than 3 from previous splits, but that does mean that you still have to work hard for it. Their series going up against Roccat, which I believe is coming in the next few weeks for Giants, and teams like Origin and Vitality, those games are important. It is so big. I know next week in particular is a big weekend.
Vitality and Origin, that's who Giants play. Then week 8, they play Roccat.
So like the next few games are super important for those bottom
that cements Giants in 4th place. That gets them that safe spot that allows them to buy time for summer. It's just a disappointment because Giants, they had this upward trajectory in 2016, you know, and maybe that is because some of the other teams are starting to struggle, of course. You have to weigh that up, but it's just disappointing. Now for Splyce, on the other hand, they had a great game.
They did.
Excited to see some of these picks working out. Wonder looked fantastic on the Nile, looked fantastic on the Renekton. If he's finding his footing on 7.4, where I'm hearing there's more carries coming back, that's a good sign for Splyce, surely.
It really is. And Trashy, again, we have to echo, his early game was better. He wasn't
Couldn't have gotten much worse.
It wasn't a kill madness. He wasn't getting kills left, right, and center. He wasn't snowballing on his laners, but he was utilizing the pressure from his laners effectively. He was setting up good vision, and that's a promising sign for the jungler who has, for a while now, struggled to have an impact in the early game.
I mean, Trashy's average gold difference at 15 was about -380, right? So in most of his games, he was behind in gold against his opponent. In game 1, he was still at -350, but his lanes won the game forward. Now game 2, he found those dives, he found those picks, he's turning it around. But we need to see Trashy continue that growth. We'll see if he can next week. For now, though, we're going to head over to the caster couch, where Pyro is sitting with Mickey and Senkux.
Thank you very much. Quick shot. I'm joined by these guys. So, pretty big win. You guys had it in about 50, 55 or so. But it seemed like Giants were fighting back despite a big gold lead for you guys most of the time. Senkux, did you ever feel like it was closer than it was in the gold game?
Not really. Like, the first game we made a bit of a mistake and went a bit too deep, and they got a lot of kills, but we got first out of it. So I just think every play they made, like especially second game, was just desperate plays around mid, and every time we would just gain more out of it. So it didn't really feel like it ever slipped out of our hands.
They certainly controlled it all the way to the end, but you had some interesting picks. I really want to go into this one. Mickey, you played the Camille support, and you had a Ziggs AD carry. We're calling it the Boom Tomb. Is that something you guys have been cooking up for a while?
Yeah, we were practicing it a lot this week, and I think Camille support was pretty OP. I started practicing it like since it came out, because I just thought the kit was really insane. And then I saw it in LCS, so my team believed it can actually be a good pick. Until then, they didn't want me to try it, so thank you, Gate, for that. And,
either that or it was banned every game.
Yeah, it was banned every game, pretty much. So we couldn't really flex it. But I really like it with Ziggs, because if I just ult someone, like they're the carry, and then they can't really escape the Ziggs ult, and it lands in the middle, and just the AD carry just dies. He can't do anything about it. So.
Yeah, those were some crazy plays, man. But it's not the only crazy champion picks we had to deal with in this series. We had the first talent in EU for God knows how long. Senkux, what was it like playing against Knight on that champion?
I don't know. I think I know the champion a bit myself, because I used to, like, when Talon was in rework, I used to play what was like a Talon one trick, kind of. But after the rework, I've been playing Talon a bit, so I know how the champion works. And I think it can work versus people that maybe don't know the kit exactly, but versus people that actually know the champion, I think it's quite hard to snowball with and actually get a win on the board.
Cool, so you managed to shut that one down nice and easy. So you guys looked pretty solid today, but you still got some teams to try and get ahead of in your group, looking at Unicorns, looking at H2K. Do you guys think by the end of the split you can leapfrog these Titans?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure by the end of the split, we're going to be top 2 with G2 again. And I think we play them next week. So I think this match is going to be pretty intense.
Okay, all right, throwing it out there, looking forward to it. Thanks again, guys, and congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
All right, well, that's it for us then. We're going to go ahead and send it over to the post-game lobby.
Thank you so much, Pyra and Mickey and Sencrux, and welcome everybody to the post-game lobby, where we're also joined by Cobby from Splyce. So that's 3 members we get to talk to. Also for you, congratulations for the 2-0 on the day. Overall, it seemed like a more clean and cut win than the one we saw versus Fnatic right before the break. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I think like these past 2 weeks where we had a break, practice has been going a lot better, and we're starting to like get back to our form again. So like in general, I just feel we play much more clean and just better games overall.
I heard a lot of stories about Splyce in scrims and just they were dominating, but you guys couldn't translate it to the stage. Did anything click? Make any differences, or any difference in shot calling, or what happened?
I think only for the first 2 or 3 weeks that was the case, but ever since then it's like I don't think there's been any difference, like the stage and scrims thing. It's just been, we had some issues, like it was very clear what we were doing wrong, and now we had these 2 weeks to work on it, and that's why I think it looks better now.
Yeah, it did look good. You also had to play, I don't know if you wanted, played Ziggs as AD carry, and I was asking Crepo about, like, as a purist of the bottom lane, like it should be just a standard AD carry. How do you feel about playing an AP carry in the bottom lane?
So Ziggs is like one of the most fun champs to play, I think, for my role. In the beginning, I was very skeptical and I thought it was like kind of useless pick. But then I started trying it more, and I found out in many cases it's like really useful, and it brings more than like a normal AD carry. So I'm really liking the pick.
That's all about the combo, basically.
Yeah, that combo is a pretty sick combo we saw a couple of times. Cobby, we don't get to talk to you too often here in the EULCS, but I wanted to hear your thoughts. A good win today, but the last few weeks for Splyce have been a little rough. What's different in your mind between summer and now? Is it the other teams or is it Splyce?
I think it has to be the other teams, because like even though before this split we came in and I felt like everything would be as normal and we were gonna beat the H2K and EUL like in this first week, and then we go in and we just get like dumpstered by these teams. So that's a bit of it was really mind-blowing to me. But I don't think we changed that much. We just need some more time to get back to our form. And yeah, then at the same time, it's like every other team is getting better and there's a lot more competition. Like H2K looks a lot stronger now, and it's like last season there was mainly only G2, and now there's like 4 or 5 teams I think that get content for like final spots.
Yeah, if you get back to that level, do you think that is good enough to beat out those teams?
It's hard to say. Like everyone is improving, and of course I expect us to be better than what we were last summer. But I think like if we keep working hard, we can make it to finals again.
Well, we will follow that up as we take a look at Wonder, who's looking at his own replay.
Yeah,
look how good I
was. They obviously put him there and told him to focus. That's why the other members from Splyce came by. There's always this kind of trolling nature that we just saw even right there in Splyce, in a good environment. Has that persevered even though you guys started losing a little bit? Or did you feel like a little bit more tension? Because that happens sometimes with teams that get along so well. Was there any changes?
I think only like maybe one day every week we have like a really bad day and we have huge discussions, but somehow even how it can look so bad, but we always manage to solve it somehow. And I think a part of that is because we're so good friends as well. So yeah.
Do you have any help for that? A special coach? You know, like there's Weldon and G2 who's there for that specifically, or is it just the same crew?
I think for myself, like Yamato Kanan has been a really great help for me personally. Whenever I've had issues with anything, I could just talk to him, and it has really helped me a lot. So he does more than just being an in-game coach.
In-game coach and having a really nice voice.
Nice voice and good fashion sense as well, yeah. All right, well, moving on. We also want to talk about
Yamato?
Yes, no. We can
Did
also
you know
talk
he's only 19 when he started? Sorry, I'm trying to meme. I'm bad at it.
Okay.
You can go ahead.
Right, I did want to talk about the first series of the day, Vitality. They actually showed signs of improvement, I would say, even though it was a very tough matchup for them over G2. I don't know how much of that series you got to see, Cubby. What did you think?
I got to see like mainly the second game. The first game I was like sitting in the shuttle, so I didn't get to catch it. But I think like going into it, it should be like easy 2-0 for G2. I don't know how clean the first game was.
So, interesting on the first one, that Vitality actually, up until 15 minutes, were really even with G2 for a long time. So, as you said, should have been a clean 2-0, but you saw then game 2, that was a lot more of what you'd expect, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think there was much hope for Vitality.
No, they were just looking to improve, honestly, because the next few weeks is what's really important for Vitality. They're not looking to take games off G2. They're looking to fight. I think they have Origin, Rocket Giants, and Splyce as well in the next.
And Splyce as well.
As 4 games, so like, except the one versus Splyce, you know, there's a lot of winnable matches, of course.
Yeah, and the fact that they were just able to do anything proactive on the map, they tried to roam, they tried to get their top lane ahead and snowball. Those are all good signs, and it's definitely not the rolling over and die we saw just before the Katowice break.
No, there was a lot of growth here, or some growth at least. They had a clear game plan. It was like Misfits, when Misfits decided to play super early game. It was winning top laner, try and dive, try and snowball. Sadly for Vitality, a lot of these kind of aggressive plays turned into 1-for-1s, and they couldn't really snowball their advantage. And Trick was generally always cross-mapping, especially in game 2. That was disgusting.
And Italy, yeah.
That was, to watch, it was beautiful, just watching him move into lane at like 6 minutes, take first tower, and you're like, okay, this game's kind of done. Vitality don't have too much of a way back, but impressed by their growth.
Of course, G2 just came off of IEM. They didn't make it to the final, where a lot of people beforehand had said, well, they should have a big chance at winning the final, and then they come back here and, of course, book a victory. Where do you think their level is at now, if you'd have to compare them to last year's G2?
Like, I think the world's experience, and also IEM now, it gives so much to a team, like playing internationally, scrimming against like other regions. It opens up, like, you start to think of the game in a different way, and that is really helpful, like when you go back into your own region and playing, so it should only get better for them.
Did you get to practice against any of the teams that were at Katowice, or?
No, not this IEM, sadly.
That is indeed.
Did you watch?
Yeah, I watched like pretty much all of the games, but yeah, what wasn't pauses and.
Yeah, could you guys see like a lot of the changes, for example, on like the focus on like Raptor contests and a lot more aggression in the top lane, which I think would suit Wunder as well. Are those changes that you guys are excited for with Splyce and have started like implementing in scrims as well?
Yeah, we were like implementing them at the same time as we were watching IEM, and I think Trashy already knew it like before it was happening, pretty much. So yeah.
Cool. Yeah, cool. We'll see that evolving over the next couple of weeks, and we're also going to take a look at the group standings as we get towards the pointy end of week 6. G2 and Misfits very close to our HK Unicorns of Love. Then Splyce, you guys picked up a win. Vitality, they're just below you, but those are 4 series. Do you think that they ever get near you, or is that anything you're thinking about?
Like, of course, they can improve and start to win games, but how it looks right now, playoffs are pretty much set. So. They should just look to improve, and I don't think they can look for playoffs at this moment.
Crepo or stress, if you know the 6 teams here go to playoffs, how does that play out?
I think it looks as it is, unfortunately. I would love to say the Giants of Vitality can make a run, but without, you know, back-to-back wins over tougher opponents, I don't think it's happening.
Ooh, yeah, I think it's pretty locked in the sense that I don't think Fnatic's going to challenge top 2. They won't drop out either. But if you look at Misfits, there's a world if Misfits take a series off G2 and then G2 make a blunder somewhere else, they go up. The same token, if Unicorns feel like the hit from this loss that they had right now and they kind of poor IEM and Splyce can keep going with the upwards trajectory, maybe Splyce hop up a ranking.
Yeah, Kabi, what do you think of the Unicorns of Love? They were so good in the beginning of the split, but now they suffered that loss versus G2 twice. They went 1-4 at IEM. They lost again yesterday then as well. How do you think that's going for them? And do you see them getting back on the...
on the Unicorn?
Yes.
Like, they looked a lot stronger in the beginning. But I always think Unicorns as a team, they play a different style than other teams. Like, I'm not going to use the phrase chaos style and...
just
like banned from the desk,
yeah. But they're hard to figure out. But I think if you you take out the comfort picks, you ban Shen, you ban Ryze, and you see what did they got then in a best of series, and it takes some time to figure them out. But once you figure them out, then I think they should be easily beatable.
And I really want to see Chachi and Hilly performing again. That was one of the big strengths of Unicorns. We focused so much on Xerxes' champion pool, but the last couple of series, Chachi and Hilly haven't been as reliable as they had been in weeks 1 to 4, and that's what the Unicorns need as well.
I think those are all great points.
All right, great points, all of those.
She was nodding at me like, your turn. I'm like, no,
I thought you had something to say.
I'm good, no.
Okay. Well, I did want to bring up the Misfits because Kobe's here as well, and Misfits are a team that we found has grown so incredibly well, just in macro play, and seeing that their macro play is probably of the best in Europe, if not even the best, but they, of course, still have to play G2. What do you think of that, or is that overshooting?
Maybe overshooting a bit. I think the late game is not flawless yet. And, like, they have really good individual players, and I think, like, they had this Korean boot camp prior to the split, so that helped them a lot, of course. But I think like teams like us and G2, maybe in H2K, are at the same level of macro almost.
Bottom lane wise, Ryder, Hansama, and Ignar. Hansama had a bit of hype coming in, and it wasn't like it was immediately exceptional, but it does seem that in that lineup, every member thrives. What do you think of Hansama and Ignar at this point in time?
They're pretty strong bot lane. It's hard to say, like, I'm not really sure how to rank them, but they're definitely like one of the better bot lanes. And I think Hansama, like, he has a lot of room to grow still, but he is really talented, and I think he's been performing super well already, so he's a strong player for sure.
That he is, yeah.
I'm liking Misfits.
Do you have anything to say?
I have plenty of things to say. I'm just trying to let other people talk. No, like, the focus for Misfits... Trying to improve here, Shocks, you know, just alongside the other teams. No, I think Ignar is playing really well, and I think right now we don't see Misfits put a lot of pressure on playing around bot lane. It's almost like they focus, especially this week, on top lane very heavily, and then you can't really gauge how good of a player is. I think they're good at not getting caught playing the utility role. If the meta ever swings into super heavy, like maybe a Lucian meta game, or just pure trading bot lanes again, or all-ins, then we can see how good Hansama is.
Stress.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think one of the strengths is Ignar out of lane as well. He's been good at roaming, vision control, him and Kakao. That's what I like about Misfits. That's why I want to see him against top teams. See if like a Nuclear and Shay or a Zvenomith can keep him in lane.
All right. Well, we will see what happens. That's it for us. Thank you so much for joining us, Kobe, and good luck the rest of the games. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. to close out Week 6 with 2 final best of 3s on, Origin versus Misfits and Unicorns of Love versus Rocket. Oh, yeah, we're not going to go yet. I do want to talk about that. What's going to happen with that Origin roster? Hiva is not there, but who is?
That's all we know is Hiva has been removed from the lineup. This isn't even benched. He is not on Origin anymore.
We no longer know. All we know is that the contract is gone for Hiva. We know the Valyrian, the famous AD carry, may be in Berlin. We don't know anything else right now. So, Kobe, have you ever played versus the Valyrian?
I have no clue who they are playing with, so...
Okay.
Well, do you know who the Valyrian is?
No.
It's Cyanide.
I was going to say, Peke and Cyanide are locked on their roster, so...
Aranea may give the good return. Play some Alistair bot lane. Who knows?
That's such a good reason.
You know what? I'm just excited for that matchup just to see what happens, and hopefully for them, it's something good and something can happen there because it's about damn time.
I mean, yeah, they need to make changes, and the problem is, like, everybody is just banging on Origin, but they're only 1 win away from the 2nd spot right there. So if they win a single series, suddenly they're tied.
Yeah, that's 1-5 versus 0-6 at the bottom.
What might be the most important game for them next week, if they beat Rocket in the series that one team must win. One team's got to win that, and that potentially gives them seeding for promotion tournament, which allows them to avoid Schalke. It's such a long road.
Yeah, no, it's very important.
There's also just like the rumors of Nahyun potentially, and this is literally me picking this up on Reddit, but like role swapping. I would feel so bad for the guy if he played 27 or whatever it is mid lane games, never wins a game. He roll swaps to support or AD carry, whatever it is, and then he gets his first win. That would feel like...
Put him on brand. Put him on brand, put him on something, just a mid laner in bot lane.
A win is a win. We'll see what happens. All right, well, now for real, thank you so much for joining us, all of you guys. And until then, tomorrow, time for us to close the client. Thank you. We will see you tomorrow at 4 p.m. Central European Time to close out week 6 of the EULCS. Peace out.
Peace out. Yeah, thanks.
One more auto, he needs it, but he's going to get knocked up, and Joko went down. Nice. The curtain call comes up, and it's going to be curtains for Vitality. One more kill, looking for Joko. He is the last man standing in the Vitality base, and not for long. It's G2 Esports will close this one out just shy of 37 minutes on the clock to take a 1-0 in the series.
Three-shot massive to his advantage. All right, Mickey looking for the knocker. Wow, Memento gets posted down. First blood picked up by Kobe.
Perks, he's had some trouble before. Let's see if he can get out of the realm warp. No, it is canceled away, and AOD takes a sweep.
Every single kill, Patrick. Great job there by Expect. The patience going in at the right engagement.
Everyone!
The boldness to chase that up.
And they are looking for more. Steel back locked up. A double kill for the Italy. Looking for the ace. The void links. It's Perks. He gets it. They might have Baron, but they ain't got Nana left. 33 minutes. G2 finish the series.
I'm pretty sure they missed this for sure.
Their average up to this point was -675, and Senka's, he's going to give his life here.
I'm dead.
And so that's a great knock into the wall. The Giants have lost 1 and 2, and it's Senka's with the double.
You got good skill and fingers.
Controlled, powerful win for Splyce over Giants, 1-0.
Really?
He's going to dash and dive. Where's the Shadow Assault? Throws that one down. Turns on to Trashy. Takes him out. Flash forward for one. Cocoon connects as well. Blackfish goes down.
So if you build 2 alarms,
Giants just being deconstructed. Triple kill for Trashy. The inhibitors fall. So does the Nexus turret. Splyce make a statement.